Volume 24. Chapter 2301, Who Wants to Destroy the G-Clan? By the time everybody realized what was going on, the beasts in dark clothes had already disappeared. That place was the territory of the G-Clan. In every restaurant in their territory, there were traces of the dark fighters. In several places, people were being or had been slaughtered. Quickly, everybody knew about it. Many people in charge of managing the clan reported it to those higher up in the hierarchy. Groups of people kept coming into the main hall of the G-Clan. Someone rushed in, looking alarmed, and bowed hurriedly. "Speak," said Ji Yuan coldly. That person raised their head and said to Ji Yuan, "Ji Fengshi's group has been killed, none remain." Ji Yuan looked glum. Their people were getting slaughtered all around their territory. Some celestial emperors had even been killed. Ji Yuan was extremely worried. "Has anyone assessed the situation?" asked Ji Yuan coldly. The one who had just arrived pulled a long face. "Speak," said the leader of the G-Clan. "It's a group of cruel murderers. They came here to kill our people. They are terrifyingly strong, but we don't know who they are. They are brutal and violent. They're already everywhere in the G-Clan's territory," he answered, lowering his head. Ji Yuan was furious, his chi emerged from his body. "You're saying that a very strong group wants a war against the G-Clan?" said G-Clan. He didn't even dare think about that. The G-Clan had existed in the Holy City for such a long time. Someone wanted to start a war against them? Nobody dared imagine the consequences. That person lowered his head, he didn't dare speak. But from what he had witnessed, that was the case. It was impossible to know who those people were, and they hadn't left. Worse, there were more and more of them in the G-Clan's territory. They were everywhere, slaughtering people from the G-Clan. A strong wind started blowing. A silhouette flickered and appeared in the main hall. Ji Yun-song looked at Ji Yuan. "I've heard something terrible was happening?" "Uncle." Ji Yuan's looked at him, his mouth wide open. He was nervous and finally said, "Some mysterious group has encircled our clan. Many people have died already." "What did you say?" Ji Yun-song was astonished. Some people had encircled their clan? "A few celestial emperors have died, too," continued Ji Yuan, lowering his head. Explosive chi emerged from Ji Yun-song's body. "Inform Ancestor Dang Tian, make the gong clang. Call everyone who's outside back. Activate the Great Deployment Spell." Ji Yuan's face stiffened, he said, "Uncle, is it that bad?" The gong could be heard in all the small worlds of the G-Clan. It could also wake everybody up, even those who were practicing in isolation. The Great Deployment Spell could defend against invaders. "Ji Yuan, those people have encircled the G-Clan, an ancient holy clan. Do you think they're here to play games?" said Ji Yun-kong. It was an unparalleled catastrophe. Ji Yuan's mouth twitched. Ji Yun-song's way of dealing with the situation was natural. But how many people dared think that they were really in danger? They were an ancient holy clan, and had been in the holy city for such a long time. Who would dare think they could destroy them? "Go now," said Ji Yun-kong. Ji Yuan nodded and left. After a short time, the gong clanged, and everybody heard it in the G-Clan. All the small worlds of the G-Clan trembled. A very old senior official of the G-Clan was in his own small world, practicing cultivation. At that moment, the gong made all the small worlds tremble. He suddenly opened his eyes and golden empty space energies flashed. He suddenly looked stupefied. The alarm gong just clanged? It hasn't clanged for so many years, that. At the same time, in another small world, an old man with white hair sleeping in the grass suddenly opened his eyes. He had many wrinkles, he was very old, but his chi was terrifying. His eyes looked as sharp as swords. He had lived for a long time, and he hadn't managed to become a saint. Now someone was attacking his clan. Everybody in the G clan was panicking. At that moment, the other clans of the Holy City didn't know anything, because everything had happened so suddenly. Powerful clans were confident and less vigilant. For example, did the shrines need to think about what would happen in case of sudden attack? No. Therefore, when someone else attacked suddenly and by surprise, it was difficult to react quickly. A few hours later, many people were panicking because there were corpses everywhere, and nobody was picking them up. After people were killed, nobody came to avenge them. It was something unimaginable. The Ji Dang Tian's ancestor, Ji Dang Tian, looked glum. A short time before, a saint emperor of the Ji clan had gone on a trip and had been killed. He had sensed bestial qi. Now everybody sensed bestial qi within the Ji clan. The one who had killed the saint emperor and those who were slaughtering their people on their territory were probably from the same group. But the Ji clan didn't understand who their enemies were, was under great pressure. Finally, qi enveloped the whole clan. Everybody sensed a terrifying bestial qi and death strength. They had the impression they were all going to die. Who dares offend the Ji clan? Shouted Ji Dang Tian, extremely loudly. Everybody heard him within the territory of the Ji clan. They didn't even know who their enemy was. A silhouette rose up in the air after a short time, accompanied by faint rumbles of thunder. That person's face was pitch black. He looked expressionless while slaughtering people from the Ji clan with explosive bursts of power. It was an incredible thing to see. The buildings of the Ji clan were turning to ashes one after another. Someone was trying to wipe the Ji clan off the map of the Holy City. At the same time, strong cultivators had sealed the whole territory. Nobody could enter or leave. The strong cultivators of the Ji clan saw that, of course, and their hearts were pounding. How terrifying! Something horrible was happening in the Ji clan. The enemies wanted to destroy them. Oh my! What is going on? Murmured a celestial emperor. He released his godly awareness and inspected the region. He couldn't believe his eyes. All the members of the Ji clan were trembling. Had the Ji clan offended some terrifying cultivators? Why did these people want to destroy them? Ji Dang Tian ordered some strong cultivators to protect the inner palaces. He glanced around and looked at the faces of the members of the Ji clan, feeling extremely sad. His poor kin, they might be destroyed for real. Their enemies were extremely fast. They had already destroyed everything across huge distances. Now they were moving towards the depths of the clan. Finally, Ji Dang Tian saw them. He rose up into the air and asked, "Who wants to destroy our clan? Can we at least know that before fighting?" "Continue killing them," ordered another voice coldly. Their enemies started entering the castles. Ji Dang Tian gazed into the distance and saw someone in black clothes. He couldn't see his face. "Activate the Great Deployment Spell," said Ji Dang Tian coldly. Dazzling lights filled the air. The inner city of the Ji clan was shining brightly. Destructive strength rolled forth. Ji Dang Tian shouted, "Let's kill them!" The battle suddenly became explosive. It was a great war. As it started, the other clans of the Holy City finally started hearing about it. A mysterious group had started a war against the Ji clan. They wanted to destroy the Ji clan. Many people from different ancient holy clans gathered together. Among them, some people who had tried to kill Lin Feng back in the days were present: Yuan Taishan, Ng Zichu, and Pei Chongyang. "Do you know who the intruders are?" asked Ng Zichu. "We don't, the territory has been sealed. A great battle is taking place in the inner part of the Ji clan. The atmosphere is sealed so we can't hear anything, but a terrifying group wants to destroy the Ji clan," reported Pei Chongyang, looking grave and stern. If the invaders could pose a threat to the Ji clan, they could pose a threat to their ancient holy clans, as well. Who wanted to destroy the G-Clan? And did they intend to destroy the G-Clan only? Or were other people in danger? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2302, The G-Clan's Destruction. Chapter 2302, The G-Clan's Destruction. The battle in the G-Clan was explosive. The weakest people on the battlefield were high-level emperors. The G-Clan had sent any people weaker than that to the small worlds. They would have died instantly otherwise. Their mysterious enemies were divided into two groups. One of the armies looked like a group of gods from hell. Their death strength was incredible. Their death cosmic energies killed many people instantly. The strong cultivators of the G-Clan didn't even have time to fight against them, because each time they got close, the death strength killed them instantly. Feng knew what it felt like to face such an army because he had experienced it in the celestial country on the battlefield. The other army was an army of beasts. Bestial chi dashed to the skies around them. They didn't use spells or techniques, they just crushed their enemies with pure strength. Both armies were complementary. The G-Clan had existed for a very long time, and was strong, that went without saying. Their great deployment spell was destructive, and they also controlled destructive Tao. Within the great deployment spell, their strength was intensified. But even with the help of the deployment spell, at the same cultivation level, the members of the G-Clan realized that their efforts were still in vain. The great deployment spell didn't gain them the advantage. It made them realize that even ancient holy clans were not invincible. Everybody in the holy city considered the G-Clan extremely strong, but when facing such an army, they felt extremely weak. The army of gods of hell was composed of geniuses Feng had captured in the celestial country, then turned into demon puppets. They were the most talented geniuses of the celestial country. After capturing them, Feng had made them study all sorts of ancient scriptures, including the celestial evolution holy scriptures. Feng hadn't spared any efforts. Since great emperors couldn't go to the celestial country anymore, Feng had made his demon puppets practice in the continent of the Nine Clouds. Regarding the bestial army, it was composed of heroic beasts of the king of the 10,000 beasts world. They were terrifyingly strong. Of course, Feng hadn't brought the best of the best, such as Saint Emperors. He made them go to the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds because his clone had already heard that the Fire Shrine wanted Feng to get married to one of their members. He had also informed the Fortune Shrine that those people were coming, and that they had to get prepared. The people he had taken to the holy city were enough to do what he wanted there. Great emperors kept dying, even some great emperors in Feng's army. However, he looked unmoved. He wanted the strongest heroes, and those who survived were the strongest ones. He needed to have heroes on his side so that he'd be able to deal with the shrine someday. Someone prevented Ji Dang Tian from attacking Feng. The strong cultivators on Ji Dang Tian's side were also under control. However, Ji Dang Tian was staring at Feng, who he believed was the leader of the invading troops. At that moment, Feng finally moved. He turned into a beam of light and death intent filled the air around him. People exploded one after another. Great emperors, celestial emperors, all were surrounded by death strength, and then they turned into corpses and fell from the sky. As they fell, other intruders crushed their bodies to mush. That's perfect Tao strength? Ji Dang Tian's face turned deathly pale. The mysterious cultivator in black clothes had finally attacked, and killed so many people at once. "Ancestor, kill him!" shouted Ji Dang Tian furiously. In the distance, an old man with white hair and many wrinkles came out of a castle. When he looked at Feng had the impression he was carrying the whole world on his shoulders. Perfect destructive Tao. Feng frowned. That person's Tao had reached the maximum level. "Die," said Feng. His eyes were filled with death intent. He stared at the old man. Death intent started corroding the old man's life instantly. He was very old, already at the end of his life, death had already started corroding his body. "Those who kill the members of the G clan should die," said the old man. After that, explosion sounds spread in the air. Beasts exploded one after another. His attack was terrifying. "That's the trump card of the G clan?" An old man who's about to die, thought Lin Feng with a frown. He and a puppet threw themselves at the old man. "Piss off!" shouted the white-haired old man. He punched out in the puppet's direction. There was an explosion, and the puppet was smashed away. However, it didn't explode, and it wasn't injured either. The old man was astonished. But at that moment, Lin Feng landed in front of him and a perfect death dao shot towards him, while a sword also appeared in front of him. The old man was startled. Even though he was terrifyingly strong and controlled Dao at the highest level, he had failed to become a saint. He was too old. He couldn't endure much strength anymore. When he saw Lin Feng's death Dao and deadly sword, he felt desperate, and couldn't dodge. The old man shouted out and moved. However, Lin Feng's ruler's sword crashed onto his body and destroyed it thoroughly. However, his soul abandoned his body, and he escaped. "I don't know how the Ji clan offended such a strong cultivator as you, but Ji Yashan, will not let you destroy the Ji clan that easily. Even if you're talented, today, you'll have to die," said the blurry soul. Dao power filled the air. It was aimed at anyone who wasn't a member of the Ji clan. It was an incredible thing to see. "Ancestor!" Ji Dang Tian looked at the old man and shuddered with fear and despair. Who was this enemy? The old man had decided to sacrifice himself to kill their enemies. The soul darted towards Lin Feng. The earth and the sky were trembling as Lin Feng sensed a terrifying soul strength surround him. Lin Feng raised his head and saw a gigantic and terrifying silhouette. The old man wanted to use his most powerful attack against him. It felt like the earth and the sky were attacking him. "Die!" shouted the silhouette furiously. Lin Feng sensed his soul tremble. He hadn't underestimated the trump card of the Ji clan. Lin Feng flashed forwards, his chi boiling. He released millions of death stamps. His enemy's soul had fused together with the earth and the sky, but Lin Feng could still attack him. The old man was taking a huge risk to try to kill Lin Feng. 9 words appeared around Lin Feng, and he turned into a demon. He stood his ground steadfastly, doing all he could to resist that terrifying destructive strength. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng coughed up blood, but continued attacking. He kept releasing death stamps. The atmosphere around him distorted, and everything around him smelled like death. His enemy was weak, he was too old, and was already approaching death before this battle. Terrifying explosions echoed non-stop. Lin Feng sensed a destructive punch move towards him. He shouted furiously and rose up into the air again. He called out with a sigh, "Rest in peace." The old man heard Lin Feng's sigh. That sigh was the result of someone who had lived for a very, very long time, someone who had experienced all the king of the 10,000 beasts' lives and his own, and the countless ones he had dreamed of. Lin Feng condensed more strength. He used an attack he had created himself after reading the scriptures in the fortune shrine. He could see his enemy's consciousness and soul. He wanted to destroy them thoroughly. His enemy's soul became much weaker. Millions of death stamps continued assaulting him. His destructive strength kept weakening. Finally, he sighed and asked, "Tell me who you are. Why do you want to destroy the Ji clan?" He knew that it was too late, that the Ji clan was going to be destroyed no matter what. He also thought of his life, and when he was young. If he hadn't been so old, he would have killed Lin Feng, but now it was too late. He couldn't stop Lin Feng. The Ji clan was doomed. "Who are you?" said Ji Dang Tian. He was injured too, and staring at Lin Feng. He looked furious and shouted, "Why do I have the feeling you're from Champion University? I told you, someday, if I became strong, I'd destroy the Ji clan. Now, I came back for that reason, said Lin Feng indifferently. The strong cultivators of the Ji clan were staring at him, the man in black clothes. Lin Feng raised his head and took off his costume. He threw it away and showed his real face. How is this possible? Ji Dang Tian didn't believe his eyes. He feared that Lin Feng would become strong in the future, but he hadn't thought it would be in such a short time. How was this possible? Lin Feng. The strong cultivators of the Ji clan were all astonished and staring at him. Lin Feng, a moment before, had fought against the ancestor of their clan. It's me, Lin Feng. Back then, the Ji clan harassed me and tried to kill me. Today, I'm here to destroy the Ji clan, stated Lin Feng pitilessly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2303, Opening a Sect. Chapter 2303, Opening a Sect. Today, I'm here to destroy the Ji clan, said Lin Feng coldly. Ji Dang Tian was trembling. Things had happened so fast. Lin Feng's allies all showed their real faces. Ji Dang Tian was astonished and said, as expected, people from Champion University. Ancestor Shi Tian. Back then, you encircled Champion University, you wanted to kill our disciple. Ji Dang Tian, do you remember that? Said Ancestor Shi Tian coldly. Ji Dang Tian was astonished. Champion University had come back to get their revenge, and helped Lin Feng settle accounts with them. Champion University hadn't forgotten how humiliating that was. So the Ji clan was the first one, said Ji Dang Tian. He said, you sealed the whole territory because you didn't want the 3 other ancient holy clans to join hands to fight against you. If some saint emperors show up though, Champion University is going to be in trouble. Ji Dang Tian shouted furiously, go and kill. He suddenly rose up in the air, but at that moment, the puppet reappeared and punched him. The earth and the sky trembled. Ancestor Shi Tian grunted coldly. He rose up into the air as well. Lin Feng released death stamps in an endless tide. His death Dao also filled the air. Everything became black as death around them. The wind howled furiously around Lin Feng. The Ji clan's ancestor's soul condensed into a silhouette again and headed towards Lin Feng. He was struggling not to die. You're already about to die, why are you still here? Said Lin Feng coldly. A terrifying absorbing strength appeared, a dragon started chanting. The absorbing strength filled the air, the soul strength turned into a beam of light and penetrated into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng coughed up some blood, but remained calm. He absorbed the old man's soul thoroughly. The strong cultivators of the Ji clan looked desperate. Lin Feng's death Dao reached across the sky. The strong cultivators of the Ji clan looked devastated, collapsing one after another. Back then, they had sent some great emperors to kill Lin Feng, and now he was killing them all. Nobody had thought such a thing would happen back then. The Ji clan was wiped off the map of the holy city by a mysterious group of strong cultivators, in less than 1 day. Ashes from bodies and burning buildings flew in the wind above the holy city. Many people were standing on the former territory of the Ji clan, but there was nothing left, no more lofty buildings, no more magnificent palaces, no more life. An ancient holy clan had been destroyed between 1 day and the next. I can't believe it's true, said someone standing above the ruins. He downed a bottle of alcohol and burped. Who could have destroyed an ancient holy clan? Many people were shaking. In only 1 day, the Ji clan had been destroyed. Everybody already knew about it in the holy city. Many people couldn't believe it their eyes, though. Many people who lived far away even learned about that and came to check. Something incredible had happened in the holy city. Many people from all sorts of ancient holy clans came to see the ruins. How scary! Many wondered aloud, What could we do if that mysterious group of people attacked us? Would we end up like the G clan? Many people felt an unseen pressure now. A few ancestors gathered together in the Celestial Mountains. 6 people were playing chess. The G clan has been destroyed, said an ancestor, putting down his piece. He sounded calm, but his voice also trembled a little. Sure Tian and Xian Tian helped. I've heard that Lin Feng killed an ancestor of the G clan, said another ancestor. He was still shocked. First at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and in less than 20 years, he can kill Saint Emperors. Had any of you ever thought such a terrifying cultivator would study at Champion University someday? Sure Tian said they will probably attack the 3 other ancient holy clans. I think they want to do it faster this time, so they will just destroy all the obstacles, said another ancestor. Everybody was dumbstruck. At that moment, someone threw a piece away, stood up, turned around, and stated, I'm going to see Sure Tian. The others were startled. One of them stood up and said, they must need people, Champion University can do things big this time. He also left. Very quickly, only 2 ancestors were left, Ancestor Zhu Tian and Ancestor Dong Tian. They were good friends. Xu Tian, back in the day, you supported Ji Chang and you didn't like Lin Feng that much, said Ancestor Dong Tian. Ancestor Zhu Tian's face stiffened. It was true. He just remained silent, though. Yesterday, I learned from Shen Tian, after persisting, that they intend to do something for Lin Feng after the whole situation calms down, said Ancestor Dong Tian. Therefore, old buddy, think carefully. You missed an opportunity because you lack a sense of judgment. Now it's an opportunity for Xian Tian, and his friend, Lin Feng, is an opportunity. Ancestor Dong Tian sighed and stood up. He gazed into the distance and said, admitting we were wrong is nothing shameless. After that, he disappeared and left Ancestor Zhu Tian alone to just blankly look at the chessboard. The Ji clan had been destroyed for a few days already. Many ancient holy clans were getting ready to be attacked. They also dispatched people to investigate that group of terrifying cultivators. However, that terrifying group was dangerous and cruel. Each time they noticed someone was investigating them, they killed them mercilessly. The ancient holy clans couldn't even avenge those they lost. It was night, and many strong cultivators from Champion University entered the Yuan clan, including some ancestors. The Yuan clan had already prepared. They wiped out everything on their way. Very quickly, the Yuan clan, who had joined hands with the Ji clan in the past, was almost completely destroyed. Yuan Taishan roared furiously and glanced around at the strong cultivators who were encircling him. Why? Who are you? Asked Yuan Taishan, all covered with blood. He kept shaking and shouting. The people in front of him looked mysterious, their faces were covered. When he saw some people behind them, he suddenly laughed frantically. Oh my, that's the will of heaven then. I never thought such a thing would happen. It's the will of heaven. Come. A mighty chi swept out and overwhelmed him. Very quickly, Yuan Taishan's body disappeared. After destroying the Yuan clan, some people cleaned up the mess and the others went straight to the Ying clan. Like the wind sweeps away leaves on the ground, those cultivators swept away the ancient holy clan's members. 3 days later, some news spread in the holy city about the ancient holy clans. The ancient holy clans were still worried. The Ji clan had been destroyed, then some other ancient holy clans had followed them. Such a thing had never happened in the holy city. Many people were starting to think that those mysterious people were backed up by Champion University, because the ancient clans which had been destroyed were the Ji clan, the Pei clan, the Ying clan and the Yuan clan. Those 4 ancient clans, many years before, had sent some saint emperors and had them encircle Champion University. Such a thing had been humiliating for Champion University, but... However, a spectacular palace had appeared in the holy city, and many people gasped with amazement when they saw it. For ancient holy clans had been destroyed, and now, suddenly, a new group had appeared out of nowhere. People were astonished. After a few days, the news that it was Tiantai's new headquarters spread through the city. Tiantai had established itself in the holy city. They used to be a small group in Champion University, and now they were a real sect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2304, 9 Cauldrons for the Champion. Chapter 2304, 9 Cauldrons for the Champion. Tiantai was now a genuine sect in the city. The news astonished everybody in the holy city. For incredible ancient holy clans had been destroyed by a mysterious group, and now Tiantai was rising in the holy city. Many people were wondering whether there was a connection between those two things. Cultivators really had the power to make things change if they were strong enough. Even though it was easier for them to destroy than to create, this time, Tiantai and Champion University could do something great. Creating a sect in a short time was no problem at all. These days, Tiantai had thousands of disciples. There were also many young people with diverse backgrounds who wanted to join Tiantai. In only 7 days, incredible buildings stood lofty at the top of mountains. There was a gigantic waterfall, forests, grass. Of course, they needed more buildings. A sect was like a small country. In countries, there were many small worlds, and if Tiantai wanted, they could also create their own small worlds. On that day, Tiantai really started rising. Many people came to congratulate them, and many other people also came to see if anything bad was going to happen or not. Tiantai, a small group which had started in Champion University, now drew everyone's attention in the holy city. There was a celestial flight of stairs. Emperor Shi and Emperor Yu were standing there, their clothes fluttering in the wind. They both smiled. Back in the day, they had created Tiantai in order to break free from the small world. They had done all they could, and had taken great risks. There were some disciples from Tiantai who they had never found again. They had the feeling life was just a dream. They had gone through so much. They had never thought that someday, Tiantai would become a powerful group in the holy city, a legendary place to people in the small world. All their disciples were standing under them on the flight of stairs. They all looked extraordinary, brave, outstanding, and experienced, especially those standing just under them from the first batch, the direct disciples. Some people were already great emperors. The air whistled as someone arrived. It was a group of people carrying cauldrons. 8 people carried one cauldron. Each cauldron seemed to weigh millions of gene. Those are strong cultivators from Champion University, great emperors. Many people were astonished. Monarchic Battle Cauldrons. A strong cultivator from Celestial Godly University frowned. His eyes glittered sharply. Indeed, monarchic battle cauldrons. The people from Ancient University were astonished too. Monarchic battle cauldrons are symbols of Champion University. 81 monarchic battle cauldrons have been created. People who receive monarchic battle cauldrons have much higher positions than people who have their statues in Champion University or champions. It's a supreme honor. Even the ancestors of Champion University haven't received monarchic battle cauldrons, murmured someone. Few people knew about the monarchic battle cauldrons, so when they heard that, they all shivered. The monarchic battle cauldrons had an incredible meaning, so why had they taken them out today, the day of Tiantai's inauguration into the holy city? There were 9 monarchic battle cauldrons, and great emperors were carrying them. Tiantai appeared in Champion University, but now they are not really part of the university anymore. They are a sect in the holy city. However, there should be a link between them and Champion University. Champion University is giving them monarchic battle cauldrons to tell everyone that Tiantai is important for Champion University. It's almost a part of them, was many people's opinion. Since when was Tiantai so important to Champion University? Champion University congratulates Tiantai, proclaimed a loud voice. Everybody in the holy city heard the words. 72 great emperors were carrying monarchic battle cauldrons, and they all congratulated Tiantai. However, they didn't give the cauldrons as presents, they put them in 9 different locations. "Thank you very much, Champion University," replied Mu Chen with a wide smile. He had never thought Champion University would be so kind to them. He was also astonished when he learned how important the cauldrons were. "You're too polite. We're all here to congratulate you as expected," said a loud voice from the horizon. A group of strong cultivators arrived. They all looked enigmatic and unfathomable, the ancestors of Champion University. When the crowd saw them, they shivered. It was rare to see such people, especially at the same time, and now they were all here. What was going on? "You're too kind, ancestors," said Mu Chen. He was dumbstruck. He couldn't believe his eyes. He hadn't thought they'd come and congratulate Tiantai personally. The other universities were stunned. Why was Tiantai so important? "No need to pay attention to us old people, you can continue," Ancestor Shi Tian smiled as he moved aside. Mu Chen and Emperor Yu looked at the crowd, their disciples, and then gazed into the distance. "From now on, Tiantai is a sect in the holy city," declared Mu Chen and Emperor Yu loudly. They weren't as strong as their disciples, but they were the founders of the sect. Nobody dared say anything about that. Lin Feng was among the other disciples, but he didn't come out. Even though a long time had passed, and even though the probability that the shrines had people in the lower world was small, he couldn't show himself. He couldn't give the shrines an opportunity to find him. But now everything was perfect. The ancient holy clans who threatened him had been destroyed, and Tiantai had been created in the holy city. Lin Feng was really happy. Lin Feng knew some terrifying cultivators now. The shrines remained vigilant. Lin Feng was convinced that the shrines didn't want to lose their people's lives for nothing. The members of the fire shrine wanted to use Qing Feng to find him, because she had accepted getting married to one of their members to help Lin Feng. Nobody could refute her promise. The 8 ancestors glanced at one another. Ancestor Shi Tian stepped forward and said, "Today, we didn't come just to congratulate Tiantai. We also came for Champion University students, for the ceremony of the Great Champion." Ceremony of the Great Champion? The crowd was astonished. Back then, Lin Feng could have been a champion, but he hadn't, and now they wanted to declare him a champion? Since Lin Feng was first and foremost one of Tiantai's disciples, and he became a student of Champion University afterwards, now that Tiantai is here, we'll organize the ceremony here. Apart from Lin Feng's statue in Champion University, we'll also have another one made of him for Tiantai. Is that all right? Ancestor Shi Tian asked, smiling at Emperor Yu and Mu Chen. Of course it's all right, answered the two, shaking their heads and smiling. They were extremely happy. Champion University was organizing a champion ceremony for Lin Feng. Good, smiled Ancestor Shi Tian. In the distance, some people rose up in the air. A gigantic statue appeared. Many students from Champion University were behind it. Where should we put it? Asked Ancestor Shi Tian to Mu Chen. There, if possible, said Mu Chen, pointing at the center of the main public square. He was a hero to Tiantai, so that place was perfect. Good. Ancestor Shi Tian smiled and waved his hand. Champion University students took the statue to the plaza center and slowly put it down. It was 100 meters high. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He hadn't thought Champion University would do this. Today is the ceremony. There will be no champion crown, only monarchic battle cauldrons. The 9 cauldrons are Lin Feng's crowns, said Ancestor Shi Tian. The 72 cultivators put the 9 cauldrons in front of the statue. Lin Feng looked like a peerless and heroic warrior. Champion University officially announces that Lin Feng is the champion, the king of the continent of the 9 clouds. said Ancestor Shi Tian loudly. The crowd shivered. He had not said Champion University, he had said the continent of the 9 clouds. The members of Celestial Godly University, Ancient University, and Four Seasons University all pulled a long face. Some smiled coldly on the inside. King of the continent of the 9 clouds? How arrogant! How insolent! Spoke up someone instantly. How could Champion University decide who the king of the continent of the 9 clouds was? Could Lin Feng be considered the king of the continent of the 9 clouds just because he had finished first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2305, Pressure. Chapter 2305, Pressure. Calling someone the king of the continent of the 9 clouds was a bit funny actually. The continent of the 9 clouds was extremely vast, who could be considered its king? And now that Champion University dared call Lin Feng the king of the continent of the 9 clouds, it meant they considered everybody else beneath their notice. Lin Feng was astonished too. He hadn't thought they'd proclaim him as both champion and king of the continent of the 9 clouds. But since they did it, he just smiled indifferently. It was just a title on top of that, and Lin Feng didn't really care about titles. Besides, Lin Feng was more ambitious than that. He didn't care about being strong in the continent of the 9 clouds, he wanted to be at the very top, he wanted to dominate the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. However, Lin Feng was surprised because Champion University had dared call him the champion of the continent of the 9 clouds. Didn't they care about the other universities? The other universities were angry about it, but Lin Feng didn't care about that. His state of mind had changed, they didn't scare him anymore. Tiantai is nothing. They're just a small group of disciples from Champion University. Tiantai is a tiny group in the Holy City. Champion University organizing such a ceremony is a bit over the top. Aren't you afraid of losing your credibility? Spat a strong cultivator of Celestial Godly University coldly. Celestial Godly University also had an incredible cultivator, Chu Chun Xiu, but they didn't organize such an ceremony for him. Of course, if Chu Chun Xiu came back to Celestial Godly University, they would organize a great party, that was obvious. Does it have anything to do with you? Said Ancestor Shi Tian, turning to him. Today, it's Tiantai's creation. Anyone can come to watch, nobody forced anyone to come. People who are here to congratulate them. If you don't like what you see here, piss off. The strong cultivator of Celestial Godly University was astonished and grimaced. Champion University and Celestial Godly University were both universities in the Holy City, and Champion University was talking to Celestial Godly University that way because of Tiantai. It was extremely humiliating. Good, Champion University, good. Of course, what you do has nothing to do with me. But I was just worried about you because everybody in the Holy City is going to make fun of you. Lin Feng is not even here, and not only are you offering cauldrons in his honor, but you're also proclaiming him king of the continent of the 9 clouds. Don't you feel ashamed? Your ancestors must be alive. Have they ever been called king of the continent of the 9 clouds? Retorted the strong cultivator of Celestial Godly University coldly. The members of Celestial Godly University were all staring at him. Ancestor Shi Tian said coldly, Tiantai and Champion University are allies. If anyone dares insult and humiliate Tiantai again, Champion University will take it personally, and will kill them. Energies started building up with whistles. Everyone was astonished. Champion University dared act that aggressively in front of Celestial Godly University. As expected, the strong cultivator of Celestial Godly University shut his mouth. He couldn't fight against the 8 ancestors of the Champion University. Ancestor Shi Tian turned around and the ancestors landed on the ground. They appeared in front of Tiantai's disciples in a line. Lin Feng, Champion University proclaims you a king today, said Ancestor Shi Tian smiled. Everybody was stupefied. Was Lin Feng there? Lin Feng? Where was Lin Feng? The crowd turned around and looked at the members of Tian Tai. Was he in there? Even the students of Champion University and many disciples from Tian Tai looked for Lin Feng. Was he there? Lin Feng? Some strong cultivators from various powerful groups shivered. If Lin Feng was there, it meant that he was there when the 4 ancient holy clans had been destroyed. Back then, there were tensions between Lin Feng and them. Maybe the legends are true, that Champion University destroyed the 4 ancient holy clans. They wanted to avenge Lin Feng because he's now a disciple of the Fortune Shrine and he's talented? Ventured some people. Regarding the destruction of the 4 ancient holy clans, those were details only known to insiders. Lin Feng smiled wryly. He couldn't hide anymore, his face changed and he raised his head, taking off his robe. It's brother Lin Feng, indeed. He looks just like that statue. Brother Lin Feng, he's back in the holy city, and we didn't know it. How handsome. Just like the statue. And he looks extraordinarily strong. The students of Champion University were amazed. Lin Feng was a member of Champion University, just like them. He had achieved so much, he had amazed the whole city back in the days, and now Champion University called him the king of the continent of the 9 clouds. That wasn't necessary, Ancestor, said Lin Feng, shaking his head with a smile. You refused to become a champion back in the days, now you're a king. Isn't it great? Ancestor Shi Tian smiled. Lin Feng was touched and moved. The ancestors were strong and with their support, Tian Tai would face less trouble. Tian Tai and Champion University could become terrifying groups in the holy city together. Lin Feng! Shouted someone at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and saw Ancestor Zhu Tian. Ancestor Zhu Tian said, back then, my sense of judgment failed me, and I failed to see how strong and talented you were. I feel guilty and ashamed. If I offended you back in the days, I'm very sorry. I'm happy that you've become the king of the continent of the 9 clouds now. An ancestor of Champion University was apologizing to Lin Feng publicly. Champion University's disciples were astonished. Was Lin Feng that strong, powerful, and influential already? An ancestor of Champion University was apologizing to Lin Feng publicly. Don't mention it, those were insignificant things, Lin Feng smiled. He really didn't take them to heart, and he had gotten rid of Ji Chang a long time ago. Now the ancestor had apologized in front of everybody, Lin Feng couldn't blame him for anything. Ancestor Zhu Tian smiled in relief and nodded approval. Lin Feng, I hope you'll become the real king of the continent of the 9 clouds soon. Lin Feng smiled, but said nothing. The ancestors already talked to Lin Feng like someone who had the same social status. Lin Feng had become that influential. Lin Feng is in the holy city, said someone at that moment. Many new people appeared. The ancestors of Champion University were startled. Some of the most powerful cultivators of the other universities had arrived. It means that Champion University destroyed the 4 ancient holy clans, said a strong cultivator at that moment. Champion University went too far, they said coldly. Lin Feng frowned. Tian Tai is just a bunch of young people, and now Champion University is supporting them like this. But you're only doing it because Lin Feng finished first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and is now a member of the Fortune Shrine. You're using your students to get closer to the shrines. How shameless. Those people sounded really angry, as if they were there to punish Champion University. Everybody, today is Tian Tai's inauguration day, can you talk about those things another time? Asked Mu Chen. The disciples of Tian Tai all pulled long faces. Shut up. Who do you think you are to talk to me, you weakling? Said that person coldly. He released oppressive energies, which surrounded Mu Chen. Mu Chen took a few steps backwards. Humph. You think that because Champion University helped you set up in the city center, you're really strong? Don't overestimate yourselves, said someone else. These people had come with a goal, to confront Champion University. These last few years, because of Lin Feng's reputation, many geniuses had decided to study at Champion University. Now that Tiantai had been established in the Holy City, Lin Feng's influence was expanding even more. With Champion University, they could become too influential. It would have bad consequences for the 3 other universities. Therefore, they wanted to put pressure on them. Of course, they couldn't attack Lin Feng directly, verbally, or physically, because he was a disciple of the Fortune Shrine. Therefore, they didn't talk to him. However, they didn't know that by insulting Mu Chen, they had already infuriated Lin Feng. He could be patient, he could ignore a lot of things, but he couldn't tolerate other people insulting his fellow disciples, teachers, family members. And the gratitude he had for his 2 teachers couldn't be described with words. The universities have access to more information than ancient holy clans. Maybe they know things people don't regarding the destruction of the ancient holy clans, arose the whispers, especially those from other ancient holy clans. They were happy to see that the 3 other universities put some pressure on Champion University. You're insolent, said Ho Qinglin and the other disciples of Tiantai. They were furious. The direct disciples of Tiantai were all like Lin Feng, they couldn't let anyone insult their teachers. They cared about their teachers more than about themselves. What? Tiantai, a new and tiny little group, wants to see how strong they are in comparison with us universities? Replied one of them coldly. Tiantai? We can easily destroy it. Say that again, said a voice coldly. The crowd turned around and saw Lin Feng slowly rise up into the air. Lin Feng, the one who had ranked first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, hadn't shown up in the holy city for a long time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2306, Astonishing Battle. Chapter 2306, Astonishing Battle. According to legends, back in the days, Lin Feng had fought alone against 8 geniuses, and had crushed them. Back then, Lin Feng had killed Ji Chang. Back then, Lin Feng finished first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds and amazed the whole continent. Those were only some of Lin Feng's achievements. People in the holy city were still astonished by his deeds. Now, Lin Feng was a disciple of the Fortune Shrine, and terrifyingly talented. His position had changed. No wonder Champion University attached so much importance to him and called him a king. However, from what the crowd could see, even though Lin Feng was extremely talented, 20 years had passed since he had finished first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds, and he had only become a celestial emperor. How could he fight against saint emperors? The strong cultivators of the Fortune Shrine weren't going to come and help him. But at that moment, Lin Feng rose up into the air and threatened some saint emperors. The universities of the holy city were much stronger than the ancient holy clans. However, Lin Feng didn't mind. He looked at that saint emperor icily, his eyes filled with murder. The saint emperor frowned. Did Lin Feng want to die? Humph. That person grunted coldly, staring at Lin Feng, and said, "Why would I repeat myself? I don't think Tiantai wants to see who's stronger between them and us, anyway. Even though you're talented, you'll still need another 30 years at least before being qualified to stand in front of me." 30 years? Ancestor Sher Tian smiled coldly. The 8 ancestors stepped forwards and released a terrifying qi. The strong cultivators who had just arrived were stupefied, staring at the ancestors of Champion University. Would they dare fight against the 3 other universities? However, the 8 ancestors of Champion University surrounded the one who had just insulted Mu Chen and looked at him coldly. The only person facing him directly was Lin Feng. Lin Feng released cold energies, and death strength surrounded him. Everything became gray around him. What's going on? The Saint Emperors of the other universities were astonished. It was so cold, their souls were shaking. The death intent was penetrating into their bodies. Lin Feng's death Tao filled the air. Black lights twinkled everywhere. The Saint Emperor's face turned deathly pale and gray. Maximum level Tao, that's, his heart was pounding. How could Lin Feng's Tao be at the maximum level? It meant that he met one of the requirements to become a saint already. Maximum level Tao. With the power of his mind, he could destroy whole cities in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng took a step forwards, and 2, and 3. Each time he took a step forwards, the Saint Emperor heard a funeral bell clang in his head. However, he was a Saint Emperor, his vitality and intent were incredible and explosive. He started expelling the death strength from his body. Suddenly, the source of the 9 netherworlds appeared and collided with the death strength. People on the ground were astonished. That's Brother Lin Feng, he's so strong. In such a short time, he's able to fight against Saint Emperors. The students of Champion University were astonished and amazed. No wonder he had finished first at the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds. He was terrifyingly strong and talented. Would he really need 30 more years to compete with the Saint Emperor? It wasn't over. A peerless king weapon strength emerged from Lin Feng's body and condensed into a sword in the sky, and he infused godly strength into it. That sword vibrated and fused together with death strength. Lin Feng's chi surged, he used his full strength to condense that sword. Nobody knew how powerful that sword attack was. Path of a cultivation god, forbidden strength, unmatched sword. It felt like the whole world was about to turn into a sword. The Saint Emperor kept releasing chi, but he was oppressed, and his chi was weakening. The ancestors of Champion University who encircled him were completely astonished. Was that Lin Feng's own strength? He was already so strong? Lin Feng's robe was fluttering in the wind. People around didn't look at him as a student of Champion University or a disciple of Tian Tai anymore. With his strength, he could be the patriarch of a sect, or a great scholar respected for learning and integrity. His sword looked like the sword of a god. 30 years, you really think too highly of yourself, Lin Feng said calmly. He looked like a god. The strong cultivator of Celestial Godly University couldn't believe his eyes. Die, said Lin Feng. He condensed the strength of the 10,000 things of creation in his god sword, which streaked across the sky towards the strong cultivator of Celestial Godly University. The strong cultivator of Celestial Godly University shouted defiantly even as he sensed some cursing strength surround him. He couldn't see clearly anymore, he didn't know which side the sword was attacking from anymore. Sword lights glittered in front of him. This was one of Lin Feng's most powerful attacks. It contained all sorts of strength and had no weakness. It even diffused cursing and soundwave strength. When the Saint Emperor released an attack to protect himself, it was already too late. The crowd saw dazzling lights absorb the Saint Emperor and crush him, before he turned to smoke and dispersed. Lin Feng was standing in the sky, looking like a god. 30 years to compete with him? Repeated the crowd. How ridiculous. One sword attack and he had been defeated. From now on, one more sentence will be added to my university's ranking list. Champion University offered 9 cauldrons to Lin Feng, and he killed a Saint Emperor in one sword attack. Exclaimed some students of Champion University. They were very excited. This guy was their fellow disciple, and a peerless genius. Wait, so the 4 ancient holy clans, the crowd realized suddenly. Lin Feng had come back to destroy his old enemies? It was as if everything became clear all of a sudden. Brother Lin Feng had done that. Who was the mysterious army, though? At that moment, the strong cultivators of the other 3 universities were trembling. Lin Feng looked at them and said coldly, "Get down." The strong cultivators of the three universities grimaced. How insolent! However, they realized that Lin Feng had probably destroyed the four ancient holy clans, so they didn't dare act recklessly. The universities have existed for a long time. Some of them are like some ancient holy clans, they like to act arrogantly in front of other people, said Lin Feng evenly. A cold wind brushed against those people. What did Lin Feng mean? Get down. People from Four Seasons University descended from the sky, which made the crowd frown. Four Seasons University acknowledged Lin Feng? After that, Ancient University also descended from the sky. Lin Feng looked at the members of Celestial Godly University and finally, they descended from the sky. The crowd looked at Lin Feng and shivered. Lin Feng had become so influential that he could put pressure on three universities. He looked like a conquering hero. Everybody, in the future, you better assess your own strength properly before saying anything you could regret. Even if a group has existed in the holy city for thousands of years, they can be destroyed from one day to the next, Lin Feng went on patiently. The universities and ancient holy clans were all astonished. Had Lin Feng truly destroyed the four ancient holy clans? Tiantai is here now. Everybody else can leave, said Lin Feng indifferently. It was enough for the day. Lin Feng had also destroyed the four ancient holy clans for Tiantai to rise in peace. Now, they would be unstoppable. Some people left dispirited, some people left amazed. Some people stayed because they wanted to become members of Tiantai. Lin Feng left. He had shown how strong he was already, that was enough. He had to be careful because the shrines were looking for him. Lin Feng went back to Champion University. In the Celestial Mountains, there was a woman. She looked aloof from worldly strife like a celestial being. She looked happy, relaxed, and lighthearted and yet slightly cold. She was practicing cultivation. At that moment, she slowly opened her eyes and saw someone in the distance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2307, Ancient World. Chapter 2307, Ancient World. Shui Bagio looked at Lin Feng. He looked familiar, but she didn't recognize him. Ancestor Shi Tian was behind Lin Feng. He said to Lin Feng telepathically, in order not to disturb her cultivation, I won't make her remember the past. Her memory is getting worse and worse, she has no long-term memory anymore, and her short-term memory is also getting worse each day. But she seems to understand rules, and each time she senses she's about to forget what she was just experiencing, she comes back here to practice cultivation, but... Lin Feng was astonished and replied, does she practice cultivation faster and faster, though? If her memory was worsening, it could mean that she was practicing faster and faster. Indeed, she's becoming really strong. As she accumulates strength in her body with time, she becomes more and more terrifying, but each time, her cultivation resets. Anyway, I have to admit the selfless scriptures are truly fearsome, said Ancestor Shi Tian. He was astonished. He had thought that Shui Bagio would remember everything after breaking through to the Di-Chi layer, but she was already a celestial emperor, and her cultivation speed was unearthly. Some people in the outside world would be astonished by her cultivation speed, said Ancestor Shi Tian telepathically. Lin Feng nodded. Shu Chunxiu's speed was incredible already, but no wonder Shui Bagio was a reincarnation. She had forgotten her previous lives. That was an advantage compared to ordinary people who remembered their previous lives. However, during the first 20 years of her life, she hadn't progressed quickly at all. She will probably remember who she is when she breaks through to the Sheng-Di layer. She might even remember her previous lives, whispered Ancestor Shi Tian. Shui Bagio looked at Lin Feng and said, who are you? Why do I have the impression that I know you? I'm Lin Feng, we were good friends in the past, said Lin Feng, smiling at Shui Bagio. As expected, she had forgotten about him again. Lin Feng, repeated Shui Bagio. She whispered, "You look very familiar." Lin Feng smiled at Shui Bagio, "When you recover your memories, you will remember me." "Alright," Shui Bagio nodded. "Continue practicing cultivation so that you can recover your memories quickly," said Lin Feng calmly, before he and ancestor Shi Tian left. Shui Bagio focused on cultivation. She remembered nothing. Since she had decided to study the selfless scriptures in her previous life, she had no choice now. Lin Feng left the celestial mountain and went somewhere to meet Lang Yi. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng asked Lang Yi, who had just contacted him. "An elder of the World Clan wants to see you," Lang Yi said to Lin Feng. "Where?" Lin Feng was extremely surprised. Why would an elder of the World Clan want to see him? The World Clan was an ancient clan. In the past, they used to be like the Snow Clan, but then something had happened to them and they had to hide in dark clouds. They didn't seem to care about the outside world. "He's in Champion University already, where Tiantai used to be," said Lang Yi. "Let's go," Lin Feng agreed. What did that elder want from him? When they arrived, Lin Feng saw the elder from the World Clan. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being, he had a very long beard, and a robe with the 8 trigrams on it. He glanced at Lin Feng, smiled, and nodded. "So young and you can already kill Saint Emperors, you're extremely talented." "No need to be polite," Lin Feng smiled back. "Have a seat." "Alright," the elder nodded. He went on, "Lin Feng, we've heard about the things that happened to you in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. Appearance of a forbidden body, the shrines want to kill you, you're the shrine's first target now. So the World Clan isn't completely isolated from the outside world," Lin Feng noted, amused. "The World Clan has been silent for a very, very long time, but we have always wanted to rise again. How could we isolate ourselves from the outside world completely? Nowadays, Lang Yi, who has a king-type body, is slowly rising. I hope he will become extremely strong, and he'll help the World Clan come back to life," said the elder. Lin Feng inquired mildly, "So the World Clan is eager to come back to life, will you come out of the mountains?" "Indeed," said the elder, somewhat eagerly. "We want to march into the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. March into the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds." Lin Feng was astonished. The World Clan had been hiding for such a long time, had they accumulated so much strength already? "Do those things have anything to do with me?" asked Lin Feng. He was curious. The World Clan had been hiding for a very long time, and now they wanted to rise again, so why were they looking for him? He had good relations with the World Clan, but he was not very important at the scale of the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, his influence was limited there. On top of that, the shrines wanted to kill him. The World Clan needs someone to support them. "I would like to have you as an ally. If we go to the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds together, we'll be able to gain a firm foothold and establish ourselves. Your disguise abilities are incredible. If you disguise yourself and go to the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds with us, you can pretend you're from the World Clan. Wouldn't it be perfect?" That person grinned knowingly. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. The World Clan wanted to help him. If he did that, he would be able to avoid some trouble there. As the World Clan had disappeared for such a long time, even if there was a very strong cultivator among them, nobody would find it strange. But that wouldn't be useful for the World Clan at all? Lin Feng didn't understand why the World Clan wanted to do that. "In the past your wife was extremely strong. Now you're strong, we hope you can help us rise in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, the elder explained. Lin Feng was surprised. The World Clan probably knew he was a forbidden person. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Alright, since you are willing to do that, how could I refuse?" "I can't wait," agreed the strong cultivator of the World Clan cheerfully. Both of them smiled. They had an agreement. Lin Feng didn't know how strong the World Clan was just yet. He had already shown up in the Holy City. He couldn't stay here for too long. Each time he met his friends, it was for a short, yet wonderful time. Nobody in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds knew what Lin Feng had done in the Holy City, and even if some people learned about it, it would be too late already. In the northwest area of the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, the marriage alliance between the Fire Shrine and the Void Phoenix clan was still fermenting. Everybody in the northwest area knew what had happened between Lin Feng and the shrines. Because of Lin Feng, all the shrines had joined hands, and worse, the Fire Shrine had lost a saint. Now something extremely strange had happened in the northwest area. Suddenly, a new group had emerged. They were extremely strong, with an army of heroes. They instantly started competing with people from the northwest area, stealing resources and territories without the slightest scruple. But because they hadn't become as important as other holy sage ruler clans, people didn't really pay attention to them. Something else drew people's attention: a terrifyingly strong celestial emperor from the demon shrine was killed. All the shrines paid attention to that news item because that celestial emperor was a genius and had a great reputation in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. However, someone had killed him. Some people were even amused because the family name of the killer was Mo, a traditional family name in the demon shrine, and he had killed people from the demon shrine. After that, some people said that the one who had killed him wasn't famous. He was around 30 years old, and when he was only 20, he was already terrifyingly strong. He had started practicing cultivation as an infant. His Tao strength was incredible. In another world, Hell, he was famous. He was from the Hell Shrine, and in Hell, it was said that such geniuses only appeared every million years. Now he was in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds and fighting against other strong cultivators. His name was Mo Zhang, the demonic punisher. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2308, Mogia's Battle Stage. Chapter 2308, Mogia's Battle Stage. Some geniuses of the demon shrine were killed by the demonic punisher. Of course, they weren't going to leave the matter at that. However, since Mo Zhang the demonic punisher always killed people of the same cultivation level, the demon shrine couldn't send stronger cultivators to kill him. He was from the Hell Shrine, after all. But the demonic punisher couldn't just leave it be. A celestial emperor of the demon shrine invited many people. Of course, he also invited Mo Zhang. The crowd knew why. On that day, many people went to the meeting point, ancient demon city's Mogia's battle stage. According to legends, the founder of the demon shrine was a demon god, and he had fought on that battle stage. He had killed many people. He had become a symbol for many demon cultivators. The Mogia's battle stage was surrounded by 8 flags. On each flag, there was a demon shield and bloodstains. There were many strong cultivators around the battle stage. Gongs clanged ceaselessly. It was quite lively. Many extremely strong cultivators were present. Shui Jingxiao is with Dichan now. He is a genius from the Snow Clan who is now a member of the Ice and Snow Shrine. Lin Feng went to the Snow Clan and defeated him. The first of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds doesn't have an undeserved reputation. Many people were looking at someone from the Snow Clan, Shui Jingxiao. Next to him were Di Jiang and Di Chan, as well as some other strong cultivators of the Snow Clan. Brother Di Jiang, Brother Jingxiao, called out a few people at that moment. They were from the Fire Shrine, Huoxingzi and Huoshang. Brother Huoshang, are you not preparing Huoxingzi's wedding? How come you have time to come here? Asked Di Jiang with a warm smile. We're not in a rush. Mo Fu invited so many people, how could we miss the battles? Replied Huoshang cheerfully. Mo Fu was the one who wanted to fight against Mo Zhang. The demon shrine couldn't get involved directly, so people of the same generation had to solve the issue themselves. Those people were all famous and smart, they knew what to do. The shrines wouldn't get involved unless Lin Feng showed up, or unless things derailed. "He's here," said Di Jiang at that moment, gazing into the distance. A few new people had arrived, some strong cultivators of the demon shrine, and Mo Fu was there too. Everybody watched the strong cultivators of the demon shrine, as many people from different shrines were there. Mo Zhang had drawn many people's attention. How lively! Someone else arrived, his silhouette flickering a few times. His eyes were golden. Empty space shrine strong cultivator. Ah! Someone laughed loudly in the distance. People gazed into the distance and saw some dragon strength. Dragon chant? The crowd saw a few people. Their chi was wild and extraordinary. The eyes of the leader were filled with flames. The one next to him had red eyes, and the one behind looked calm and aloof. He was wearing black clothes. His chi wasn't explosive, but his pitch-black eyes looked scary. Ailey. Huashan was astonished, staring at one of them who had fire-red hair. He frowned and said coldly, "You came to the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, to ancient demon city? What's wrong? Why wouldn't I come, little boy?" Ailey asked Huashan in a brutal tone of voice. The crowd was stupefied. Ailey wasn't ordinary. He dared call Huashan little boy? They were powerful cultivators from the Supreme Animal World. Supreme Animal World's Dragon Clan. The crowd was really astonished. Those people were from the Dragon Clan of the Supreme Animal World. Those who could found clans in the Supreme Animal World were terrifyingly strong. The Supreme Animal World was the only group the Imperial Court of the continent of the Nine Clouds feared, because they had some terrifying clans, like the Dragon Clan. Human strength lay in their cultivation, animals were different, they had inherent abilities. Why did the Dragon Clan come to ancient Demon City? Asked the strong cultivator with the golden eyes. He looked sharp and aggressive. We came to see if there was anyone strong here, Ailey smiled. He was a fire dragon, and when he was very young, he had fought against some young people of the shrines. The shrines in the Supreme Animal World often had meetings and cultivation competitions, but nobody really knew the details. Of course, the purpose was always to check out how strong the enemy was. Those people rarely showed up in the outside world, so people didn't know much about them. "It's a blood dragon, and there's a demon dragon, too," said the strong cultivator with the golden eyes. He was staring at Ailey. "Even though the void-breaking vision is powerful, you're underestimating the members of the Dragon Clan. Be careful, I could eat you alive," Ailey snorted coldly to the empty space cultivator. "Humph. Are you strong enough?" spat the empty space shrine's strong cultivator. The crowd looked at Ailey and the two other people, the blood dragon and the demon dragon. They were all from prestigious dragon families. "Let's try and we'll see," replied Ailey coldly. "If you want to try, then let's try," said the empty space shrine's strong cultivator. Two threads of strength rolled out and collided. People were speechless. Mo Zhang hadn't even arrived, the demon shrine and Mo Zhang's battle hadn't even started, and now the Dragon Clan and the empty space shrine were already starting to fight. At that moment, another group of people arrived. Their leader was wearing a world robe, looking confident and at ease. At his sides were extraordinary-looking cultivators. Some of them also emitted bestial chi. The leader of the group was Lin Feng. They landed on the ground and calmly glanced around. Lin Feng looked over at the three dragons. "So many years have passed, that little boy has grown up," Lin Feng smiled indifferently, but nobody noticed him. In the distance, people raised their heads and heard a sonic boom as the person who made it arrived. When they saw him, people frowned. He looked like a demon, imposing and awe-inspiring. His eyes looked like two abyssal caves. Mo Zhang. The strong cultivators of the demon shrine all watched him. Mo Zhang landed on a flag, his hands clasped behind his back. He glanced at the members of the demon shrine and asked coldly, "Which member of the demon shrine wants to die today?" When the crowd heard him, they frowned. How arrogant! The other times, they had just heard of him, but they hadn't seen him. He put on an air of extreme arrogance. Everybody knew him in hell. He was a core disciple of the Hell Shrine. But Mo Fu was also terrifyingly strong. "I wonder who will be stronger," thought the crowd. They were not disappointed. There were many geniuses. No rush. Many people want to fight today, so the battle between the Demon Shrine and the Hell Shrine can be at the end, said Huashang cheerfully. He watched the strong cultivator from the empty space shrine and Aili going at it. He really wanted to know how strong Aili was. Indeed, there are so many strong cultivators, let's compare ourselves. We should all take advantage of Mogia's battle stage, someone else agreed at that moment. Dazzling golden lights appeared at the top of a flag. It was a strong cultivator from the Gold Shrine. "If you want to exchange views on cultivation, then hurry up," said Mo Zhang indifferently. He was standing on the top of the flagpole, his robe fluttering in the wind. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 2309, Strong Cultivators from Everywhere. Chapter 2309, Strong Cultivators from Everywhere. The crowd watched Mo Zhang atop the flagpole, a genius from the Hell Shrine. His chi was extraordinary. Many strong cultivators had come to Mogia's battle stage. They had come to exchange views on cultivation, including many people from other shrines, some people from holy sage ruler clans, and some people just to watch. "Huashang, if you want to fight, just fight, talking is useless." "I'll be happy to devour you alive," said Aili proudly. His eyes were filled with flames. He was a fire dragon, and Huashang was a disciple of the fire shrine. Aili wanted to see how powerful Huashang's fire was. "Let's do it then, let's fight," said Huashang agreeably. He jumped onto Mogia's battle stage, fire surrounding his body instantly. Huashingzi also walked onto the battle stage. "Ha, Aoshu, let's go," said Aili to Aoshu. Aili landed opposite them and said, "Huashingzi has the same cultivation level as you, he's yours." Aoshu nodded. Back in the day, when Mo Zhang had first appeared in the outside world, he was already a high-level imperial beast in the animal supreme world. Now, many years had passed, and he was already a celestial imperial beast. His cultivation level seemed very stable, and his fighting abilities were probably incredible. He was a real dragon, so he had an inherent talent. "Anyone else want to play? Come here. We're not here to kill, we're here to exchange views, for real," said Aili. Someone groaned coldly. It was the empty space shrine's strong cultivator. He jumped onto the battle stage. Di Jiang smiled and said, "Jing Xiao, let's go and have some fun?" Shui Jing Xiao muttered to himself irresolutely. Last time, in the Snow Clan, he had suffered a crushing defeat against Lin Feng. At the same time, the Snow Clan's reputation had been crushed. One of their monarchs had died, two had been taken away, he was the last one left. It was a tragedy, he had to fight to regain face. He nodded and jumped onto the battle stage. There were so many strong cultivators on Mogia's battle stage. "I want to have some fun too," said Gu Xianfeng. He was from the Demon Shrine. He had come with Mo Fu. During the meeting of the Continent of the Nine Clouds, he had tried to kill Lin Feng, who had strength at the top of the Huang Qi layer. Now, he was like Huashingzi, he had broken through to the Tiandi layer. Even though he had become a celestial emperor a short time before, he was a cultivator from a shrine, and very strong. The people next to Lin Feng seemed excited and eager to try. Lin Feng smiled and said, "No rush. We'll see afterwards." Lin Feng had brought Shanghai's rock and the others. He had also brought some celestial imperial beasts from the army the king of the 10,000 beasts had given to him. they were all extremely strong. They wanted to compare themselves with the geniuses of this world. It was normal. The strong cultivators on the Mog's battle stage already started fighting. The battle stage was on fire. There were powerful bloodlights around Aoshu. Dao Power kept assaulting his opponent, trying to crush him. At the same time, some illusionary blood dragons bared fangs and brandished claws as they attacked. Huoxingzi grunted coldly. He took out a fire mace and attacked the dragons, which made them roar furiously before they started burning. Die! Shouted Aoshu, punching out in his opponent's direction. Huoxingzi was startled, his fire mace instantly disappearing. He swallowed and released more fire which surrounded him. A fireball appeared in his hand. Break! Dragon chants spread in the air. The dragon's powers were explosive, immediately destroying the fireball. Aoshu was staring at his opponent, shooting bloodlights towards him. But Huoxingzi stood steadfast and the fire in his hand grew more and more intense. Blood dragons raced towards him. The crowd couldn't see Huoxingzi at all anymore. He disappeared inside all those blood dragons. Suddenly, fingers emerged from the bloodlights, fire pierced through them, some blood dragons were instantly destroyed, the others started burning and disappeared. In the end, only some blood dragon's claws reached him. The two attacks collided. The bloodlights surrounded Huoxingzi's fire. Both opponents collided, then they were both forced away. When they stopped moving, there was blood on Aoshu's fist, and flames had appeared around him. Huoxingzi was trembling and covered with blood. Aoshu's attack was so explosive, he had the impression he had nearly died. At that kind of cultivation level, people have to control themselves not to use their full strength, they only use a little bit of strength. Nobody knows how strong a cultivator is, but themselves, thought Lin Feng. Saints could kill the strongest great emperors in the blink of an eye with the power of their minds. Even the Fire Shrine Saint had died easily because the diviner was too strong. Huoshang, come and try, challenged Aili, stepping forwards. The battle stage trembled. Huoshang's eyes were filled with flames. At that moment, a wind carried a cold chi, like the battle stage was about to freeze. Ice King intent filled the air. That person was much stronger than Aoshu and Huoxingzi. Snow Clan, Shuijing Xiao. I've wanted to exchange views with the dragons of the Supreme Animal World's Dragon Clan for a long time, said Shuijing Xiao calmly. Fire and ice were antagonist kinds of strengths, and they were both beasts. Same here, let's see how strong a king of the Snow Clan can be. Returned Aili evenly. They started fighting. It was a great battle, too. Fire and ice kept colliding as they invaded the battle stage. Their battle was quite dangerous. When Aili and Shuijing Xiao moved away from one another, they were both injured. They both had similar strength. Shuijing Xiao has a king-type body and is from the Snow Clan. Aili is from the Dragon Clan and a terrifying genius. They are both terrifying geniuses, the onlookers commented. You're extremely strong. Your fighting abilities are incredible. Anyone else want to try? Said Aili indifferently. Dazzling golden lights flashed. The empty space shrine's strong cultivator jumped in front of Aili. Instantly, Aili had the impression he was in a cage, and shouted furiously. His opponent looked like an illusion and was teleporting. His strength surged towards Aili. Brilliant! Who else wants to fight? Come! Said someone. At that moment, Heezy's Maharaja jumped up and landed on the battle stage. He was already a celestial emperor, he had broken through to the Tiandi layer a short time before. Where are you from? Said Guxian Feng coldly, releasing demon energies. He started running towards the Maharaja. Each time he took a step, explosive demon strength surrounded the Maharaja. Gu Xianfeng then released some pitch-black demon punches. The Maharaja transformed and threw himself at Xianfeng, still spitting venom. Gu Xianfeng sensed the strength of the smelly poison. It was dangerous. What a strange Maharaja, but he's super strong, cheered the crowd. The people around Lin Feng jumped onto the battle stage and shouted, "Who wants to fight?" "My turn," said a cultivator of the top of the Di-Chi layer, throwing himself at Qinghai's rock. Nobody chose opponents weaker than them, everybody wanted to fight against someone stronger. Some strong cultivators from the shrines were fighting, too. Those people's fighting abilities are incredible. Beasts or people, they're all very strong, cheered the crowd. They were a bit surprised, because there was a group of people they didn't know. They weren't from the shrines, and those from the supreme animal world didn't know them either. How come they had appeared so suddenly? Which group were they from? Many people looked at Lin Feng. He was wearing a world robe, his hair was fluttering in the wind, his chi only dimly discernible. They could sense that he was terrifyingly strong, otherwise, he wouldn't have come with such strong cultivators. In the distance, two people appeared. When Hua Xingzi saw them, he was stunned. Why are they here? Qing Feng and Jing. They had come to watch the battles. Lin Feng looked over at them. He looked on calmly, he knew they were going to be here. The Demon Shrine had organized this event, Lin Feng was going to take advantage of it. He slowly walked over to Jing and Qing Feng. Many strong cultivators watched him. He looked imposing and awe-inspiring. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2310, You Failed to Appreciate My Kindness. Chapter 2310, You Failed to Appreciate My Kindness. Lin Feng slowly walked to Qing Feng and Jing. He smiled and said, "You have an incredible chi, what's your name?" Jing looked at Lin Feng coldly. She didn't like strangers, especially foreigners. "My name is Qing Feng." "And yours?" Jing was surprised, because Qing Feng immediately replied to him and smiled. Jing looked at Qing Feng, she had changed. Was she doing that on purpose for the cultivators of the Fire Shrine and the Void Phoenix clan to see? "Daimon," said Lin Feng smiling. The crowd was astonished. He dared call himself Daimon, how arrogant. "Miss Qing Feng, let's watch together," said Lin Feng, smiling kindly. "All right," Qing Feng nodded. Jing was astonished, and didn't understand. She didn't know that it was Lin Feng, but Qing Feng did. Lin Feng had a new social status, he could spend time with Qing Feng now. What does she think she's doing, Jing wondered. But since Qing Feng had agreed, Jing followed along. "Hua Xingzi," said Hua Shang to Hua Xingzi. He looked amused. Qing Feng was supposed to get married to Hua Xingzi, their respective groups had agreed, and now she was walking with another man. That man had an incredible chi, and looked extraordinary. The people he had brought with him were extremely strong, too. "Qing Feng," said Hua Xingzi walking over to Qing Feng. He smiled and said, "Qing Feng, my teacher and the Void Phoenix clan have finished discussing our marriage. You just have to agree now. You're getting married?" said Lin Feng, looking surprised. "No," said Qing Feng, shaking her head. Hua Xingzi was stunned and said, "Qing Feng, you agreed. How can you take back your word now? We're done organizing everything. I just said I'd agree to think about getting married, I never agreed to get married to you." "And we never agreed on a date, either," said Qing Feng coldly. Hua Xingzi was astonished. "Shrines try to force women to get married?" said Lin Feng, with a cold smile. "Shut your filthy mouth, who are you to talk about shrines?" spat Hua Xingzi coldly. "You want to die," said someone next to Lin Feng, releasing a terrifying bestial chi. A strong wind started blowing around Hua Xingzi. Hua Xingzi's expression changed drastically, and he jumped backwards, feeling oppressed. However, at that moment, he realized that the speaker had gone back where he was standing a moment before, as calm and composed as if nothing had happened. Huo Xingzi pulled a long face. How humiliating! Some strong cultivators from the fire shrine walked in their direction. Their chi surged towards Lin Feng and the others. Huo Shang asked coldly, "Which faction are you from?" Lin Feng said calmly, "World Clan, Daimon." "The World Clan?" Huo Shang was startled and frowned. The World Clan, which had disappeared for such a long time, was back. Many years before, a terrifyingly strong cultivator had risen in the World Clan. Thanks to him, the World Clan had become splendid and glorious. Back then was a golden age for them. But after that, something mysterious had happened. There were details only known to insiders. Few people knew that the saint of the World Clan had fallen. Nobody knew the details. After that, the World Clan had faced a tragedy. Many clans had joined hands to fight against them, and they had disappeared. The World Clan started acting behind the scenes, staying hidden. Many forgot about them. Time passed, and they disappeared from the continent of the Nine Clouds. And now, they were back. Many people thought it was a pity back then when you disappeared. Now you're back, good for you, said Huo Shang calmly. But my fellow disciple didn't say anything wrong. Miss Qingfeng really agreed to get married to someone from the fire shrine. The World Clan can't get involved. Miss Qingfeng, is that true? Asked Lin Feng. It's not, obviously, replied Chun Feng. Lin Feng nodded. There are some blue bottles here. We'll get in touch again, Miss Qingfeng, said Lin Feng, before he and his group left. Huo Shang was amazed. That guy was arrogant. He didn't give the fire shrine any face. Did the World Clan think they were strong enough? Actually, many people were convinced that the World Clan hadn't disappeared for real. They had been hiding and accumulating strength. And now, they had finally shown up again. Wait. Huo Shang said to Lin Feng. He sounded cold. The World Clan dared disrespect the fire shrine? Lin Feng turned around and looked at Huo Shang. Huo Shang smiled and said, "Who are the blue bottles you were talking about?" Lin Feng smiled evilly and sneered, "You don't understand? I heard you, but the World Clan just reappeared. You should watch your words. Otherwise, all the efforts you've made during these thousands of years will be in vain in the end." Apologize for saying that, said Huo Shang, smiling icily. He just saw silhouettes flicker. Some strong cultivators from the fire shrine immediately gathered around Huo Shang and released their flames. They wanted to burn Lin Feng and the others. Apologize? Lin Feng smiled. What if I don't? We'll see how long the World Clan will survive, said Huo Shang emotionlessly. Many people looked at them. The battles weren't over, and the fire shrine were already having problems with the World Clan. Many people were amused. If you say so, said Lin Feng smiling widely. Did it mean they were going to fight? The air became scorching hot, and more flames appeared. Many people retreated. It was going to be a group battle between the fire shrine and the World Clan. The World Clan had just come back to life. Who was that daimon? And was he going to have his first battle against a shrine? A terrifying chi erupted out. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine walked towards Lin Feng and the others. At the same time, the strong cultivators on Lin Feng's side also walked towards them. Some cultivators started fighting instantly. Fire energies filled the air with deadly flames. There really were some cultivators from the World Clan with Lin Feng who were extremely strong. World lights dashed to the skies and sent the flames to another world. Only Huo Shang and Lin Feng didn't move. They were staring at one another calmly. Huo Shang said, "They're all geniuses from the fire shrine. No need to be polite. You can join hands and use your full strength." When Lin Feng heard that, his friends all started fighting against them. The group of people Lin Feng had brought was stronger than Huo Shang's group. Finally, a strong cultivator of the fire shrine who was surrounded by 2 people was injured and started crying out. The beasts were merciless and continued striking. They wanted to crush him. Huashang wanted to move, but he sensed an ominous chi fixed on him. He was astonished and looked at Lin Feng. Boom! Another strong cultivator of the fire shrine was injured, his face was deathly pale. You bastard! Said Huashang coldly. The fire shrine provoked us and you told us to use our full strength, so, replied Lin Feng coolly. He turned around and started leaving. The fire shrine bullied and provoked the World Clan? It was actually the opposite, but the fire shrine had initiated the battle. Lin Feng had infuriated them on purpose. They were a shrine, and in everybody's eyes, they were really strong. The World Clan had to use their full strength against them, everybody agreed. Going? Swore Huashang coldly. He condensed fire and ran towards Lin Feng. Raising his hands, he shouted furiously, "Where are you going?" Lin Feng turned around suddenly and looked at him coldly. He raised his hands as well, condensing terrifying energies. Huashang heard whistling sounds. Piss off! Lin Feng shouted furiously, his eyes looked evil as he moved towards Huashang. Hundreds of hands appeared in the air and attacked Huashang. His fire slowly weakened. An overpowering hand crashed onto Huashang's body, and blood splashed. Lin Feng stopped and glanced over at the members of the fire shrine. You failed to appreciate my kindness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2311, Black Dragon. Chapter 2311, Black Dragon. Lin Feng was wearing a world robe, his hair was fluttering in the wind, and he sounded ice cold. The crowd was startled, he was really strong and had easily defeated Huashang. Their battle had been even more impressive than Huashang and Ailey's battle. Huashang couldn't withstand a single attack from Lin Feng. The most surprising thing was that Lin Feng told his opponent he failed to appreciate his kindness. Who was from a shrine, Lin Feng or that Huashang? Did the World Clan think they were strong enough to compete with a shrine? The real protagonists on that day were supposed to be Mo Zhang and his opponent, and surprisingly, there were so many battles. The Supreme Animal World's strong cultivators, the World Clan, this time they were extremely strong and could oppress the fire shrine. Huashang was a very strong cultivator and he had been defeated handily. The fire shrine shouldn't bully people, said Lin Feng indifferently. Huashang and the other members of the fire shrine grimaced. The fire shrine bullied people? Who had bullied whom here? The crowd was stunned. What a guy! Lin Feng didn't even turn around, he departed with the other cultivators of the World Clan. The strong cultivators who were from Lin Feng's group and still on the battle stage also flashed away and followed Lin Feng. They looked majestic and imposing. The crowd wondered what all this was supposed to mean. What was the World Clan's real purpose for showing up? They'd been hiding for such a long time, now they're back. They wanted to tell everyone in the Imperial Court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds that they're back, and they did it with force. Therefore, only their most outstanding geniuses must have shown up today, and the Fire Shrine was their stepping stone today. Poor Fire Shrine. The World Clan came to cause trouble today. Everybody gossiped. They also looked at Qing Feng and Jing again. They had heard of the marriage alliance plan between the Fire Shrine and the Void Phoenix clan. Huaxingzi's teacher and Jing's father were good friends. To Huaxingzi, Jing and Qing Feng were already members of the Fire Shrine since they were supposed to get married to some of them. But the World Clan had humiliated them. That daimon is really strong. He defeated Huashang, fought Ailey, looking after Lin Feng. Aoshu was next to him and nodded agreement. I'll go and see. You can go back, don't wait for me, said Alma at that moment. Both of them frowned. Ailey shouted, Alma, where are you going? They didn't want anything to happen to him. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. You can go back," shouted Alma. Ailey frowned, but then Aoshu said, "That little boy is terrifyingly strong. He'll be fine. But that daimon is sinister and extremely strong. His group of people is also very strong," murmured Ailey, gazing after him. "Alma isn't stupid. Even though daimon is extremely strong, I don't think he wants the dragon clan as enemies," said Aoshu. Ailey nodded. They didn't chase after Alma, and continued watching the battles. Emojan was standing in the sky, staring at Emofu. He said plainly, "It's our turn, right?" "Fight," said Emofu in a demon voice. It reverberated all around them. Emo Zhang's robe fluttered in the wind. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Their demon voices made the blood boil of everyone on the Emojia's battle stage. Even celestial emperors were amazed at the power of their voices. Each time Emofu took a step, it seemed the world was about to collapse. A powerful wave of energy crashed onto Emo Zhang. Emo Zhang looked unshaken. He had used the Devamara body cleansing technique in the demon pond in the ancient demon clan. He was incredibly strong. After practicing demon cultivation, Emo Zhang had started studying Death Dao. Back then, the ancient demon clan had then taken him to the Tenyama courts, and then he had been accepted into the Hell Shrine. He had an extraordinary life in hell. Emo Zhang took a step forwards, and demon strength rolled out. He looked like a peerless demon, his Death Dao rolled around him fearsomely. "Demon, demonic punisher, his demon strength is incredible," the crowd observed. He looked like an unparalleled demon king. Demon Dao, demonic punisher's Dao, the path of aggressiveness. Everybody was staring at Emo Zhang as he raised his fist and punched out. "Floating sword," said Emofu coldly. His demon voice turned into a demon sword, which shot towards Emo Zhang. However, Emo Zhang waved his hand, and demons appeared all around and converged on the sword. Emo Zhang wasn't weaker than Emofu. "How strong?" "It's a clash of demons," mused the crowd. Emo Zhang waved his hands again, and death strength appeared and turned into a river of Death Dao. Dual Dao power. The crowd was astonished. Emo Zhang understood dual Dao strength, one was Demon Dao, the other one was Death Dao. How impressive. He really looked like a demon god, and a god of death. The Hell Shrine's cultivators are extremely strong. In the future, the competition will be even fiercer in the Imperial Court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds. Their battle was amazing. Emofu's fighting abilities were already incredible for a celestial emperor, and he was amongst the strongest cultivators of his generation in the Demon Shrine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited so many people to come and watch his battle against Emo Zhang after members of his shrine, the Demon Shrine, had been killed. In contrast, Emo Zhang hadn't displayed such strength when he had defeated those cultivators of the Demon Shrine. Today, two shrines had lost, the Fire Shrine and the Demon Shrine. One lost against the World Clan, and the other lost against a cultivator from Hell. Lin Feng wasn't interested in their battle. After leaving, Alma caught up with him and Lin Feng heard a dragon chant. Lin Feng suddenly turned around and looked at Alma coldly. Alma roared and turned into a black dragon. He looked ferocious. He threw himself at Lin Feng. Instantly the men next to Lin Feng turned into beasts and moved to intercept him. Bestial chi rolled out. They were vigilant and careful. Alma was a real dragon from the Dragon Clan. Being a dragon was similar to having a king-type body. "Come back," ordered Lin Feng casually. The beasts looked to Lin Feng. He looked totally composed. They came back to him, but they were still staring at that demon dragon. The huge dragon moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled, astonishing them. Was Lin Feng insane? But then the dragon started rubbing his face against Lin Feng's face. How cute! What is going on? Lin Feng caressed the dragon gently. He smiled and said, "Little boy, you're still young, but..." The dragon rumbled, speaking draconic. Lin Feng jumped onto him and said, "All right, let's go." The dragon rose up in the air and they flew away. Everybody was stunned. Lin Feng had raised a dragon? Lin Feng and the others went back to the northwest area. After a short time, the news that the World Clan had started rising again in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds quickly spread. The news that the World Clan had won against the Fire Shrine at the Mogia's battle stage also spread. It was the second time that the Fire Shrine had been humiliated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23:12, Daimon draws attention. Chapter 23:12, Daimon draws attention. In the northwest area, there was a mountain range with a powerful chi. From the top of the mountain, one could only see clouds and lofty buildings. It was the World Clan, a location great for chi. In the past, powerful groups had fought over that region, but these days, the World Clan had it for themselves. In the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, every inch of land was expensive and important. If someone wanted to invade an area, they had to fight. Only strength mattered in that world. The strongest groups had the best territories. The World Clan was strong now, so they had managed to take this place. Of course, the World Clan was composed of several groups of influence: the army Lin Feng had obtained from the king of the 10,000 beasts, the army of the World Clan themselves, and Lin Feng's personal army. Everybody listened to Lin Feng, and the World Clan didn't require anything from him. The only requirement they had was that when Lin Feng was in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, he had to say he was from the World Clan. But it wasn't really a requirement, because Lin Feng needed another identity anyway. He couldn't compete with the shrines, so he couldn't stay in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds relying on his real identity. There was a black dragon floating above Lin Feng. He had become tiny, only 7 meters. If Ailey saw that, he would have been astonished. A demon dragon was ferocious and brutal, and surprisingly, it looked cute in front of Lin Feng. It was difficult to imagine. However, to Alma, Lin Feng was like a mother. Lin Feng had raised him. "Little boy, let's go," said Lin Feng to Alma. Alma instantly rose up into the air and took Lin Feng away. He roared out, and everybody heard a dragon chant in the World Clan. On a gigantic stone nearby was an old man, who looked at the sky and thought, "The forbidden person has a dragon. How brilliant!" "The imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds won't be calm," murmured the old man, smiling thinly. Alma took Lin Feng to the entrance of the Void Phoenix clan, and roared to proclaim their arrival. Many strong cultivators of the Void Phoenix clan came out and asked Lin Feng, "Who are you, Your Excellency?" "Daimon from the World Clan. I met 2 incredibly beautiful women from the Void Phoenix clan last time, and I have a strong admiration for them. I want to see them." "Please tell them," said Lin Feng calmly. The strong cultivator was startled. This guy was Daimon? The one who had easily defeated Hua Shang. Everybody knew it, he was extraordinary. "Please wait," replied the guards. They started talking using telepathy, and quickly, everybody, including the high officials of the Void Phoenix clan, knew that Daimon from the World Clan was there. A middle-aged man in a distant courtyard looked amused when he learned that Daimon had come. A few days ago, Hua Xingzi introduced that little insane cultivator to Qing Feng. But Qing Feng likes Lin Feng. Now Daimon seems interested in Qing Feng and came to see her. Things are getting interesting. The middle-aged man didn't have any suspicions regarding Daimon's identity. After all, the World Clan had reappeared, and they were very strong. The fact that they wanted to rise again was normal, especially if they had really strong cultivators. The World Clan wants to make friends with some holy sage ruler clans to help them endure the pressure from the shrines. The middle-aged man smiled when thinking about it. It really seemed to be Daimon's purpose. However, Daimon was Lin Feng. After a short time, some people appeared outside of the clan in front of Lin Feng. They were extremely strong, and were interested in Daimon and his world robe. The World Clan was very famous back in the days. Unfortunately, when I was younger, the World Clan was already hiding. There are legends in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. It is said that during the golden age of the World Clan, there was a peerless cultivator who could destroy entire worlds and was very arrogant. How did he die in the end? Daimon, you're a genius in the World Clan, so you probably know the truth. Will you tell us about him? Challenged an old man loudly at that moment. He sounded calm and serene. You can come and try to get pieces of information, if you wish, replied Lin Feng, smiling thinly. The strong cultivators of the Void Phoenix clan stared at him. I'll try, said a strong cultivator at that moment, flashing forwards. He was a celestial emperor. He smiled at Lin Feng and said, I really want to see how strong the cultivators of the World Clan are, what powers they have. He threw himself at Lin Feng and raised his hand. People around heard a sonic boom. It was like a shooting star was flying towards Lin Feng. The atmosphere became illusionary and kept changing unpredictably. The man had the impression he had landed in another world. World strength corrodes cosmic energies, said Lin Feng indifferently. His opponent realized that he couldn't use his cosmic energies anymore. Lin Feng slowly walked towards him. Lin Feng struck the man, smashing him away, to crash hard to the ground. He coughed up blood and his face paled. The world around him became normal again. What's going on? My cosmic energies? That strong cultivator pulled a long face. World strength had taken him elsewhere and corroded his cosmic energies? The strong cultivators of the Void Phoenix glanced at one another in astonishment. What a strange attack! A moment before, when they realized that the two had disappeared, they had sensed a mysterious world strength, and a second later, their man reappeared and was badly injured. His cosmic energies had been corroded, too? Extraordinary, as expected. At that moment, nobody doubted that Lin Feng was from the World Clan at all. They had seen authentic world strength. How could they know that it was Lin Feng's own world strength? What the hell is that thing? My blood is stirring restlessly, said the strong cultivator, staring at Lin Feng and Alma. Alma looked like an illusionary dragon at that moment because he was very small. Alma roared out angrily. A black dragon descended from the sky and landed in front of the man, sharp claws moving towards him. A terrifying oppressive strength surrounded him. The dragon was gigantic, 1,000 meters long. The cultivator's heart started pounding. The ground cracked, the claws grabbed him. If the demon dragon pressed with more force, he could cut him apart. Be merciful, shouted the other strong cultivators of the World Clan when they saw that. Everybody could hear a dragon chant. The demon dragon stopped moving, the strong cultivator covered with cold sweat. The strong cultivators of the Void Phoenix clan raised their heads and looked at the demon dragon. Lin Feng was standing on its head, standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, his robe fluttering in the wind. He looked enigmatic and unfathomable. It's a real dragon, he's riding a real dragon. The strong cultivators of the Void Phoenix clan were astonished. It was a demon dragon. It was probably the demon dragon who had come to the demon shrine with Ailey the other time, a dragon from the dragon clan of the supreme animal world, that gigantic dragon was real, which meant he was like human being who had a king-type body. They were proud and arrogant. That daimon from the World Clan had made him submit, and was using him as a means of transportation. He was much stronger than they had thought. The World Clan had come back to life and had some incredible geniuses. The crowd remained silent. In the distance, an old man arrived and said to Lin Feng, I just sent some people to call Miss Feng and Miss Jing. If they want to see you, they will come. Since it's that way, I'll wait here," Lin Feng smiled. Actually, he was already talking to Feng, and nobody had informed her he was there. Even though he had displayed his strength, the Void Phoenix clan was still unwilling to let him see her. The Void Phoenix clan wanted to give the Fire Shrine face because they had been humiliated twice. The Fire Shrine was really infuriated these days. If the Void Phoenix clan allowed Feng and Jing to go and see Daimon, it would be a third humiliation. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2313, Phoenix Blood Talisman. Chapter 2313, Phoenix Blood Talisman. Lin Feng waited for an hour and the same person said to him, "Daimon, Your Excellency, you've been waiting for a while and they didn't come, they probably don't want to see you. You should leave." Lin Feng smiled at him and said, "Last time, Miss Jing, Miss Feng, and I had a talk and they said they would be happy to see me if I came and paid them a visit." When he saw Lin Feng smile, the old man was surprised, but he smiled back and replied, "Maybe that they were happy at that moment, and they have changed their minds. She's going to get married to someone from the Fire Shrine. Seeing you would be inappropriate. I don't believe you. I asked Miss Feng about that. She said she didn't want to get married to anyone from the Fire Shrine in front of them." "You are a liar," said Lin Feng, shaking his head. The demon dragon roared angrily and rose up in the air. Lin Feng looked at the Void Phoenix clan's territory and suddenly spoke out, "Miss Feng, Miss Jing. It's me, Daimon from the World Clan." Everybody in the Void Phoenix clan heard him. His voice caused a sound wave all over the Void Phoenix clan. Many people raised their heads and gazed into the distance. Daimon from the World Clan had defeated Huashang from the Fire Shrine. Did he like Miss Jing and Miss Feng? Those two women did stand out, they were extremely beautiful. Otherwise, the Fire Shrine wouldn't have tried to propose a marriage alliance for them. "Your Excellency, what is that supposed to mean?" said a few strong cultivators from the Void Phoenix clan coldly, pulling long faces. "It means I don't believe you," said Lin Feng, lowering his hand and looking at them on the ground. After a few seconds, two silhouettes flickered as they arrived. They looked happy, relaxed and lighthearted, Feng and Jing. Jing was surprised. Who was this guy? Why did Feng always want to see him? She had noticed that Feng had feelings for Lin Feng. Was she trying to find another boyfriend, just to not get married to a member of the Fire Shrine? Last time, he had defeated people from the Fire Shrine, fine, but now? She still wanted to see him. "Miss Feng, Miss Jing," Lin Feng smiled. "The Void Phoenix clan lied and said you didn't want to see me. Luckily, I didn't believe them, so I took the liberty to call you." "It doesn't matter. I didn't know you were here, what's up?" asked Feng patiently. She was pretending to look indifferent, of course. "Nothing much. I was happy to meet you last time. Would you like to go for a walk?" "Feng, forget it," said Jing. She didn't like this guy. He didn't seem like a good person to her. But Feng nodded and said, "All right." Jing was astonished, and could only smile wryly. What was Feng thinking? "Great, come up," Lin Feng smiled. Jing and Feng jumped smoothly onto the demon dragon. Lin Feng glanced at the crowd from the Void Phoenix clan and said coldly, "You're all liars." Then, he turned around and the dragon rose up into the air again. But someone shouted, "Your Excellency, please wait." "What do you want now?" replied Lin Feng, turning his head. "Your Excellency, don't you care about deteriorating the relations between your clan and the Void Phoenix clan? You'll cause trouble to both clans this way," said that person to Lin Feng smoothly. He had thought that Lin Feng was trying to establish connections between the World Clan and the Void Phoenix clan. It was understandable though. Lin Feng understood, he smiled, and said, You overestimate the position the Void Phoenix clan has in my heart." Then, he smiled sinisterly, and the demon dragon continued rising up in the air. The strong cultivators of the Void Phoenix clan were stunned. That guy looked so evil, but he was incredible too. He was arrogant, but his arrogance wasn't baseless. Nobody could prevent Jing and Qingfeng from leaving with him, but the news that they had left with Daimon quickly spread through the Void Phoenix clan, especially higher up in the hierarchy. That way, the news would also reach the Fire Shrine. Of course, many people were not happy about it at all. In a fiery tower in the Fire Shrine, some people were gazing into the distance. Hua Xingzi and Hua Shang were there, too. "I've heard that Qingfeng left with that guy from the World Clan," said a young man next to Hua Shang and Hua Xingzi. Hua Xingzi was stupefied. He couldn't do much about it. "Brother Hua Shang, is Daimon strong?" asked the young man, as he slowly turned around. "Very strong. I can't defeat him," said Hua Shang calmly. Even though he had lost against Daimon and it was humiliating, he was brave enough to speak the truth. "All right," the young man nodded. He asked, "The one you chose in the Fire Shrine was me?" "We don't know yet. Hua Xingzi was a possibility, and on the other side, we can change that if you wish." "You can be the one too," replied Hua Shang. "The person has to be very important to the Fire Shrine, but changing the person isn't a problem, anyway. They won't say anything if we do. We just can't disappoint anyone." On their side, Qingfeng is a good choice. "Let's get ready and go to the Void Phoenix clan," said the young man calmly. Hua Shang smiled thinly. They needed someone important, indeed. They had to make those people understand that the Fire Shrine didn't have an undeserved reputation. "I'll organize everything," said Hua Shang, before leaving with Hua Xingzi. After they left, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man appeared behind the young man. Actually, he had been standing there the whole time, but it was as if he didn't exist. Even Hua Xingzi and Hua Shang hadn't paid attention to him. The middle-aged said, "Hua Shang is using you." "I know," said the young man. "At least, he's using me to earn such a position in the Fire Shrine." "You look more and more like him," said the middle-aged man, smiling and leaning against a wall. The young man was startled, and seemed to care a lot as he asked, "In what way, Adut?" "He's always been like that, nobody can make him do anything. He only does what he wants." The young man shook his head, "Not really, but I am not that free." "You will be, sooner or later," stated the middle-aged man firmly. "Thank you for your support," said the young man. He seemed pensive. By him, the middle-aged man meant that young man's idol. Geniuses all had idols. Hua Xingzi and Hua Shang were core disciples in the Fire Shrine, and they had very important positions. They also represented the Fire Shrine outside. They were very talented, they progressed quickly on the path of cultivation, and they had incredible fighting abilities. However, in the shrine, there were even more talented geniuses, more important than them. For example, Hua Shang was considered as a core disciple of the Fire Shrine, but there were other people who were considered the soul of the shrines, and they called the shots. On that very day, the Void Phoenix clan received the members of the Fire Shrine with the best ceremony possible. In his courtyard, when the middle-aged man heard that they were coming, he smiled and said, "Great. That mad one is really coming." At the same time, some chi appeared in the sky. A beautiful woman appeared and said coldly, "Who are you going to force Qingfeng to get married to?" The middle-aged man raised his head and remained silent. The woman said, "Tell me." The middle-aged man finally smiled and said, "Force? I never forced anyone." She agreed herself. "And you know with whom, . So you agree to say you organized all this," said the woman coldly. "First impressions are strongest. Stick to them," smiled the middle-aged man. "They should be here now. The clan told me you should go and welcome them since you're Qingfeng's mother." "Bastard. Qing Feng is not going to get married to him. You want her to end up in a pit of hell. You think your daughter is not good enough for him? The middle-aged man smiled. The woman was speechless. Finally, she turned around and left. Qing Feng didn't know what was going on there. She was with Lin Feng, and they were chatting in a restaurant. Lin Feng and Qing Feng looked very close already. Jing was speechless. She didn't understand what was going on. Jing's facial expression suddenly changed. Qing Feng, the clan is calling us, we have to go back. I won't go, replied Qing Feng indifferently. It's the Phoenix blood talisman. It must be very important, we have to go back, or the consequences will be dramatic, insisted Jing. Qing Feng looked surprised and said to Jing, the Phoenix blood talisman? Indeed. The Void Phoenix clan uses it for the most serious orders, said Jing nodded. Qing Feng's eyes glittered. She said to Lin Feng, wait for me here. I will come back afterwards. All right, Lin Feng agreed. He didn't know what was going on in the Void Phoenix clan, but letting Qing Feng go back probably wasn't an issue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23:14, Paying a Visit to the Fire Shrine. Chapter 23:14, Paying a Visit to the Fire Shrine. Qing Feng and Jing went back. They realized that many strong cultivators had gathered in a main hall, including important people from many clans. That palace was the most imposing and magnificent, used for extraordinary ceremonies. There were phoenix statues and carvings everywhere. They looked almost alive as they kept moving. It was the first time Qing Feng had been there, so Jing led the way. There was a huge crowd seated there, and a banquet table, but nobody helping themselves. They were just chatting. When the crowd saw Qing Feng and Jing arrive, they all suddenly turned around and stared at Qing Feng. Qing Feng, come here and have a seat, said the organizer of the banquet, an old man. He smiled at Qing Feng gently. Qing Feng had never seen him before, but he smiled at her as if they were close to one another. He even looked very kind. But that precisely made Qing Feng grow cold. It was difficult to explain how she felt with words. An old man who had an extraordinarily high position within the Void Phoenix clan was being extremely kind to her. What was the reason? Qing Feng didn't feel honored at all. Qing Feng, that's the greatest elder of the Void Phoenix clan, Saint Xiang. He's an extraordinary living being. Next to him is the leader of the Void Phoenix clan, Jing told Qing Feng. Qing Feng was astonished. She said indifferently, I'll just sit on the ground, but... Saint Xiang nodded and smiled, if you prefer, no problem. Seats are a trivial matter. Qing Feng and Jing sat down on the ground and heard Saint Xiang say, Qing Feng, this is Qiong Haya. Qiong. Jing frowned, and her beautiful eyes glittered. Someone whose family name is Qiong is from the Fire Shrine. Jing looked at Qing Feng. Qing Feng looked calm and serene. Hadn't she heard? Or didn't she know who the Qiongs were in the Fire Shrine? Qiong Haya just glanced at Qing Feng and smiled at her calmly. He raised his cup of tea and had a few sips. He continued watching Qing Feng after that. She frowned. He wasn't very polite, so she just grunted coldly. The hearts of the members of the Void Phoenix clan started pounding furiously when they heard Qing Feng. But Qiong Haya smiled easily. I like that kind of personality. He sounded quite composed. Saint Xiang smiled, Haya, if you like Qing Feng, that is great, especially since you're going to spend the rest of your lives together. Qing Feng is so lucky, smiled the strong cultivator of the Void Phoenix clan. It sounded like Qing Feng was goods to be sold. What is that supposed to mean? Said Qing Feng, frowning icily. Qing Feng, Qiong Haya is your future husband. Be good to him, said Saint Xiang, smiling gently. Qing Feng was astonished when she realized what was going on. The Void Phoenix clan wanted her to marry him. Actually, it wasn't the idea of the Void Phoenix clan, it was the idea of the Fire Shrine. No, said Cheng Feng, suddenly standing up. Her expression changed drastically, she was furious. Cheng Feng, said Jing. Her face stiffened. They weren't in their own courtyard here, and her mother wasn't there. The greatest cultivators of the clan were here. Cheng Feng couldn't be rude. The consequences would be disastrous. As expected, Saint Xian frowned. A terrifying strength surrounded Cheng Feng. She could barely breathe. Take her down. She doesn't understand anything. Hiya, I hope you don't mind, said Saint Xian, waving his hands. Instantly, some people threw themselves at Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng wanted to say something, but some people grabbed her and took her away. Xian Hiya remained composed, even expressionless. Hiya, we can discuss the wedding. Huoxing Zi, Jing, you can prepare things together, said Saint Xiang, smiling calmly. Initially, he didn't intend to get involved in Jing's wedding, but now he did. All right. Good, said Xiang Hiya, smiling and nodding. Jing's expression turned deathly pale. When Cheng Feng had been taken away, she hadn't reacted because she knew it was useless. She couldn't do anything. Lin Feng waited for Cheng Feng for a very long time. He used his godly awareness to contact her and she didn't reply. Lin Feng's heart twitched. The Void Phoenix clan probably prevented her from doing anything. Otherwise, she would have replied instantly. Cheng Feng might be imprisoned and oppressed. They could also prevent her from receiving messages using godly awareness. She was probably isolated from the outside world. Little boy, let's go back, said Lin Feng, petting the dragon's head. They didn't go to the Void Phoenix clan. He could imagine what was happening. The dragon rumbled and took Lin Feng away. As they flew above the clouds, the dragon rumbled more, telling Lin Feng something. You're telling me we should go to the Supreme Animal World? They can help me? Lin Feng understood what the dragon said. He was surprised, but demurred. No need. I can solve the problem myself. But the problem is not the Void Phoenix clan, it's the Fire Shrine, they're waiting for me. Fire Shrine. The dragon didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. At the same time, the strong cultivators of the Fire Shrine left the Void Phoenix clan. Xiang Hiya gazed into the distance, in the direction of the World Clan. He smiled provokingly. The Fire Shrine had been humiliated twice. Now, it was time to show everyone that nobody wanted to humiliate them. Daimon and the World Clan had to learn that, too. Xiang Hiya really wanted to see how strong Daimon was. Why is he so arrogant? Lin Feng returned to the World Clan and went to a courtyard. There was an old man from the World Clan there. When he saw the demon dragon, he rose up into the air and greeted him. Lin Feng, how come you have sought me out? You probably understand how strong the army of the World Clan is, and you probably understand how strong my army is. In your opinion, are we strong enough to fight against the Void Phoenix clan? Lin Feng asked calmly. The old man frowned and replied, resisting them isn't a problem. But the Void Phoenix clan is a holy sage ruler clan. They have existed for a very long time. Unless it's necessary, we don't need to be enemies with them, the old man answered. Of course, it's just a suggestion. If you think otherwise, I don't mind. I don't think we need to fight against them either. I just asked randomly. Help me transmit a message. Say that Daimon wants to go to the Fire Shrine to apologize, and he wants to pay a visit to the Fire Shrine in the name of the World Clan, said Lin Feng. The old man frowned. How insane. This madman wants to pay a visit to the Fire Shrine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23:15, Godly Fire Shield. Chapter 23:15, Godly Fire Shield. The news that the World Clan wanted to pay a visit to the fire shrine spread quickly. Many people paid attention to it. The fire shrine had been humiliated, and were going through difficult times. Now the World Clan had suddenly reappeared in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and they had a terrifying young disciple, Daimon. He was extremely strong, and had easily defeated Huashang. That could be a problem for the fire shrine. The meeting point they agreed on was Ruin City, an ancient city full of ruins on fire. There weren't many ancient cities in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, and it was one of them. It was said that in the ancient past, a person of unusual ability called Xiong Xiao had set the city on fire with a magic hellfire and slaughtered millions of people like that. He then created some holy sage ruler clans, and had helped the fire shrine become extremely strong. The city was perfect for fire cultivators, and many people still went there to practice fire cultivation. The flames there never went out. Everybody knew the legends about Ruin City. The fire shrine proposed Ruin City for their meeting with the World Clan on purpose. Many people thought the fire shrine wouldn't go through the same thing as last time. The demon shrine had agreed to meet with Mo Zheng on their battle stage, but they hadn't gained face. On the contrary, they had lost face. As a result, Mo Zheng was becoming famous in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. The shrines were like gods in this world. Each time they did something, everybody paid attention to them. Many people thought that the World Clan was brave. Did they really want to apologize? If that was the case, why would the fire shrine have chosen Ruin City to meet them? Many strong cultivators who learned about this headed off to Ruin City. Ruin City was filled with ruins and fire, so there weren't many people there normally. But this time, many people had gathered, staying high up in the sky because they didn't want to get hurt. There were random explosions all the time here. Of course, some extremely strong cultivators also walked on the ground in the middle of the ruins and flames. Those people are extremely strong. They must all be celestial emperors, at least. Even though Ruin City's flames aren't as terrifying as in the past, they're still deadly. Even some Saint Emperors could die here, especially when there are random explosions. Quipped a strong cultivator in the sky. The city was dangerous, everybody knew it. Ordinary people can't come here. Those who come must be at least celestial emperors. But look over there, there's a clan, they live here, said someone, pointing at a nearby fire mountain at that moment. There was a small city at its foot, and a clan was living there. Those clans are fire clans. They're very dangerous. They keep absorbing fire to become stronger. They've lived here for a very long time, they're really dangerous. People didn't know much about the clans that lived in Ruin City. In the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, cities were gigantic. Even though Ruin City was filled with ruins, there were still some people who lived there, but nobody paid attention to them. How hot! The temperature is increasing. Those people the fire shrine will send are among the strongest of the shrine, I would guess. They decided to meet the members of the World Clan here to make things difficult for them, remarked someone. Finally, they saw some people appear in the distance. They were on the ground and looked like fire spirits, and were holding terrifying fire shields. There were ancient patterns on them, absorbing the flames around them. Back then when Xiong Xiao fought in that great war, he had a fire shield, it was terrifying. And now the fire shrine sent such terrifying people. It's going to be difficult for the World Clan, thought the crowd staring at the crowd on the ground. Who are those in the middle? They look quite imposing, asked someone. There was a young man with a shield there. Xiong whispered someone, gazing into the distance. In the outside world, Xiong wasn't as famous as Huashang. Many people had never even heard about him, only a few extremely strong and important people from various clans knew about him. People who knew were always astonished when they met someone whose name was Cheong. Many people from different shrines had arrived. They were in the sky, and when they saw the force on the ground, they were astonished. The fire shrine really wanted to regain face. Even Cheong Haya was there. Huashang was also in the middle of the crowd and holding a fire shield, too. The fire shrine shields, a very powerful shield technique. It's almost unbreakable. How is the World Clan going to come in? Wondered the members of the shrines. If they didn't manage to break through, then it meant they weren't qualified to meet them. If the World Clan came, they'd just humiliate themselves. At that moment, bestial chi rose to the skies. An eagle dove down, his body so big that he blotted out the sky. He didn't care about the flames. Small black blades emerged from his mouth and descended from the sky. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine moved too. The patterns on the fire shields changed and suddenly a gigantic illusionary field appeared. The bestial energies could easily destroy mountains, but the shield blocked all his attacks. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine condensed all their strength in that shield and suddenly it started spitting out flames which filled the air. The beast roared furiously and rose back up in the air, furious as it started burning. As expected, the fire shrine doesn't intend to let anyone come to the ground, sighed the crowd when they saw that. Huashang was a genius of the fire shrine and he was in the crowd, protecting it too. The fire shrine had chosen Ruin City because they could use the shield Cheong Shao had used back then. They wanted people to remember Cheong Shao and them. How strong! Saint Emperors can't even break through the shield, the crowd mused. Even though they weren't participating, they could imagine how terrifying that shield was. Since the World Clan is here, come out, all of you, no need to hide, said one of the protectors at that moment. The crowd was surprised. The World Clan was already there? Cyan lights twinkled. Many silhouettes appeared around the battlefield, coming out of nowhere, surrounded by mysterious world lights. They came out of the flames of Ruin City. It was difficult to imagine. The World Clan likes to hide. They've been hiding for such a long time, said someone mockingly. We just came to apologize, and you made us come here, and you brought such an army. You really overestimate the World Clan, said an old man, smiling as he stared at the members of the fire shrine. We don't really care about your apologies. How many people did you bring? To pay us a visit, you need to prove you're qualified, said the strong cultivator of the fire shrine. If the World Clan wanted to pay them a visit, they first had to break the shield. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23:16, Illusion Deployment Spell. Chapter 23:16, Illusion Deployment Spell. Outside of the protected area, the silhouettes became real. The strong cultivators of the World Clan had officially arrived now. How strong! How powerful is the World Clan now? The watching crowd wondered. But even that way, they won't be able to break through. That fire shield is incredible, both in terms of defense and offense. Since it's that way, even though we're very weak, if you want to show us how powerful the fire shield is, we'll have to give it a try, said the old man of the World Clan calmly. Reality began to undulate. The strong cultivators of the World Clan were using godly awareness to communicate. World Gate, said someone coldly. Dazzling world lights moved towards the sky and condensed. Instantly, she started being corroded. A dazzling world gate appeared and absorbed strength. Go! The strong cultivators of the World Clan joined hands to attack. The gate moved towards the strong cultivators of the fire shrine and surrounded them while people shouted furiously. Their fires started being absorbed. The illusionary world door surrounded them. Their silhouettes became illusionary, it as if they could disappear any time. Protect, said a strong cultivator of the fire shrine at that moment. The fire shield appeared in front of that strong cultivator and blocked the world lights. Teleportation, said someone coldly. The atmosphere warped. The fire shrine's strong cultivator was being drawn towards the gate. The crowd was astonished. The attack of the World Clan's strong cultivators was astonishing. World strength was mysterious and powerful. No wonder they were strong. Godly body connection defense, said the strong cultivators of the fire shrine coldly. Dazzling firelights appeared and suddenly, it was like the strong cultivators of the fire shrine were connected. A terrifying fire shield appeared and surrounded all of them. The world lights couldn't pierce through anymore. Incredible defense, how terrifying. It's as hard as diamond. I had never thought I would ever have the opportunity to see the fire shield of the fire shrine in my life, and especially used by saint emperors. How incredible! Die, said someone aggressively and furiously. Fireballs streaked across the sky and turned into greedy and hungry fire beasts. World lights condensed, the strong cultivators of the World Clan became illusionary and disappeared. The fire struck nothing but air. Attack, said a strong cultivator of the World Clan. They gathered and moved in the same direction. They needed to find an angle which they'd be able to pierce through. The energies gathering were oppressive. World strength filled the air, but the fire shrine cultivators didn't change. They had faith in their fire shield, it couldn't be broken. It was flawless. Break, said someone. World strength descended from the sky everywhere. Godly lacerating shield. Hard shields appeared above the fire shriners and rose into the air. They turned into a vortex of sharp strength that seemed able to cut apart anything. The world strength started breaking apart, but continued moving down towards the strong cultivators under the shield. It seemed unbreakable. Clear shattering sounds arose. The godly shield started cracking. There were explosions as the world strength assaulted it. At the same time, it continued spitting out terrifying flames and destroying the world strength. When all the energies vanished, the fire shrine's strong cultivators were still holding the shield up. The strong cultivators of the World Clan were astonished. The shield seemed unbreakable. It seemed as hard as diamond. The fire shrine's strong cultivators borrowed shield strength and were all connected together. The World Clan was very strong, as expected. They were starting to pierce through that incredible defense, said a strong cultivator of the fire shrine. He sounded proud and arrogant. They didn't attack, they just defended. They had hoped the World Clan wouldn't be able to break through at all. Shomhaya stood there calmly, as if all this had nothing to do with him. If the World Clan cannot break the shield thoroughly, we'll start attacking, said Shomhaya calmly. At that moment, in the distance, a silhouette appeared indistinctly in the flames. Is someone there? Surprisingly, that person is walking in the flames, how strong? It's him. Daimon. There are people behind him too. The crowd finally noticed Lin Feng. Many people frowned. Walking slowly in the middle of ruined city's flames was extraordinary. What's that? A demon dragon? The crowd noticed a gigantic creature next to Lin Feng. It looked like a demon dragon was following Lin Feng. They were getting closer and closer, so the crowd could see them more distinctly. Shomhaya looked at Lin Feng, startled. He was there? Daimon who had defeated Huashan from the fire shrine easily? That Daimon was probably a leader in the clan, just below the saints. I heard that last time, Daimon went to the Void Phoenix clan on a dragon. The rumors were true. A demon dragon of the supreme animal world is following Daimon. The crowd gasped. Lin Feng and the demon dragon arrived in front of the strong cultivators of the fire shrine and looked at the shield. That kind of shield couldn't be broken with powerful attacks. Only saints could break it. Since the shield was made of many shields, they had to attack them one by one and prevent them from being harmonized. The members of the fire shrine remained calm and looked at Daimon and his dragon. We initially wanted to come to apologize and pay a visit to the members of the fire shrine. In the end, you sent such a powerful army and were meeting far away from your territory. Why? Lin Feng asked Xianghaya calmly. Not anyone can come to the fire shrine, especially to pay us a visit, replied Xianghaya indifferently. They both put on an air of extreme arrogance. All right, said Lin Feng nodding. He said, since you don't want to be friends with the World Clan, I'll have to solve the issue myself. Everybody, protect me from the sides, ordered Lin Feng calmly. The strong cultivators of the World Clan landed at Lin Feng's sides instantly. Lin Feng walked forwards. He didn't release a terrifying chi, he looked calm and serene. He looked at all the members of the fire shrine and noticed Huashang. Daimon from the World Clan. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to study your shield, said Lin Feng calmly. He said to all the members of the World Clan using telepathy, break the connections they have established between them. The strong cultivators of the World Clan released World Strength which moved straight towards Huashang. The World Strength started isolating Huashang from the rest of them. However, the shield was still there. Huashang continued holding his shield, too. You're afraid of me, said Lin Feng, smiling casually. Huashang was stunned and staring at Lin Feng. You have the godly shield, why are you afraid of me? And you're considered as a genius of the fire shrine. You're not very self-confident, said Lin Feng, looking sad, as if he had pity for Huashang. Lin Feng sighed for him. Protect, said the strong cultivators of the fire shrine coldly. A gigantic shield appeared in front of Huashang. It's useless. You're not persistent, you're not determined. You're so weak. Even if someone protects you, it's just like the cover of a book protecting the pages, you can easily tear it off, said Lin Feng calmly. Huashang's consciousness became dimly discernible. It was as if Lin Feng and Huashang were the only ones left around, and only Huashang could hear Lin Feng's voice. That's my world strength. You're isolated from the rest of the world now. We are together, do you think your shield can still protect you like that? Lin Feng sounded calm and sure. Huashang frowned. Impossible. It was an illusion. You're using an illusion technique. Even if you brought me here, I'm still with the others in the outside world. You can attack my will, but not my body, said Huashang, trying to keep calm. You're too naive. Nobody can break free from my world strength, said Lin Feng easily. Look carefully. He waved his hands and world strength rose up in the air, surrounding Huashang. He pulled a long face. He was isolated from the others. Attack, said Huashang coldly. Suddenly, fire strength struck out all around him. However, the strong cultivators around Lin Feng created world strength around them and the fire ended up in those doors. The attack didn't affect Lin Feng at all. Therefore, in Huashang's consciousness, the attack didn't work either. I told you, I can easily isolate you guys, said Lin Feng calmly. He threw himself at Huashang and attacked. Huashang's face changed. He remembered how strong Lin Feng was, and suddenly retreated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23:17, Killing a Strong Cultivator of the Shrine. Chapter 23:17, Killing a Strong Cultivator of the Shrine. Huashang moved back, and a gap appeared in the shield. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine were astonished and shouted, Huashang! Huashang was astonished. He kept moving back, but Lin Feng continued moving towards him and smiling evilly. It's an illusion. He just wants to scare me and make me move back, thought Huashang. Lin Feng moved towards him. The strong cultivators of the World Clan were protecting him and absorbing Huashang's strength. There was an explosion. Lin Feng punched a strong cultivator in front of him through the hole. The attack was dreadful, as Lin Feng's physical strength was astonishing. His god Dao turned into a golden heaven and earth chi which pressed forwards with indomitable will. Blinding lights kept flashing. The strong cultivator of the fire shrine sensed the ominously heavy force. It was a heavy blow. He released fire strength and raised his shield. The terrifying strength crashed onto the shield, the air trembled. The strong cultivator was pushed back a few steps. He groaned with pain and his shield cracked. "Attack!" shouted Lin Feng. The strong cultivators of the World Clan used world strength, world gates appeared, and the atmosphere was even more distorted. A few people were absorbed by the gates. They appeared somewhere else and their battle array became chaotic. The demon dragon roared furiously and jumped into the crowd. He swept out with his tail. Even though the demon dragon wasn't very strong, he was strong enough to cause chaos in the enemy's battle array. The strong cultivators of the World Clan didn't want the strong cultivators of the Fire Shrine to recreate their shield. Now that there was a hole, they had to take advantage of it. Lin Feng moved like the wind. He threw himself at someone else, releasing world strength. That person had the impression he had landed in another world. Lin Feng then released a god sword. Fire exploded around, the fire energies turned into an ocean of flames. Everything burned even more violently all around them. However, the ocean of fire began to distort and the strong cultivator's face stiffened. His cosmic energies became chaotic. He was astonished, world strength could do that. "This is my world," said Lin Feng, slowly walking towards him. Sword lights appeared all around him. They contained pitch-black death strength. That person was astonished and shouted, "You're not from the World Clan." But the attack was already moving towards him. He retreated, but Lin Feng was faster. He condensed more and more death strength and death stamps. That cultivator's face turned deathly pale. He said, "Death Dao. You're not Daimon from the World Clan, you're Lin Feng." "Death oppression!" shouted Lin Feng furiously. Death was everywhere. That cultivator's face became even paler as the oppressive attack surrounded him. He had the impression a death world was crushing him. His face gradually turned pitch black. His life was being corroded away. Die! God's strength penetrated into his body. He was furious, his body suddenly became gigantic. He turned into a fire giant, he was bathing in flames. "Even if you're angry, you're still going to die," said Lin Feng coldly. He continued running towards his enemy. A terrifying and aggressive chi dashed to the skies and surged towards the fire giant. He started destroying his opponent's Dao will. The man roared furiously, he didn't want to die. Lin Feng dared try to kill a Saint Emperor of the Fire Shrine? In the outside world, the crowd noticed that Lin Feng and the Saint Emperor had disappeared in world lights. Nobody knew what was going on in there. "Void-breaking vision," said a strong cultivator of the empty space shrine. His eyes became dazzling and he looked at the world strength which surrounded Lin Feng and his opponent. He was astonished and said, "I can't see through it. What kind of strength is that world strength? Does that daimon have a world king body? You can't see them?" Many people around were astonished. The void-breaking vision could see through almost anything. Surprisingly, he couldn't see through that world strength? "Yes, it seems empty inside, there's nothing." "It's clearly not possible," whispered the strong cultivator. The crowd frowned. Daimon was really too strong. Even the void-breaking vision couldn't see through his world strength. A terrifying explosive strength rent the air with thunder and fire. The world strength broke apart. Lin Feng reappeared and groaned. There was blood on his clothes. At the same time, a terrifying fire strength appeared in the sky and gradually vanished. A shield fell down from the sky. People's hearts started pounding violently. Where was the strong cultivator who was fighting against Lin Feng? Was he dead? Many people were staring at Lin Feng, including Xiong Haya. The members of the World Clan had killed a strong cultivator of the fire shrine? The World Clan dared act that arrogantly? Turning into an explosive fire Dao to explode and kill me at the cost of his life? What is that supposed to mean? Why does the fire shrine hate me like that? Why are you doing this? Said Lin Feng indifferently. The crowd frowned, turning into explosive Dao as a sacrifice to kill Daimon. The fire strength which filled the air was indeed fire Dao. But even if the enemy had done that, it meant that Lin Feng had forced him to. Nobody was ready to sacrifice themselves to die and kill an adversary. You killed a member of the fire shrine? Said Xiong Haya, staring at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng looked at him and said, "We came to apologize." Why did you prepare all this? That's not what I had expected at all. However, a moment ago, even though he killed himself, it's also because of me indirectly. Maybe he was too weak, so when he sensed my strength, he got scared and thought it could kill him. In order not to tarnish the reputation of the fire shrine, he decided to kill himself and died. When the crowd heard him, they were speechless. What he was saying had many implications. The strong cultivator of the fire shrine was too weak and couldn't withstand a single attack, so he killed himself. Daimon hadn't killed him himself. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine had provoked him and didn't mind dying, so they couldn't blame him. He was too weak, so he deserved to die, indeed. If you're too weak, you deserve to die too, of course, said Xiong Haya calmly, but he was also threatening Lin Feng. Even though the fire shrine is extremely strong, if we decide to battle to death, I don't mind dying, replied Lin Feng calmly. The crowd was astonished. Daimon dared say that to Xiong Haya. It meant that now they couldn't blame him anymore for that strong cultivator's death, even if he had killed him. Very good, said Xiong Haya coldly. Dazzling fire swords appeared around him. His family name is Xiong. How strong is he? The crowd was staring at him. People whose family name was Xiong in the fire shrine were among the strongest cultivators of the fire shrine. They had held power and influence in the fire shrine for such a long time. People from the other shrines were also staring at Xiong Haya. He rarely showed up outside. They were curious to see how strong he was, and what his fighting abilities were. If they saw how strong he was, they would be able to imagine how strong the Xiongs were. Xiong Haya flashed forwards, the fire swords behind him turning into suns. The fireballs were like small suns and could burn anything. There were 9 sun swords around him before they oriented on Lin Feng. However, he didn't stop there. Xiong Haya flashed forwards, and after that, 9 ice-cold moons also appeared. The crowd started trembling. Extreme cold and heat together made them shake. It was extremely unpleasant. Sun fire. They were astonished. In Ruin City, apart from a scorching hot sun fire, there was also ice-cold moon coldness. Xiong Xiao, who had created the city, probably controlled 2 sorts of strength. Lin Feng looked at the 9 suns and 9 moons. It reminded him of his cosmos burning sun technique back in the days. Xiong Haya was really strong. The 18 swords condensed together and turned into sun and moon patterns. Fire surged out. 2 sorts of intent surrounded Lin Feng. Many strong cultivators took steps backwards. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23:18, Suddenly Leaving. Chapter 23:18, Suddenly Leaving. The scorching hot chi contained ice-cold energy too. Everybody understood that it was Xiong Haya's Dao. The strong cultivators of the World Clan and the Fire Shrine moved away to give space to Lin Feng and Xiong Haya. Lin Feng looked calm and indifferent. However, he was a bit surprised on the inside. Xiong Haiya was probably a true core disciple of the Fire Shrine. The World Clan is back in the Imperial Court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds. I'm surprised that they chose to oppose the Fire Shrine, said Xiong Haiya indifferently. Xiong Haiya was right, actually. Previously, when Mo Zhang and Mo Fu had agreed to have a battle, the World Clan had reappeared in the Imperial Court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds and they hadn't chosen to confront anyone else, yet they immediately provoked the Fire Shrine. The Fire Shrine wasn't very happy about it. Therefore, we'll see how long the World Clan will survive in the Imperial Court of the Continent of the Nine Clouds, said Xiong Haiya. He didn't look nervous at all. Huashan was staring at Xiong Haiya in surprise. Xiong Haiya looked like a conquering hero. At his cultivation level, people were ever more dangerous, but they also grew more and more introverted. Xiong Haiya stretched out his hand, and the sun and moon patterns suddenly moved towards Lin Feng. They looked extremely sharp, both hot and cold. Lin Feng sensed the heat and coldness. That kind of strength was much more powerful than pure cold or pure heat. The moon and sun swords arrived. Lin Feng released an incredible amount of deployment lights, which turned into walls. However, the moon and sun swords pierced through them. Lin Feng waved his hands and empty space cosmic energies filled the air. Beasts ran forwards and roared furiously, carrying the swords away. The World Clan's strong cultivator's world strength is terrifying. They can even use empty space strength to enhance their world strength, the watching crowd analyzed. Xiong Haiya groaned coldly. He jumped to the clouds, and a gigantic sword which seemed to come from the skies appeared, his sun and moon energies dazzling to the eyes. 2 tornadoes made of fire appeared. It didn't look like a sword attack anymore, but an ocean of fire. Lin Feng looked at the sky, slowly walking forwards. His terrifying cosmic energies turned into empty space strength. A gigantic hand rose up into the air and grabbed the sword. A strong wind made of empty space strength roared furiously. Xiong Haiya looked surprised, but just smiled coldly and disappeared from where he was. After a few seconds, the sun and moon strength penetrated into Lin Feng's body with a formidable Dao strength. Lin Feng released God strength inside of his body and started destroying his opponent's Dao strength. A light emerged from Lin Feng's body and shot towards the finger Haiya had used to release that attack. Lin Feng ignored everything else, he just focused on that finger. The fire surrounded Lin Feng, his soul was shaking, facing the end of its time. How strong! Murmured the crowd. There was saint's strength in that attack, as if it had been a saint's finger. Die! Said Xiong Haiya to Lin Feng. His finger thrust towards Lin Feng's third eye. But a terrifying strength moved towards Xiong Haiya and penetrated into his body. Lin Feng condensed more strength and raised his fist, punching out a fist filled with God's strength. You're too naive, said Lin Feng indifferently. There was an explosion. Lin Feng was now in the ocean of flames and coldness. It was a challenge for his soul. Lin Feng liked it. Xiong Haiya was smashed backwards, his finger trembling. It looked broken and painful. The strength assaulting the inside of his body was terrifying. Humph! Xiong Haiya groaned coldly, staring at Lin Feng. He started moving again and released fireballs at Lin Feng. This time, a terrifying cosmos burning hand imprint appeared, burning the air around it. The gigantic hand came down on Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved again. A gigantic sword appeared and started destroying the hand. Dazzling empty space lights appeared and tore the gigantic hand apart. Lin Feng smiled coldly and said, "Today, we came to pay a visit to the Fire Shrine, but the Fire Shrine doesn't like us and despises us. The World Clan doesn't need to stay here. Let's go. All the strong cultivators of the World Clan released world strength quickly, their silhouettes flickered and they were gone. What a mysterious world strength. The World Clan's world strength is better than wind or empty space strength to travel. How ominous, the crowd murmured. Lin Feng withdrew and gradually disappeared from Xiong Haiya's field of vision. It's not over, you can't leave, said Xiong Haiya coldly. He ran towards Lin Feng and his demon dragon. We're not leaving the region. We'll meet again, replied Lin Feng indifferently. The demon dragon took him away into the vast ocean of flames of ruined city. Chase him, said Xiong Haiya coldly. Instantly, the strong cultivators of the fire shrine started flying after them into the ocean of flames. However, Lin Feng had disappeared inside. There was a pained scream, and a strong cultivator came out of the flames. His lower body had disappeared and blood was dripping out. He looked wretched and miserable as he cried out sadly. He had almost died. A silhouette suddenly appeared next to him. Xiong Haiya asked, "What's going on?" He wasn't gone. There was hidden world strength in there. He's still in there, I think, said the strong cultivator, pointing at the ground. His face was deathly pale, and blood kept dripping from his missing limbs. But Lin Feng's chi had already disappeared. Xiong Haiya looked furious. Next time, we'll exchange views on cultivation again with the fire shrine. Lin Feng's voice came from the distance. All the strong cultivators of the fire shrine gathered around Xiong Haiya and looked at him. Xiong Haiya pulled a long face. He had chosen this place to help the fire shrine regain face, and once again they had failed. Lin Feng kept provoking them. He had even killed one of their saint emperors. In the end, he had just left. They hadn't even managed to get through in one piece. Of course, many people had also seen how strong the Qiong family of the fire shrine was. Xiong Haiya wasn't a stranger anymore in the region, he was going to be famous. How many people like him did the shrines have? Initially, Lin Feng wanted to pay a visit to the fire shrine. He hadn't thought things would be this dramatic. He hadn't thought they would need to fight. After all, the World Clan wasn't strong enough to fight against the fire shrine for real. He had appeared in the name of the World Clan and couldn't display his real strength, or people would recognize his style. What he had done today was enough. Alma roared his displeasure. Lin Feng was on his back and smiled. I think that Xiong Haiya might be the one who wants to get married with Qing Feng. It should be true if they used the Phoenix Blood Talisman to contact her. The Qiongs must be famous in the fire shrine. We will definitely meet again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23:19, People from Everywhere. Chapter 23:19, People from Everywhere. The World Clan and the Fire Shrine had battled. The Void Phoenix Clan had seen it, and they felt very unhappy. Daimon was incredibly strong and sinister. However, he didn't know how to appreciate people's kindness. Surprisingly, he kept provoking the Fire Shrine. After all, Xiong Haiya and Shang Feng, as well as Hu Xingzi and Jing, were now supposed to be close to one another. The Void Phoenix Clan treated them like they were part of the Fire Shrine. Of course, some people were really happy, especially the members of the other shrines. The Fire Shrine kept losing face. It was good for them, so they were gloating over the rivals' misfortune. After all, the shrines had existed for a very long time, but they were all competitors, not allies. If they had an opportunity, they would definitely finish off one another. It was especially true now that the Void Phoenix Clan and the Fire Shrine were trying to push their relations to the next level. Of course, the other shrines, including the Fortune Shrine, also had such relations with other clans from the northwest area, and other regions of the Imperial Court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. As soon as the shrines and people from other clans got married, it propelled their relations to the next level. Such connections existed everywhere in the region. The Buddha Shrine was in the western part of the Imperial Court of the continent of the Nine Clouds where the Countless Shrine used to be. They were one of the oldest shrines. They rarely tried to compete with the others. However, nobody dared underestimate them just because they didn't like fighting. There were ancient districts on the ground. In the ancient times, in the countless shrine, there used to be many Buddhist schools. It was a holy place for them. A few people were on the flight of stairs, their clothes torn apart. They had fought in a great battle. However, their chi was extremely powerful. A young Buddhist monk looked at the shrine and slowly walked up. He put his palms together, looking solemn and respectful. Up in the sky, golden lights flashed, and a Sakyamuni Buddha appeared. "Why did you come?" asked the Sakyamuni. "I came to get help on the path of Buddhism," declared the young Buddhist monk calmly. Some strong dazzling golden Buddhas appeared around him. "What is Buddhism?" asked the golden Sakyamuni. "I've been studying Buddhism for a very long time, but I can't understand the true essence of Buddhism." "That's why I came," replied the Buddhist monk in a sharp and clear voice. "To ask for help on the path of Buddhism, you must go through 81 calamities. Can you endure that?" asked the golden Sakyamuni. The young Buddhist monk nodded calmly. "All right, the first calamity, the death calamity," said the golden Sakyamuni coldly. A gigantic golden hand descended from the sky towards the young man. It was going to crush him. The young man put his palms together and a gigantic ancient Buddha appeared. The gigantic Buddha hand and the ancient Buddha collided. Dazzling golden lights flashed. "Why did you stop it?" asked the voice coldly. His chi oppressed the young man. "I came to ask for help on the path of Buddhism. If I wanted to experience death, I could do it anywhere else," said the young man calmly. "Besides, if I could understand Buddhism for real, I'd understand life and death even better, of course." After that, the Sakyamuni remained silent and disappeared. A Buddhist monk appeared at the top of the flight of stairs and asked, "He's from the Fortune Shrine, why is he here?" People from the Fortune Shrine believe in destiny, and the destiny technique said he would be better off in the Buddha Shrine. "My shrine, the Fortune Shrine, is willing to exchange outstanding disciples with the Buddha Shrine. There is no interest conflict in being both a Buddhist and a member of the Fortune Shrine," said a young man next to him. He smiled and looked up at the sky. The Fortune Shrine controls the destiny technique. They can predict destiny relatively precisely. Since they say Buddhism is appropriate for him, it must be. "We'll take him as a disciple," said the person at the top of the flight of stairs. He put his palms together and smiled. "Thank you very much. The empty space shrine wants to kill him. However, now that he's also a disciple of the Buddha Shrine, they won't dare act insolently," replied the Fortune Shrine's strong cultivator with a smile. They both looked at the young man. "Kong Ming, enjoy your time in the Buddha Shrine, we're off. "Thank you, Master," Kong Ming said to the people who had taken him there. Kong Ming was now far away in the Buddha Shrine. In the sky, there were a strong cultivator using their void-breaking vision to watch all that. When they saw it, they grimaced. "I didn't think the Fortune Shrine would have such friends. They even dared put one of their great disciples in the Buddha Shrine. From now on, Kong Ming is a disciple of 2 shrines. It will be difficult now," said one of them slowly. He was annoyed. They had chased Kong Ming for a long time. Finally, the Fortune Shrine had put him in the Buddha Shrine. It was irritating. It's troublesome. The Buddha Shrine usually doesn't get involved in external affairs, but who knows? Maybe if we kill Kong Ming, that insane cultivator of the Buddha Shrine will go crazy and we won't offend just one shrine. The most annoying part is that the Fortune Shrine put Chu Chun Xiu in the supreme animal world, they protect Lin Feng, and now they put Kong Ming in the Buddha Shrine, so he's the disciple of 2 shrines. It's difficult to know who the forbidden person is. They could all be. The Fortune Shrine attaches so much importance to the 3 of them. The members of Empty Space Shrine all spoke up. In the supreme animal world, the news that Chu Chun Xiu had been to one of the 7 forbidden territories spread throughout the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. In the continent of the 9 clouds, including the imperial court, only a few people dared go to those areas. Now Chu Chun Xiu from the Fortune Shrine was one of them. The forbidden territory of Ganges time and the supreme animal world was one of the 7 forbidden territories. Of course, Chu Chun Xiu had only been to a clear area, he hadn't been into the depths of the forbidden area. But now Chu Chun Xiu was getting stronger and stronger, and could surprisingly go to the forbidden areas alone. Those forbidden areas had a very, very long history. They were considered hellish forbidden areas. People who came out were usually insane and had lost their minds. Back in the days, a terrifying genius had gone to the supreme ancient pit of hell. He had gone there like a conquering hero, and he had come out completely insane. His only purpose in life had been to kill, and kill, and kill. When people thought of this, they were terror-stricken. Chu Chun Xiu had been there. Only a few people had the ability to go there. Apart from Chu Chun Xiu, there was another genius of the meeting of the continent of the 9 clouds who was in the supreme animal world. Zhou Rong Man was walking through the desert of the supreme animal world. He looked extremely strong. What the hell is this place? I'm so tired. Zhou Rong Man was sweating. He looked exhausted. He had been walking in that desert for a month, but he was still there. Was there no exit? He didn't know if he had been imprisoned, or if the desert was just too vast. Zhou Rong Man lay down on the sand and looked at the sky. How could I be so unlucky? I have the strongest blood strength of the continent of the 9 clouds. People have been trying to kill me for a long time, and now I'm stuck in here. Are you old men trying to deceive me? He shouted, and his voice spread far away in the distance. Eh? At that moment, Zhou Rong Man frowned. He sensed something on his hand, he quickly shook it and looked at it, blood dripped off. Zhou Rong Man was stupefied. He was bleeding? Him? What the? Zhou Rong Man's heart started pounding. He gazed into the distance. He saw something sharp, like pincers, or claws, like a hand. Gradually, a gigantic golden insect appeared. Zhou Rong Man was astonished. But after that, he looked enthusiastic and shouted, I've finally found you. Come out. My name is Zhou Rong Man. His voice caused sound waves to roll in waves. Blood kept dripping. The golden insect dug into the ground and tried to hide in the sands. A crater appeared in Zhou Rong Man's field of vision. He was astonished. He had found the ones who had been chasing him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2320, Invitation Letter. Chapter 2320, Invitation Letter. After his battle against Zheng Haiya, Lin Feng went back to the World Clan. He tried to contact Cheng Feng, but it was useless. Cheng Feng was isolated from the rest of the world. After that, Lin Feng learned that the one who had made the Void Phoenix clan call all their members using the Phoenix Blood Talisman the other day was Zheng Haiya. Now, Zheng Haiya went to the Void Phoenix clan. He wanted to finalize the marriage alliance with them. Lin Feng felt great pressure. Zheng Haiya wasn't Hua Xingzi. His name was Zheng. He had a very high social status in the Fire Shrine. And he couldn't contact Cheng Feng. Daimon received an invitation letter. Lin Feng read the letter and was stupefied. This material is extremely precious and durable, mused Lin Feng with a smile. He looked at the name of the sender. Mu Shanzi. That name contained a particular qi. Who's Mu Shanzi? Wondered Lin Feng. He had never heard the name, and he wasn't very familiar with the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. He hadn't lived here his entire life. There were people who had been here for millions of years already. It was nothing in comparison with those people. He didn't know Mu Shanzi. I checked. He's from the Thousand Ancient Dust Mountains clan. He's also a strong cultivator of the dazzling gold shrine. 100 years ago, he became a saint emperor. His Tao is at the maximum level, he is at the top of the Shangdi layer. He hasn't shown up for a while, but many people think he's going to try and become a saint now. A saint emperor who has no enemy at the same level? Mused Lin Feng. The expression "who had no enemy at the same level" was extremely relative at such high levels and in such places as the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Yes, he's among the strongest saint emperors of the imperial court. There aren't many people like him, said the strong cultivator next to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. So Mu Shanzi is at the top of the Shangdi layer. What about Xiong Haya? Some people have different fighting abilities at that level. It depends whether their Tao has reached the maximum level or not. You, for example, your Tao is at the maximum level, so when you reach the top of the Shangdi layer, you'll be much stronger than many people. Therefore, to become a saint emperor who has no enemy at the same cultivation level, you also need to fight a lot. You need to fight people who are already cultivators with no enemy at the level of the Shangdi layer. From what I know, Xiong Haya hasn't reached such a level yet. Xiong Haya hasn't reached that level. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. The criteria to become a saint emperor who had no enemy at the same cultivation level was very high. But in any case, being a saint emperor was already great. They didn't have many enemies anymore. Mu Shanzi had reached the top of the Shangdi layer. Why does he want to see me? Lin Feng smiled. He invited Lin Feng to come to his dusky mountain. Many other strong cultivators were going to be there, apparently. He had invited other people. Even though you showed up only twice in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, you drew many people's attention. It's not surprising that he invited you, said the World Clan's strong cultivator. Lin Feng asked, do you know why he invited people? I think it's related to the forbidden territories, replied the old man. Lin Feng was surprised and glanced at him. The World Clan knew more than he had imagined. Had the World Clan's decision to come to the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds been sudden, or did they have other motives? Lin Feng would understand soon enough. He was excited to progress on the path of cultivation. He had killed a saint emperor of the fire shrine in front of everybody the previous time. Many people had been amazed. Forbidden territory, whispered Lin Feng. He didn't know too much about the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, but he knew about the 7 forbidden territories. He had read books about them in the forbidden territory. He knew that Chu Chunxiu had been to the animal world's forbidden territory. He was probably very strong already. If I go, I will probably see many cultivators of the top of the Shangdi layer, smiled Lin Feng. The old man nodded. Mu Shanzi sent that invitation letter to people who have the same social status. There will be many strong cultivators from shrines. There will also be people who are very core disciples too. If you go, you will see some extraordinary people. 10,000 dusk mountains, Mu Shan, repeated Lin Feng. Then, he nodded and said, I'll go. I can't wait to see you become a peerless cultivator. If you become a saint emperor, you'll become incredible and such things won't be difficult for you anymore, sighed the old man. Lin Feng had nothing to say. He still had to complete his small world. He had to improve his god level, his god Tao. He had to understand his own strength a bit better. He might already be similar to saint emperors. Actually, as the old man had said, many people in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds received the invitation letter. But they were different from Lin Feng. They could contact one another and travel freely in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Many people from everywhere started traveling in the direction of the dazzling gold shrine. Lin Feng also left for the mountain. It was the first time he had traveled so far in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. His clone usually stayed in the fortune shrine all the time since the shrines wanted to kill him. Little boy, among the 7 forbidden territories, 3 of them are in the supreme animal world. There are many dangerous historical remains there. You've been in the dragon clan for such a long time, do you know about the 3 forbidden territories of the supreme animal world? Lin Feng asked Alma. The 3 forbidden territories of the supreme animal world are really dangerous: Ganges Time, Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, and the mythological animal mausoleum. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called forbidden territories. However, the most mysterious one is Ganges Time. It's an infinite ocean of light. It was where the Time Shrine's holy place was back in the ancient times. Only a few people have managed to cross it. I've heard of a Saint Emperor who had no enemy at the same cultivation level who surprisingly died outside of Ganges Time. Ganges Time. The Time Shrine. Lin Feng was stunned. The diviner had told him about those. The shrines had very long histories. He had read many books about the shrines, too. The Time Shrine was one of the oldest shrines, like the Countless Shrine. The Countless Shrine had become the Buddha Shrine, and the Time Shrine had disappeared. So many people have died in the supreme ancient pit of hell. There are many things we can't imagine inside. Many people who have been there came out completely insane, said Alma. Regarding mythological animal mausoleum, even though it's a forbidden territory, the supreme animal world doesn't want people to go there because it's a sanctuary for beasts. Many ancient beasts are buried there. Many beasts revere it too much to go there. Alright, Lin Feng nodded. The supreme animal world wanted to protect that sacred place. Who are the strongest clans in the supreme animal world? Asked Lin Feng. The Dragon Clan is one of the strongest clans. The Godly Phoenix Clan, the Unicorn Clan, and so on. Of course, there are some mysterious clans who are terrifyingly strong. In the future, we can go the supreme animal world together, and I'll show you, said Alma excitedly. Lin Feng grinned. In the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds, there were some terrifyingly strong beasts, especially in the shrines, but the supreme animal world had the best ones. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2321, Mushan Clan. Chapter 2321, Mushan Clan. In the 10,000 Dusk Mountains, dazzling golden lights were everywhere. The mountains seemed to be made of gold. This place was in the Dazzling Gold Shrine's jurisdiction, and so had many cultivators who studied gold strength. Being close to the Dazzling Gold Shrine, they had access to many resources. Even the buildings were made of gold. A strong cultivator in the 10,000 Dusk Mountains raised his head and looked at the sky. He was startled as he shouted out, "A dragon! Who's that?" "He's riding a powerful demon dragon." Many people were astonished. After all, dragons were considered incredible creatures in the world of cultivators. People were always impressed when they saw dragons. I've heard that Mushan Zi invited many strong Saint Emperors to come. I wonder what he wants to do. I've heard that it was related to the forbidden territories. Those people are all insane. They don't have simplistic views like we do. We'll probably hear a lot about it. Yes, we can only wait. Mushan Zi has been discreet for many years. I've heard that he was at the very top of the Shangdi layer. I wonder whether it's true or not. In the 10,000 Dusk Mountains, there are only a few cultivators who have reached the very top of the Shangdi layer. Lin Feng heard what people were saying. He had incredible hearing and his perceptions were acute. At such a cultivation level, people had incredible senses. It seems that Mushan Zi is famous in the 10,000 Dusk Mountains, thought Lin Feng. He heard many people talking about those who had reached the very top of the Shangdi layer. Such people had the potential to become saints, and if they didn't die, it usually happened. Therefore, the number of cultivators of the very top of the Shangdi layer didn't increase with time in the world. Lin Feng had already gathered information about this place. He directly flew to the Mushan clan. Dragons were very famous for being strong, but they were also extremely fast. They were just slower than the most terrifying great oriental greenfinch rocks. "We're here," mused Lin Feng, gazing into the distance. There was a celestial lake, its waters calm, some leaves floating on the surface. The place was very beautiful. In the middle of the lake were some lofty buildings, the residences of the Mushan clan. "It's all golden. The Mushan clan looks new, and floating above a lake, is quite beautiful," murmured Lin Feng as they descended from the sky. "A dragon." At that moment, many people looked at Lin Feng flying towards the lake. A middle-aged man wearing blue robe released lightning when he saw the dragon, and sharp electrical lights appeared in his eyes. At the same time, on another side, there was a beautiful woman whose golden robe was fluttering in the wind. When she saw the dragon, her eyes started glowing, too. She didn't look ordinary at all. The air hummed. The two people moved to intercept Lin Feng. After a short time, Alma arrived above the surface of the lake. Because he was flapping his wings, gigantic waves appeared on the surface of the water. Lin Feng smiled at the two people. "A demon dragon, a young man riding a demon dragon?" The middle-aged man in the blue robe was startled. In the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, there were even fewer dragon riders than cultivators of the top of the Shangdi layer. Who would dare steal dragons from the supreme animal world to ride them? If someone rode a dragon, it meant that the dragon had agreed to it. Recently, a young man riding a dragon had become a bit famous. "You're Daimon from the World Clan?" said the middle-aged man in the blue robe. The World Clan had come back to the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds and provoked the fire shrine. Daimon had defeated Huashang and Xianghaya. He was famous now. Many people paid attention to what happened to the shrines, including the fire shrine, so they knew about Daimon. So now Lin Feng had become a little bit famous. He was considered as a genius by ordinary people, but not by extremely strong cultivators, so he was just a little bit famous. He had just started standing out. Lin Feng was surprised that Mushan Zi had invited him, but he had decided to accept the invitation. This was normal. Lin Feng nodded. The middle-aged man said, "You must be extraordinary for a demon dragon to let you ride him. But you can compete with Xianghaya from the fire shrine, that is rare. You escaped, of course, you might not be as strong as him, but that would be normal." The middle-aged man sounded composed. He didn't flatter Lin Feng, but he didn't denigrate him either. At such cultivation levels, people were also less extroverted, and more reserved. They didn't admire or denigrate people. They just stated facts. Denigrating people was pointless, they cared about themselves first. Lin Feng didn't draw their attention because he was Lin Feng, but because he was riding a dragon. "You must go from the Thunder Shrine," said the woman, smiling at the middle-aged man. "Celestial Sound Shrine, Hua Qianyu," said Langu, looking at the woman calmly. "I've heard that you could release millions of sound waves." "I'm happy to meet you." "Brother Langu, you're flattering me, my soundwave techniques aren't that great." "I am unworthy of your praises," replied Hua Qianyu. Then, she looked at Alma and smiled. "That little dragon is so cute and so young. He's already so strong." Alma's gigantic eyes twinkled and he roared, making the sky shake. Hua Qianyu released a dragon chant soundwave to counter it, then stepped backwards and smiled. "Let's not perturb the tranquility of the lake. Let's head to the Mushan clan." The dragon chant was like a soundwave technique, and it wasn't weaker than Alma's dragon roar, murmured Lin Feng, glancing at her. The celestial sound shrine was a shrine, too. Langu turned around and flew in the direction of the Mushan clan. Alma roared and flew above the lake after them. When they entered the Mushan clan, there were some people ready to welcome the guests. Someone showed Lin Feng and the others rooms for their stay. These guest rooms were magnificent. Lin Feng was early, only a dozen people had arrived. But without exception, those people were from wealthy groups. Their fighting abilities were all extraordinary. The Mushan clan had prepared residences halfway up the mountains. They could see the lake from the top. It was an incredible place. Lin Feng lay down in the grass of the mountain and gazed into the distance. A few other people were there too. They all enjoyed the environment. Daimon! Someone called out at that moment. Lin Feng's eyes glittered. He was still lying down on the grass and he smiled. He had been invited too. I wouldn't have thought we'd meet again so soon, said Xianghaya when he saw Lin Feng. He also smiled, pleasantly surprised. I told you, said Lin Feng smiling. He turned his head and looked at Xianghaya. They both looked enthusiastic. Daimon had used the fire shrine as a stepping stone to become famous, and now Mushanzi had invited them both there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23-22, with admiration. Chapter 23-22, with admiration. Xianghaya walked up to him and grinned. Perfect, as you said. Are you the only one from the World Clan who's been invited? The World Clan is tiny. I'm the only one who received the invitation letter. The World Clan can't be compared with the Fire Shrine, Lin Feng smiled. Xianghaya's smile stiffened a bit. The members of the World Clan had broken their shield. He understood what Lin Feng meant. He was making fun of them. At that moment, someone landed next to Xianghaya. That person was taller than Xianghaya and looked a bit plump. He looked calm and unruffled, like someone who could never get angry. When he was around, people felt a bit pressured. Xianghaya didn't give people that kind of impression. People around smiled when they saw him. Apart from Xianghaya, Mushanzi had also invited that guy. It seemed that Mushanzi had great plans, or he wouldn't have invited such people. Xiong Jiutian, this guy's family name was also Qiong. He was of the same generation as Xianghaya, and he was already a cultivator of the very top of the Shangdi layer, much stronger than Xianghaya. The World Clan has been silent for such a long time and now they came back with such geniuses. Not bad. I hope you won't disappoint anyone, said Xiong Jiutian to Lin Feng calmly. He sounded proud and arrogant. He had been a cultivator of the very top of the Shangdi layer for many years already. One more step, one last step and he'd become a saint. Lin Feng stood up slowly and looked at Xiong Jiutian calmly. He could sense that Xiong Jiutian was threatening him. He seemed much more powerful than Xianghaya. He even looked stronger than the middle-aged man in blue clothes. However, Lin Feng was Daimon from the World Clan now, and his social status was every bit as high as these people. He took a step forwards and smiled in anticipation. You think a lot. When Xiong Jiutian heard Lin Feng's reply, he remained calm, smiled, turned around, and left. Xianghaya groaned in an ice-cold way and said, "We can't wait to see." He also departed. Regarding what he couldn't wait to see, he was probably the only one who knew. But people understood that he couldn't wait to see bad things happen to Lin Feng. During the following days, Mushanzi didn't show up. More and more people arrived in the Mushan clan. 20-some people had already gathered there. They were all extremely strong. Of course, Mushanzi had invited many other people, but many of them didn't have time to arrive so early and wait around. At such cultivation levels, people had responsibilities and many things to do. Many people wouldn't even have the time to come to the Mushan clan at all. The deadline Mushanzi had given to the people he had invited to come had arrived. The people were summoned to a hall. Someone smiled and said, "Mushanzi will probably arrive soon. He's here already. I wonder what he wants to tell us." The distance to the supreme animal world. Since he came back, it must be very important, mused others. Lin Feng listened to them talking. He understood that Mushanzi wasn't always in the Mushan clan. Apparently, he had spent time in the supreme animal world these last few days. Mu Shanzi went to the supreme animal world to practice, yet he heard of me. I wonder whether Mu Shanzi wanted me to come, or was it the Mu Shan clan? That guy must be an expert at communication. Even when he's traveling, he doesn't forget his other responsibilities, mused Lin Feng. An old man appeared and descended from the sky. He smiled at everybody and said, "Everybody, you've been waiting for a long time. The young master is back, he's taking a bath and changing clothes. We organized a welcome dinner. Please follow me." Silhouettes flickered. People moving at impressive speed appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. That guy is back, and went to take a shower and change clothes? He's like a chick, said someone rudely. That guy looked extremely strong and rude. He was wearing big pants and was barebacked. He had huge muscles, so pumped up it seemed they were about to explode. His hand was over his shoulder, carrying a gigantic hammer. Such people were difficult to forget after a single glance. What? Why are you so impatient? Do you think everybody's rude like you? Being clean is respectful for people you meet, said another middle-aged man coldly. He looked brutal and wild, with a big beard, he looked dignified and majestic. Shut up, swore a young man, extremely tall with a bestial presence. His hands were in the sleeves of his cyan clothes, and pale lights surrounded him. He actually looked rather handsome. The two people who had just talked looked at the young man coldly and said, "Little beast, be polite to your elders. When I became famous, you weren't even born yet," said the wild middle-aged man. The beast turned around and said coldly, "Situ, are you saying you're already rotten and useless?" Situ groaned coldly and smiled back, "The younger generations will surpass us in time. Young people are getting more and more arrogant. It's not time to talk shit and argue, otherwise use your strength to fight," said the one wearing big pants, but he was gloating over another person's misfortune. Situ smiled, showing his teeth. "Don't worry, there will be opportunities. Let's go and see what Mu Shanzi wants to tell us," suggested someone wearing a black cloak. These people looked simple, but actually they all had incredible stories. They had all received the invitation letter, which proved they were terrifyingly strong. In front of younger people, they usually remained silent, they were people of few words. One glance and they could terrify younger folk. Everybody followed the old man and arrived at a palace. In front of them was a young man with the elegant demeanor of a gentleman. He smiled at the crowd and said, "Everybody, thank you for accepting my invitation. I feel moved. Don't be shameless, Mu Shanzi. You know that we didn't come just because of your invitation letter." "Indeed. We have no time to waste. The crowd didn't give face to Mu Shanzi, but he didn't seem to mind. He just smiled and said, "All right, stop criticizing me, everybody. Come in, and let's discuss business." "All right," agreed the crowd. They followed Mu Shanzi to the main palace and sat down on two sides of a long table. They all looked at Mu Shanzi. Situ spoke up aggressively, "Mu Shanzi, will you talk now?" "Situ, you haven't changed," Mu Shanzi smiled. He looked at the crowd and said, "Everybody, you know that I just came back from the supreme animal world. I went there to practice cultivation, but I had some interesting experiences." "What?" asked the one who looked like a beast. Chu Chunxiu, who finished third at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds back in the days, has spent much time in Ganges time. Now, he has left Ganges time and he has gone to the supreme ancient pit of hell alone. "You know that, right?" said Mu Shanzi. "Yes, has Chu Chunxiu found anything in particular?" asked Xiong Jiutian. His eyes glittered. "If I tell you that he's a sympathizer to the supreme ancient demons, and that is the reason why he went to the supreme ancient pit of hell, would you believe me?" Mu Shanzi asked calmly. The crowd was astonished. "Really? I've met Chu Chunxiu. Even though he ranked third at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, he's extremely strong. We met just outside of the supreme ancient pit of hell. He's very brave, I admire him. Even though I don't know whether Lin Feng and Kong Ming, who respectively ranked first and second at the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds, are stronger than him or not, I know that Chu Chunxiu is extremely strong, said Mu Shanzi calmly. Everybody now thought even higher of those who had finished at the top of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Mu Shanzi had acknowledged Chu Chunxiu. Lin Feng is also incredible. He humiliated the Snow Clan. The Fire Shrine has been chasing him for a very long time and they always fail. I just don't know where he is now, said the one who had big pants. Xiong Haiya frowned. Lin Feng, the Fire Shrine hated him. Actually, many people from the shrines were there. They had been chasing the top 10 cultivators of the meeting of the continent of the Nine Clouds for a long time, including Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu. But it didn't mean they didn't admire them, too. There was nothing wrong with admiring enemies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2323, Exploring the Mystery of the Forbidden Territories. Chapter 2323, Exploring the Mystery of the Forbidden Territories. Xiong Jiutian didn't want to talk about Lin Feng and said, Mu Shanzi, have you ever seen the Supreme Ancient Demon yourself? Yes, with my own eyes, nodded Mu Shanzi. According to legends, in the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell there are many Supreme Ancient Demons, but you can only learn that if you enter the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. It's difficult to come out alive. Seeing one was incredible, and Chu Chunxiu followed him. So you invited us to come, said Xiong Jiutian staring at Mu Shanzi. I want to explore the mystery of the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, said Mu Shanzi. Everybody's heart started pounding. People frowned. Explore the mystery of a deadly forbidden territory? How scary and audacious. At that moment, the one who looked like a beast said, What is the demon like? Is there anything you forgot to tell us, Mu Shanzi? Supreme Ancient Demons are extremely strong. The one I've seen only had one side of his body, one arm, one leg, one eye, even his brain was cut into two. But with his hand, he can drain people's vitality and blood, and easily kill them. At the same cultivation level, people cannot withstand a single attack from him. The Supreme Ancient Demons have existed for a very long time. Nobody knows what there is inside, don't you want to go and see? Mu Shanzi looked at the crowd. People's eyes glittered with curiosity. However, they knew that the forbidden territories were extremely dangerous. Apart from people who were extremely brave, not many people dared go there. Saint emperors usually didn't want to take such risks. Maybe some saints went there and explored the mysteries of the forbidden territories, but they didn't tell anyone because the others were not qualified to know details only known to insiders. Supreme Ancient Demons. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. He had seen how terrifying the territories of the King of the 10,000 Beasts were, so were those forbidden territories as menacing? Were there small worlds inside? Or ancient clans? The King of the 10,000 Beasts territories were in purple clouds, and only famous in Long Night City. They were too far from the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, which was why the King of the 10,000 Beasts managed to keep it secret. If the King of the 10,000 Beasts territory was in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, it would have been extremely famous. The crowd remained silent. They were all geniuses among geniuses. If they explored the mysteries of the forbidden territories with saints, it would be useless because they'd die first. They understood why Mu Shanzi hadn't invited any saints, they didn't belong to the same world. If saints wanted to explore the mystery of forbidden territories, they could do it with other saints. They really wanted to go and explore the mystery of the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, but they knew it was going to be very dangerous. Mu Shanzi, you didn't make us come straight to the Supreme Animal World, you made us come here first. It means that you prepared things here, right? I am willing to come and explore the mystery of the forbidden territory with you, but I need to get prepared, too, said Hua Qianyu calmly. Everybody was probably going to agree. They were all really strong, and they had to use their full strength. They had to get ready first. They couldn't go into the forbidden territory without being prepared. Of course. Hua Qianyu, you deserve your incredible reputation. I'm happy you're coming. Smiled Mu Shanzi. I'm coming, too, said the strong man in big pants, smashing the table in front of him excitedly. If Qi Lianshan is going, I, Situ, won't refuse either, declared the middle-aged man, glancing at the strong man in big pants coldly. They were enough people to go. They didn't want to go alone, so it was perfect. I, Lan Gu, am coming too, everybody nodded. Chu Chunxiu was brave, he had gone to the supreme ancient pit of hell alone. There were so many really strong cultivators, they had to accept. Even though it was going to be dangerous, it was probably going to be beneficial. Lin Feng looked at the crowd, his eyes glittering. He also wanted to go. I'm coming too, said Lin Feng. Xiong Haya turned and looked at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng smiled coldly inside. Awesome. Since everybody wants to come, let's meet in the Black Phoenix Animal District on the periphery of the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. Everybody, give me your contact details. I'll contact you in time, said Mu Shanzi. They all came from different places, so meeting outside of the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell was the best. Very good. Everybody nodded and gave Mu Shanzi their contact details. Lin Feng and Alma left shortly thereafter. Alma was very excited. He was going to take Lin Feng to the Supreme Animal World and show him around. He didn't know much about the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, however. Lin Feng was seated on Alma's back. He sensed someone was looking at him coldly. Lin Feng glanced over and saw Xiong Haya. See you in the Supreme Animal World, said Xiong Haya coldly. Lin Feng smiled coldly on the inside. Little boy, have you ever been to the Black Phoenix Animal District? Asked Lin Feng to Alma. No, but I've heard about it. There are many black phoenixes there. In the ancient times, they kept fighting against humans, and nobody managed to oppress them. But one day, they faced a calamity and now they aren't as strong as before. They kept the name Phoenix even though they're not pure anymore. I see. I wonder what Chu Chunxiu went through in the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Chu Chunxiu was a very dangerous cultivator. He had tried to kill Lang Yi and Ho Cheng Lin before, and he also wanted to absorb Lin Feng's will. How strong had he become? The news that Mu Shanzi had invited many extremely strong cultivators to go to the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell with him spread quickly. In spite of all the legends which rendered ordinary people terror-stricken, Mu Shanzi and the geniuses were going to go, proving their bravery. Back in the Fortune Shrine, Lin Feng's clone told the diviner about the trip. The diviner smiled and said, fewer and fewer people explore the mystery of the forbidden territories. People who go sometimes don't come back, or when they do, they don't talk about it. But everybody knows the forbidden territories are terrifying. You had no reason to refuse. Good. Indeed, for such people, terrifying wasn't a concept they took seriously. Just be careful, said the diviner. He had no reason to prevent Lin Feng from going. Forbidden people were destined to have extraordinary lives, anyway. Those places were called forbidden territories, and Lin Feng was a forbidden person. How could a forbidden person be afraid of a forbidden territory? Mu Shanzi, Xiong Jiutian, Situ, and the others going were all fearsome names. Many people were excited. It was the most impressive group of people to go to the forbidden territories in 1,000 years. A bunch of incredible geniuses were going to gather in the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. Those geniuses were soon on their way, including Lin Feng. The supreme animal world was an isolated world in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. It was a holy place for animals and was in the northern part of the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Lin Feng had received directions from the Fortune Shrine. After going through a few teleportation portals, Lin Feng arrived in front of a dark city, the entrance to the supreme animal world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23-24, Alma's Special Power. Chapter 23-24, Alma's Special Power. Even though the supreme animal world and the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds were two different worlds, people could cross the border freely. Some people wanted to trade with the animals of the supreme animal world, but they did it in the dark because some people or animals didn't have positive opinions about it. Therefore, some deadly battles had also happened in that dark city. The people who were there were only stronger, and also bloodthirsty, ferocious, and courageous. Of course, they paid attention to who they offended. Otherwise, the supreme animal world could take revenge, and a single person couldn't compete with the supreme animal world alone. Humans hunted beasts, and beasts ate human beings. In the supreme animal world, there were human beings everywhere, but it was dangerous for them. Beasts could kill them any time, it was their land. Lin Feng and Alma teleported themselves from the dark city to the supreme animal world. They arrived in a dark forest with beasts everywhere. "What a thick and rich bestial qi," murmured Lin Feng, smelling the qi. "They hate humans, so they stay in this area because humans usually arrive here from the dark city. When they see humans, they try to kill them," explained Alma. Lin Feng nodded. Alma then continued, flapped his wings and glanced around. Alma roared out, and some beasts in the forest stopped. Some of them lowered their heads. For them, dragons were like kings, they held them in awe and veneration. Alma led, and nothing happened to them along the way. They flew in the direction of the Black Phoenix Animal District. 20 days later, Lin Feng saw an ancient animal district. There were gigantic lofty animal buildings. It was completely different from the king of the 10,000 beasts world. The qi here was more brutal. It was also, obviously, completely different from the human world. Many people raised their heads when they saw a dragon in the sky. A dragon had shown up in the Black Phoenix's territory. And that dragon had a human being on his back, even worse. In a celestial palace on the top of a gigantic mountain, someone gazed into the distance and saw Alma. That person's eyes glittered coldly. That dragon has no dignity. Lin Feng and Alma continued along. Lin Feng sensed someone watching him. He glanced at the celestial palace in the distance and saw a silhouette, a person wearing a golden and purple tiger robe. He looked like an ancient animal king, dignified and majestic. He was staring at Alma. "Get the hell down!" shouted the man furiously. Such a terrifying roar could destroy an ordinary human's internal organs. Lin Feng sensed heavy sound waves, and saw many illusionary tigers. Roar of the red tigers, it's king of the red tigers. That roar alarmed countless monsters in the area. They looked up to the palace in the sky, and they saw the leader of the red tiger's palace standing there. He wasn't happy to see Alma and that human. Alma paused. The king said in a cold and detached way, "You're from the dragon clan, and you let a human ride you. Shame on you, you're a disgrace to the dragon clan. Since you're shameless, I'll use you as a means of transportation. You'll help me protect the palace." Alma looked at him coldly and spat out some flames. His gigantic eyes were filled with murder. "Old tiger," said Lin Feng to the king of the red tigers. The king was furious. "Humph." The king of the red tigers stared at Lin Feng and said, "Piss off now. Give me the dragon." "Stupid and insolent animal," retorted Lin Feng coldly. The king of the red tigers was infuriated. He rose up into the air and released bestial qi in a wave of power. Lin Feng and Alma sensed oppressive energies around them. "I'll go and kill that animal," Alma said to Lin Feng. "No. He's not weak. We can't win against him," said Lin Feng. "Don't worry, father, leave it to me," said Alma, flying towards the tiger. Lin Feng was startled and looked at Alma. He actually didn't know how strong Alma was. He was a dragon, he probably had some special powers. The king wouldn't dare kill him, anyway. Lin Feng was the one in danger. "Awesome, I'll see how strong a dragon can be," spat the king of the red tigers coldly. He flashed forwards and released mighty oppressive energies. He raised his fist, but it felt like a mountain had appeared. Alma wasn't afraid, his claws appeared, and his skin was like armor. The collision was impressive and loud as thunder. Alma streaked across the sky, wounds appearing on his arms, a terrifyingly heavy strength penetrating into his body. He coughed up blood. The king of the red tigers understood earth strength, his attacks were extremely heavy. He was a king of the earth. The king of the red tigers frowned. He hadn't expected Alma to be strong enough to compete with him. He roared and moved faster than the eye. The word king appeared above his face. Several tiger kings appeared around Alma and converged on him. Alma released a terrifying dark demon qi, his eyes turned pitch black. People around heard dragon chants. Alma turned into several dragons and shot towards the different tiger kings. The demon dragons crashed into the tiger kings, roaring triumphantly. The king of the red tigers waved his hands and the tiger kings roared furiously. Their roars could destroy people's souls. It seems like the king of the red tigers' roars have reached the peak of perfection. His second Tao is already almost at the maximum level, exclaimed the crowd watching below. The king of the red tigers was a leader in that region, and all this wasn't surprising, he was extremely strong. The demon dragon seemed like it was going to get crushed. Only one demon dragon was left, and he was struggling. At that moment, the atmosphere suddenly became dark. Demon energies filled the air. A dragon's shadow appeared and blotted out the sky. Godly Dragon Clan's ability. The beasts in the distance frowned. The strongest dragons had a special ability which made their Tao much more powerful. The king of the red tigers raised his head. As expected, the dragon was extremely strong, and he could use the special ability of the Dragon Clan. The atmosphere was dark and looked apocalyptic. Lin Feng initially wanted to get involved, but when he saw that, he stopped, his eyes twinkling. The Tiger King was extremely strong and controlled earth strength. He also had some sound attacks, so he understood two types of Tao. But Ao was talented and his attacks were explosive. The dragon spat out energies which turned into dark demon strength. Dragons surrounded the tigers, which turned black. "Kill him!" shouted Alma. Instantly, the Tiger Kings were crushed and destroyed by the demon energies. At the same time, a terrifying demon strength shot towards the king of the red tigers and surrounded him. The king of the red tigers' face stiffened. He was slowly turning dark as well. "Piss off!" shouted the king of the red tigers furiously. Suddenly, he had 3 heads and 6 arms. All the heads roared furiously. He started flying towards the gigantic dragon in the sky. Quickly, the gigantic dragon opened his mouth and swallowed the king. When the crowd saw that, they were astonished. Had the demon dragon absorbed the gigantic tiger? Roaring sounds spread in the air, and the king of the red tigers reappeared and shot away. His body had turned black and he looked angry. "You're a weakling, and you think I'll become a guard in your palace?" shouted Alma icily. The king of the red tigers roared angrily in response. Gigantic pitch-black swords appeared and streaked across the sky. In the twinkling of an eye, the celestial palace was riddled with gaping wounds. The king of the red tigers shouted furiously, "How dare you attack my palace? Get ready to be punished. The king of the red tigers laughed. The crowd in the distance was astonished. The king of the red tigers had stopped fighting. Was he going to ask the other leaders to come and help him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2325, Negligence. Chapter 2325, Negligence. Alma was staring after his opponent. His gigantic eyes were filled with cold lights. He overestimated himself. Then, he turned around and moved back to Lin Feng. He looked quite satisfied and smiled broadly. Father, what did you think? Not bad. Is that your special ability? You can turn people into demons? Excellent, said Lin Feng, petting Alma's head and smiling. Yes, it's my special ability. It keeps growing more and more powerful. I can absorb living beings and make them turn into demons. Alma smiled. Lin Feng tapped his back. He looked like a little child when he was with Lin Feng. To the crowd in the distance, seeing a terrifyingly strong dragon act like a child was astonishing. Do you all have different abilities in the dragon clan? Asked Lin Feng. He was curious. Some people don't. It depends on your natural abilities. I see. Lin Feng nodded. The two continued forwards and entered the Black Phoenix Animal District. Mu Shanzi still hadn't contacted them and few people, or maybe none, had arrived yet. Lin Feng wasn't in a rush, though. He chose a place to live and practice cultivation. Lin Feng hated wasting time. He was productive every day. He forced himself to make full use of his time to become stronger. But Alma wasn't like that. He was a beast. When he was abroad, he enjoyed his time. In the supreme animal world, there were beasts everywhere. It was his home territory. He felt at home. At that moment, there was a human being on Alma's back, but it was not Lin Feng. It was a very beautiful woman. Little boy, before you were even born, I was with Lin Feng already. I'm like a big sister or an auntie for you. Show me around and stop complaining, said Xiaoya with smile. She had never ridden a dragon. It was an awesome feeling. So what? You're not my dad's sister, said Alma. He wasn't happy. He continued flying in the clouds. When Xiaoya had enough, they landed on the ground. Xiaoya wasn't worried with Alma there. He was extremely strong. Let's have something to eat. Alma turned into a human being again and took Xiaoya to a bestial pavilion. There were many things to drink and eat there, but when Xiaoya saw the food, she felt like vomiting. There was bleeding raw meat everywhere. Let's leave, said Xiaoya, putting her hand over her mouth and nose. The smell of the meat was horrible, too. I've heard that many people from the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds were going to come here, said someone at that moment. It was a woman in black clothes. Xiaoya stopped and sat down. The woman continued, the supreme ancient pit of hell is one of the forbidden territories. Those humans will definitely die there. I hope Lin Feng isn't going to the supreme ancient pit of hell, whispered Xiaoya to Alma. Alma looked at her and said, he is. Will it be dangerous? Asked Xiaoya. She was extremely worried. Don't worry. How could anything happen to my father? Said Alma. He had faith in Lin Feng. The woman looked at him sharply. A dragon. The woman was stunned when she saw Alma and realized he was a dragon. Black Phoenix. Alma looked at her and realized she was a Black Phoenix. The woman looked at him darkly and said, you guys are going to the supreme ancient pit of hell to die? The Phoenix clan is doomed. They are just a feudal clan now. You're just lucky to be alive. You don't dare go to the supreme ancient pit of hell, and you make fun of people who are brave enough to go there, retorted Alma coldly. Right, you're a coward and you make fun of people who are brave. You're ridiculous, said a middle-aged man in blue clothes biting into a big piece of raw meat. Alma looked at him and said, You arrived too. They had seen each other in the Mushan clan. Yes. Since you're here, I presume Daimon is here, too. But who's that girl? Even though Daimon won't have any problem in the supreme ancient pit of hell, I don't think he should bring that girl, it would be dangerous for her, said Lango, looking at Xiaoya. Xiaoya looked so cute and naive. Lango liked her. Daimon knows that, replied Alma. Lango didn't say anything else. At that moment, he slowly turned around and looked at someone who didn't say anything. That person was wearing a black cloak and his head was lowered, it was difficult to see his face. He had no chi at all either. Who are you? Asked Langu indifferently. That guy in black clothes looked dangerous. He didn't reply, continuing to eat as if he hadn't heard anything. Langu released chi which filled the air. Lightning appeared around him and shot towards that person. That person raised his hand, and the thunders crashed into his palm. The crowd thought he was going to explode, but he didn't. The lightning gradually disappeared. Langu looked at him sharply. You're extremely strong, Your Excellency. I want to know who you are even more. Langu released more and more lightning chi in a surge of power. The person slowly raised his head, he had pitch black eyes. One glance and Langu had the impression he was in hell. Langu slowly stood up. He was surrounded by lightning, and the pavilion was torn open. He threw himself at the other man. The cultivator in black clothes released bloodlights, the lightning and bloodlights collided. The cultivator in black clothes moved away, he didn't want to stay there. Cut. Langu released lightning to surround the cultivator. The crowd around them couldn't open their eyes, it was so blinding. The cultivator in black clothes flitted backwards, his black robe had just been ripped apart by the lightning. He glanced at Langu, as the other beasts around shivered. What was going on? Half of his head was demoniac and the other half was bestial. Bloodlights appeared in the sky, and the astonished crowd watched the cultivator leave. Someone from the supreme ancient pit of hell? Shouted Langu. He chased after the cultivator. Alma was astonished, too. Was that truly someone from the supreme ancient pit of hell? Both of them suddenly chased after that cultivator. Xiaoya shouted, You bastard! Xiaoya looked at Alma, he had forgotten her there. She felt unsafe, she couldn't compete with all the beasts there. Little girl, since you're alone here, you should come to my house, said the woman in black clothes with a smile. Xiaoya's face stiffened. I have things to do. Thank you, sister. It's all right, follow me. When your dragon friend comes back, I'll tell him you are there, said the woman smiling. Xiaoya was scared, but she forced herself to smile and replied, Sister, I'll wait for my brother to come back, he's extremely strong. Is that so? As strong as King Phoenix? Asked the woman smiling. She sounded much colder and asked, Are you coming or not? Dark lights surrounded Xiaoya. She instantly stopped smiling and said, All right, I'll come to your house, sister. Good girl, declared the smiling woman. Her chi disappeared, and she took Xiaoya away. Sister, where's your house? Asked Xiaoya, trying to force herself to smile. And what will we do there? Hi, good little girl. I want your dragon friend to give me some dragon blood. You will help me do that. Sister, you just had to tell me and I would have asked. However, the woman shook her head and said, No. We need the blood of a powerful dragon. Your dragon friend won't necessarily accept, even if you're with us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23-26, The Grave of Black Phoenix Valley. Chapter 23-26, The Grave of Black Phoenix Valley. Lan Gu and Alma came back. They didn't continue chasing the mysterious cultivator in black clothes, he was too fast. You're from the Dragon Clan, have you heard of such monsters before? Lan Gu asked Alma. He didn't know much about the supreme animal world. No, he looked even more terrifying than a beast. What a strange face, too, said Alma. He couldn't forget that face. Alma suddenly glanced around and realized Xiaoya had disappeared. He shouted, "Where's my little sister?" Someone laughed. Alma turned around and looked at a woman in black clothes. He said coldly, "You took her?" "We want some godly dragon blood, a bull," the woman to Alma said casually. Alma's face stiffened and he shouted furiously, "Insolent! You could have asked me if you wanted dragon blood, I would have given you some." "I want godly dragon blood," said the woman. Alma frowned, his face hard. He cursed, "You don't have the godly blood of your ancestors, and now you dare ask some from dragons. How shameless! You want the Dragon Clan to destroy you? You can refuse, we'll sacrifice the little human girl then. If we do, you can't blame us," said the woman. Lan Gu said, "I've heard that the Black Phoenixes are insolent, there is nothing they don't dare. They are known for such practices." "You're a human, shut your filthy mouth," said the woman, staring at Lan Gu coldly. Dark chi filled the air and surrounded him. She said to Alma, "You don't have much time to think. We took the girl to the grave of Black Phoenix Valley. If you take too much time, we'll offer her as sacrifice to our ancestors." "I'll give some to you," said Alma. He pulled a long face. Xiaoya was Lin Feng's little sister. He had asked him to take care of her, and now he had been too careless and had left her alone for a few minutes. He had to bear the responsibility for that. He was furious. Lan Gu said, "Godly dragon blood is what makes you dragons talented. If dragons lose godly blood, it can ruin their cultivation." "I know," said Alma raising his hands, "but I have no choice, for my dad." Lan Gu was astonished. The person he called dad was probably Daimon from the World Clan. He was astonished, but understood their relationship a little bit better. The woman in black clothes stood up and looked impatient. She wanted the blood as quickly as possible. A silhouette appeared in the distance and closed on them as fast as lightning. "Alma, stop!" someone shouted. Alma stopped moving. He looked happy and said, "Dad." The woman in black clothes moved back and opened her wings. An ice-cold sword moved towards the woman. The sword crashed into her third eye. She was staring at the silhouette, she couldn't believe it. This person dared try and kill her without saying anything. The woman in black clothes suddenly exploded. The atmosphere was filled with a terrifying sword chi. The crowd around was astonished and shaking. "Let's go the grave of Black Phoenix Valley," said Lin Feng. Instantly, Alma roared and turned back into a gigantic black dragon. He rose up in the air, Lin Feng on his back. Lan Gu jumped onto him, too. The other woman in black clothes who had captured Xiaoya had arrived at the valley. It was very cold there. Xiaoya was shuddering because of the chill and said, "Sister, it's so cold here." "Where are we?" "It's the grave of the Black Phoenix. When black phoenixes are not entirely dead, we put their threads of soul here. They can then absorb strength, human or bestial vitality chi. It helps them become stronger again," said the woman. "Why did you take me here then, sister?" said Xiaoya. She had cold sweats, and was terrified. She kept contacting Lin Feng with her jade talisman. The woman in black clothes glanced at the talisman on her neck. She grabbed it and broke it apart. She smiled and said, "Little sister, don't do such things. Your dragon brother is coming. When he gives us blood, we'll take you to an ancestor in the valley. Sister, why not release me after? We'll see if your dragon brother can save you," said the woman in black clothes, laughing sinisterly. However, at that moment, her face changed drastically. She became deathly pale. She was dead. "You want to die," said the woman in black clothes, suddenly releasing dark intent. She grabbed Xiaoya again and continued flying. Xiaoya raised her head. She wanted to leave, but she couldn't, and the phoenix hit her with her gigantic pitch-black wings. She coughed blood and fell from the sky. A black silhouette took her away. The chi around her was ice-cold, formed by black phoenix shadows. They looked like death gods. Everything in the valley smelled like death. "Brother," said Xiaoya. She landed on the ground, but the shadows continued taking her away. Another jade talisman appeared in her hands and broke. Lights appeared around her, gigantic statues appeared and protected her. The shadows crashed onto the protectors. Xiaoya burst into tears. She took out many jade talismans and deployment talismans. Feng had made them for her so that she could use them when she was in danger. She prayed Feng would arrive soon. At that moment, Feng was on Alma's back with Gu. Feng used his godly awareness to inspect the area. He looked dreadfully grim. His eyes were filled with murder. He said, "Alma, hurry up." "Yes, father," said Alma. He looked roared out with anger. Dark lights flashed around him. Some blood strength surrounded him and allowed him to fly even faster. How fast? Gu was astonished. The dragons were truly extraordinarily talented. How incredible! She filled the air. Gu looked at Daimon. He had released soul strength, and a sharp chi which seemed like it could split apart the whole sky. A sharp sword emerged from his body and streaked across the sky. Daimon's soul was incredible, he even left his body with his soul. How strong, his soul makes him look like a god. It is fused together with the earth and the sky, but even worse, it seems like he can control the earth and the sky with his soul, like a god, thought Gu when he sensed the chi. He was astonished and stunned, and the energies surged out faster than Alma, amazingly. The grave of Black Phoenix Valley was in the depths of Black Phoenix. Swords streaked across the sky of Black Phoenix. Many people raised their heads and frowned. A strong cultivator's soul was flying in the sky of their territory. Someone shouted furiously, "Who's that? Stop him!" That person's soul strength was attacked and destroyed, but the swords continued flying in the direction of the valley. Xiaoya had used almost all her jade talismans and deployment talismans. She was terrified. Was she going to die? The Black Phoenix was screeching and clawing at her defenses. It could eat her in one bite. "Brother, in the future, I won't be able to stay with you anymore. Grandpa, I hope you'll become a peerless cultivator. Take good care of yourself," whispered Xiaoya, smiling sadly and closing her eyes. She broke the last of the talismans she had, still crying. Was she going to die? Xiaoya sensed destructive energies all around her. She wasn't dead yet. She opened her eyes and saw swords spinning all around her, protecting her. "Brother, is that you?" Xiaoya exclaimed. She recognized that chi. One sword caressed her face. What a warm chi! She smiled widely and said, "I knew that you could protect me, brother. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 23-27, Danger in the Grave Valley. Chapter 23-27, Danger in the Grave Valley. In the Black Phoenix clan, strong cultivators rose up into the air and flew towards the grave of Black Phoenix Valley angrily. The woman who had kidnapped Xiaoya appeared in the sky, her eyes glittering icily. What was going on? Whose soul had turned into a sword? She continued flying in the direction of the Grave Valley. At that moment, in the Grave Valley, many strong cultivators appeared. The members of the Black Phoenix clan were in the sky. They didn't dare go into the valley easily. Their ancestors rested in peace there. They couldn't disturb them while they were practiced cultivation to return to life. "Who dares offend us?" said an old man at that moment. He looked furious. The woman in black clothes appeared in front of him and said, "Elder, there's a human female in the valley. She had a dragon friend. I kidnapped her because I wanted some godly dragon blood. I didn't think I could fail." "Humph. You take initiatives which could cause trouble for all of us. Go into the valley now and solve the issue," said the elder coldly. The woman's face turned deathly pale. "Elder, I don't want to." She looked terrified. "You caused trouble, so you must bear the responsibility. Go in now," said the old man. The woman's face was even paler. That was the place where their ancestors rested. If anyone went inside, it was as a sacrifice. Even though she was from the Black Phoenix clan, there was no exception. Even if the members of the Black Phoenix clan went in, they were used as sacrifices and died. But she had no choice. She slowly headed the valley. She soon saw some illusionary black phoenixes around Xiaoya, but there were swords which protected her and didn't let the souls get close to her. The woman in black clothes moved, her wings blotting out the sky. She released bestial qi and spat out dark flames. Some of the shining swords around Xiaoya cut apart the black fire explosively, filling the air with flames. A gigantic black phoenix moved towards Xiaoya. The swords around Xiaoya turned into a single gigantic sword qi filled the air. Dazzling golden lights streaked across the sky and collided with the black phoenix. "Phoenix attack!" shouted the black phoenix, colliding with the gigantic sword. The gigantic sword cracked, but her body trembled. At that moment, gigantic black phoenixes suddenly surrounded her, and her face turned deathly pale. "No! Ancestors! I'm from the Black Phoenix clan!" shouted the woman. However, the phoenix shadows absorbed her, biting away every single part of her body as black smoke surrounded her. The black vitality qi moved away from Xiaoya. She couldn't see the black phoenix anymore, but she felt ice cold. She saw many phoenix shadows above her head, staring at her coldly. They could swallow her in one bite at any time. "Bro!" shouted Xiaoya anxiously. The swords around her were getting weaker and weaker. The members of the Black Phoenix clan looked on furiously. People in the valley had to die. "When the ancestors become strong and come back, they'll manage the clan," said the elder solemnly. The eyes of the other phoenixes glittered. Could the ancestor come back and manage the clan? They suddenly heard dragon chants. Alma was hurtling forward, his chi surging around him. The members of the Black Phoenix clan who were in the sky above the valley suddenly gazed into the distance and shouted, "Stop!" The strong cultivators rose up in the air. Feng released sword strength again, instantly cutting a few of them apart. "How insolent!" shouted a Saint Emperor furiously. He rose up higher in the air and turned into a gigantic phoenix. He opened his mouth and spat out flames while throwing himself at Feng. Alma opened his mouth and breathed out black fire. The flames collided. At the same time, Feng continued flying along. The black phoenix raised his claws. A human dared attack them? He wanted to die. Die! Feng looked like a god. He raised his fist and smashed into his opponent. Bones shattered like breaking stones, blood splashed and then gushed out. Alma roared triumphantly as Feng continued flying. The strong cultivators in the sky above the valley were astonished and furious. He came to cause trouble. Someone released their chi to stop him, but the elder said, if he goes into the valley, the ancestors will take him. Yes, elder, that person acknowledged, and they watched Alma fly past above the crowd. Brother! Shouted Xiaoya when she saw him. The shadows started nibbling on her body though. Piss off! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. He instantly disappeared. The sound waves from his voice rolled through the valley and destroyed the weaker shadows instantly. Phew, Lin Feng landed next to Xiaoya and took a deep breath. Xiaoya's face was deathly pale, she was very weak. Lin Feng took her in his arms and said, "Are you all right?" "I'm all right, brother," said Xiaoya. She was terrified, but she felt good in Lin Feng's arms. Lin Feng put her next to Alma and said, "Little boy, protect her." "Don't worry, none of them will touch Xiaoya," said Alma, coldly staring at the shadows. There were many phoenix shadows, all of them dead souls. In the cave in the valley, a black phoenix was becoming more and more distinct, condensing itself, lying there and absorbing vitality and qi. At that moment, he opened his eyes. Lin Feng recalled his soul into his body and looked at the sky, releasing an ominous god Dao power which filled the air. The black phoenixes screeched and threw themselves at Lin Feng. A vortex appeared around him, forming a black hole to surround those black phoenix shadows. They struggled to break free. However, the vortex was becoming more and more powerful and unstoppable. The black phoenix shadows were drawn inside, and in the end disappeared. Lin Feng absorbed them and continued rising up in the air. More and more broken souls gathered towards Lin Feng, but he continued absorbing them. "His absorbing strength is astonishing," murmured Longo when he saw that, amazed. A black dot appeared in the distance and headed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's face stiffened. Those two pitch-black eyes were terrifying. "Not bad. Such a powerful blood qi," said the newcomer coldly. Lin Feng had the impression he had ended up in the abysses of hell. Many black phoenix shadows appeared around him, staring at Lin Feng pitilessly. "Take him," said a voice coldly. All the black phoenixes moved towards Lin Feng. His godly awareness shone, and a web of lights appeared around him before he disappeared. He reappeared in front of a shadow and used the ancient holy punches technique, destroying the shadow in the blink of an eye. However, Lin Feng still felt unsafe. More and more black phoenixes were flying towards him. "Die," said Lin Feng coldly. Death intent swept out and away, surrounding the black phoenixes. Another one fell dead from the sky. Lin Feng's qi was becoming more and more fearsome, but the black phoenixes had numbers. Lin Feng couldn't fight against them forever, could he? What kind of strength is that? After a long time, Lin Feng was still fighting against black phoenixes. His qi was floating around him. Thunder rumbled everywhere, the atmosphere was undulating restlessly. A pitch-black hand moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng released sword strength. However, the gigantic hand looked like an illusion. The sword pierced through nothing, and once the sword strength had passed, the hand became material again. Lin Feng retreated. Some black phoenixes attacked him from behind. He pulled a long face. No wonder the members of the Black Phoenix clan had let him come into the valley. It was so dangerous. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23-28, A Saint? Chapter 23-28, A Saint? The gigantic hand moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't have time to think, he had to act quickly. He released oppressive strength, before turning into a sharp sword which seemed like it could lacerate anything, and moved towards the black phoenixes. The pitch-black hand crashed onto the sword and made it tremble violently. The sword became distorted. The gigantic hand continued moving. "Come here," said a loud voice. The gigantic sword was being drawn towards something. The gigantic sword that was Lin Feng appeared in a dark cave. In front of him were two gigantic pitch-black eyes. It was an ancient phoenix silhouette, dignified and majestic. In the outside world, Lan Ge and the others were still fighting against the black phoenixes. Lan Ge was astonished. A gigantic black phoenix had appeared in front of him. It looked like a phoenix god. The black phoenixes around seemed to be listening to it. "We have to leave as quickly as possible. There are several black phoenix commanders around, I think," shouted Lan Ge. Alma gazed into the distance where Lin Feng had disappeared. "Where's my father?" Xiaoya looked extremely worried and clenched her fists. Lin Feng had disappeared. She hoped he was fine. "We can't take risks. We have to do something. The people in the sky above aren't friendly either," said Lan Ge, moving in another direction. Lightning appeared all around him. Weaker black phoenix shadows couldn't get close to him. If they did, they were destroyed instantly. Alma shouted furiously and ate a few black phoenixes in one bite. "Father, let's go. You should leave. It'll be even more difficult for him if you stay here. You can't help him," shouted Lan Ge. Alma shouted furiously, "No, help me take care of Sister Xiaoya. I'll go to my father, thank you," said Alma, leaving Xiaoya to Lan Ge. Lan Ge was startled, but he admired Alma's determination. He nodded and said, "All right, leave it to me." Lan Ge put his sleeves around Xiaoya, and Alma said, "Thank you." Alma roared and flew into the depths of the valley. He rolled with his claws out and continued destroying the black phoenix shadows. "What an insane dragon!" Lan Ge turned his head and looked after Alma. The valley was gigantic. The one who had just attacked Lin Feng was a terrifying monster. Alma and Lan Ge had both sensed his energies. It was probably the soul of a phoenix king, a general commander. "Piss off!" shouted Lan Ge furiously. He spat out lightning and destroyed a black phoenix in front of him, continuing to fly. Blue lights appeared in his third eye and lightning continued ravaging his surroundings. In the cave, Lin Feng was facing the shadow. He still had the shape of a sword. "What a powerful soul strength," thought Lin Feng, impressed. The terrifying shadow said, "You think you can dodge my saint's techniques? Do you think that's possible? Acknowledge allegiance to me now." His eyes looked even colder. The black phoenix flew towards the gigantic sword, trying to destroy it. Terrifying sword, she hummed. The sword seemed like it could cut anything. The black phoenixes all around exploded, and Lin Feng shouted defiantly, "Come!" The phoenix shadow became more distinct. He didn't look blurry anymore as he appeared in front of Lin Feng. This phoenix had many dimly discernible eyes. He frowned and stared at Lin Feng. He said coldly, "Where are we?" Lin Feng knew that that terrifying creature was a threat of Saint's soul. Even though he didn't have the full power of a saint, he knew he couldn't fight against such a thing. At least, not in this world. "My world," retorted Lin Feng coldly. He condensed strength which surrounded them. In his own world, Lin Feng's strength was much more powerful than in the outside world. It was his world, he was a god here. "I can't use cosmic energies here." The black phoenix was astonished and shaken, staring at Lin Feng. How could a cultivator who had a lower level take him to his own world? "Even if it's your world, I'll still absorb your strength," said the black phoenix suddenly. He opened his mouth. Lin Feng's face froze. The many eyes of the black phoenix became brighter. This guy absorbed black phoenixes too. Die. Lin Feng waved his hands and released God Strength. A terrifying sword containing death strength streaked across the sky. Death surrounded his opponent's body. All the eyes of the terrifying black phoenix were staring at him with fearsome intensity. "Come in," demanded a voice. Lin Feng was surrounded by a dark strength. Many sharp beaks drove towards him. Lin Feng shifted away and cloned himself. All his clones flashed towards his opponent. At the same time, God strength surged forth. A pair of eyes appeared on Lin Feng's real body. He punched out in front of him. The power of it instantly destroyed some beaks and pairs of eyes. You can't escape. Millions of claws moved towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng released deployment lights to envelop his body. He saw the Black Phoenix's claws tear apart the curtain of lights. In return, a terrifying beast moved towards his opponent. He wanted to absorb the Black Phoenix. Lin Feng groaned coldly. A gigantic axe appeared above him, and he turned into a shadow. A sharp weapon sheath filled the air. The scattered phoenix souls broke apart. After entering Lin Feng's world, they couldn't do much. The curtain of lights broke down, sharp beaks continued moving towards him. Great empty space technique, said Lin Feng. The opponents were moving chaotically in his world. He disappeared and reappeared. There were 9 dragons around him. They all opened their mouths and drew in all the Black Phoenixes. But the dark creature merely frowned, convinced that Lin Feng wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Where is he? Thought Lin Feng. His heart was pounding. All the pairs of eyes looked the same. Even though his opponent couldn't use cosmic energies there, it changed little. He could still absorb Lin Feng if he wanted, then chew him up and disintegrate him. 9 words, said Lin Feng. The 9 words of his incantation appeared and floated around him. Terrifying sharp swords appeared in his hands. A black fire moved towards his foe. Lin Feng also released his swords. Energies kept exploding and raging through the air. Die! The 2 swords turned into death smoke. Lin Feng arrived above his foe and cut him with sword strength. An incredible amount of hands promptly emerged from his opponent's body and grabbed him. The phoenix wanted to immobilize him and absorb him. How painful! Lin Feng had the impression he was being cut by sharp swords. His face paled. You'll become a part of me, said the voice coldly. Lin Feng's eyes were suddenly filled with Demon King strength. Holy Spirit swords appeared around him and sliced apart the hands which held him. Lin Feng's body became even sharper. He was staring at his opponent's eyes. Many black phoenixes moved towards him. However, Lin Feng's god strength swept everything around him away. The god sword cut through every and an ancient path appeared. Lin Feng could take advantage of it. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 23-29, Absorbing. Chapter 23-29, Absorbing. Lin Feng was staring at his opponent's eyes. The opponent was also greedily staring at him. Lin Feng had the impression that his eyes were being lacerated by needles and blades. He closed his eyes and released a sharp cursing strength. A gigantic black hand moved towards Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng pressed forward with an indomitable will. He didn't flinch at all. He could cut away all the black phoenixes which prevented him from moving forwards. Lin Feng's sword finally arrived in front of his enemy's eyes, disappearing into them. Those eyes started bleeding. How is that possible? Lin Feng swore, a bit stunned. An incredible amount of hands surrounded him. Lin Feng had the impression he was slowly being absorbed into his enemy's body. His vitality and chi were being absorbed slowly, bit by bit. He could sense that his soul was trembling. No! Shouted Lin Feng. How could his soul get destroyed in his own world? However, no matter what he did, it was useless. His soul was shaking, his chi was getting weaker and weaker. All those creatures are souls without bodies in the grave of Black Phoenix Valley, thought Lin Feng. In his spirit's world, his god strength roared out with elemental power. It's my world, I'm a god here. How come my strength can be absorbed, thought Lin Feng. He was trying to push his connection to his own world to the next level. I also use absorbing cosmic energies. I can control that world. I can make this world turn into an absorbing world, thought Lin Feng. The atmosphere seemed to boom with thunder, shaking more and more violently. He made his world strength turn into absorbing strength, but his chi kept weakening. However, as his chi weakened, he became more and more determined. That was his last hope. If he lost, he'd die. I control the strength of the earth and the sky, of the 10,000 things of creation. Who could absorb me? This world is mine, thought Lin Feng. He kept reassuring himself. He felt more and more determined. His will could strengthen his world. Some strength was broken. A cage of absorbing strength appeared around the black phoenixes. Instantly, the gigantic black shadow became cautious. No, how is that possible? What's going on? Said the voice coldly. He couldn't believe his eyes. Absorb! Shouted Lin Feng furiously. An ominous and dreadful chi began to rise as he perfectly controlled his world. The group of black phoenixes became smaller and smaller as he absorbed them all. A terrifying pitch-black vortex appeared. The big black phoenix disappeared into the vortex, and Lin Feng reappeared. His chi was shaking violently. How dangerous! He had almost been completely absorbed. His enemy was just a soul, not a saint, but it could still absorb him. Lin Feng raised his head and looked around. He felt more and more connected to his own world. His god strength was also growing more powerful. His soul was fusing together with his own world more and more each day. If he became strong in his own world, he also became stronger in the outside world. If someday he could use his god strength to control the outside world too, it would be amazing. Lin Feng sat down cross-legged and his chi slowly became calm again. He had used lots of energy to absorb the terrifying creature. Time passed. Lin Feng completely assimilated the creature and then used the evolution scriptures to modify that strength. He sensed the foundational strength of another saint in this manner. Lin Feng activated the celestial evolution holy scriptures. His consciousness contained all sorts of strengths. The different sorts of strengths gradually became his own. Lin Feng had only one thing in mind: become stronger. Lin Feng was in his own world and forgot time. In the outside world, Lin Feng was buried in the cave. Alma was there and protected the cave. A gigantic godly dragon was next to Lin Feng. Nobody could get close to the cave. He was bleeding, godly dragon blood, but he looked alert and he was watching the black phoenixes coldly. Around Alma, there were many destroyed black phoenix shadows. Those phoenixes almost looked real, as if they had had real bodies. Many black phoenixes were staring at Alma, wanting to destroy him. A black phoenix shrieked in hate, and Alma roared right back. Lin Feng was probably still fighting in his own world. He couldn't let anyone attack Lin Feng's real body. There were still many cultivators in the sky above the valley, staring down below. An old man said, "The demon dragon is surprisingly taking risks because of a human. It's rare." Unfortunately, he decided to go into the forbidden territory of the Black Phoenix clan, and he's going to die. Elder, he hasn't come out. Could an accident have happened? Humph. There are many ancestors in the valley. They probably absorbed him already, sniffed the elder coldly. Outside of the Black Phoenix clan, a few people appeared, including Langu and Xiaoya. "Brother Langu, let's hurry, I'm worried for my brother," said Xiaoya. She was extremely worried, so she had asked Langu for help. Langu knew that he couldn't do much alone against the Black Phoenix clan. But during these days, more and more people who had an agreement with Mushanzi had appeared there. Langu felt sad for Xiaoya, so he asked some people for help. There were 6 people in total: Langu, Hua Qianyu, Shi Lianshan, Xiaoya, and 2 others. One was fat, very fat, and the last one was a very, very beautiful woman who looked gentle and composed. When they arrived on the Black Phoenix clan's territory, Some members of the clan rose up into the air and said, "Who are you?" "Piss off!" shouted Qi Lianshan furiously, continuing to walk forwards. The members of the Black Phoenix clan grimaced. Some people dared so arrogantly on their territory? They looked extremely strong, though. "It's the Black Phoenix clan here," said a cultivator coldly. However, at that moment, dazzling lightnings appeared and one of the members of the Black Phoenix clan exploded and disappeared. The others all hissed and released their chi. "Piss off, you asshole!" shouted Qi Lianshan. He took out a wooden stick and attacked the crowd, the air exploding with the force of his attack. A few members of the Black Phoenix clan blew apart and died. Bestial chi rose up. However, the group of 6 continued moving forwards, as if nobody could stop them. Thunder rocked earth and sky. People from the Black Phoenix clan had the impression their clan was going to get destroyed. It even started raining blood as their members were killed one after another in the sky. The weaker members of the clan were suddenly terrified. 6 people had come to kill their members? How arrogant! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2330, Fighting Against the Black Phoenix Clan. Chapter 2330, Fighting Against the Black Phoenix Clan. Lange, Qi Lianshan, and the others continued on. They were terrifyingly strong. Apart from saints, who could compete with such people? Saints were rarely involved with the masses, so they had even fewer enemies. It was even more terrifying when people like them joined hands. It was why they dared go to the supreme ancient pit of hell together, without asking saints for help. Those people were proud and arrogant because they were qualified to be that way. Apart from Xiaoya, the 5 others couldn't be defeated by anyone but saints. They could destroy anyone who wasn't a saint extremely easily, and could slaughter millions of people quickly. More and more strong cultivators of the Black Phoenix clan appeared. However, they quickly realized that no matter how strong the cultivators they sent were, their enemies were still stronger. Apart from Xiaoya, all the others were too terrifying, especially when they were together. Very quickly, the 6 arrived near the valley. Many strong cultivators saw them arrive. They were stupefied, especially the elder, who watched them coldly. These people were so strong. The elder broke a few things and moved towards the group of 6, shouting, "Who dares kill people from the Black Phoenix clan? People who want to settle accounts with you," shouted Lan Gu coldly. Lightning appeared in the sky and descended. The Black Phoenix clanfolk were terrified. Some weaker people died instantly. Lange was a cultivator from the Thunder Shrine. His lightning strength was terrifying and aggressive, and he loved to use it. He also understood Celestial Thunder Dao to its maximum level. Die! Lange flew forwards, bathed in lightning. He looked like a terrifying thunder god. Millions of lightning bolts blew in all directions. Another batch of phoenixes died instantly. The members of the Black Phoenix clan all had very ugly expressions. Maximum level Dao. These people are terrifying. The elder was astonished. Where were these people from? The 5 people killed the members of the Black Phoenix clan one after another. The elder shouted furiously, "Our great elder is a saint. Do you want to die?" "Saint?" shouted Lan Gu coldly. "The Black Phoenix Animal District is not strong. That's why you're stuck here, outside of the supreme ancient pit of hell. Poor you. You couldn't even get a better place. You are extremely weak. People don't even feel like destroying you, even though they can. Your strongest cultivator is a half-saint at most. The elder of the Black Phoenix clan frowned and said coldly, "Even if he's only a half-saint, he can easily kill you, your tiny little insects in his eyes." "Is that so?" "We'll see, we are willing to challenge the half-saint," said Qi Lianshan furiously. The air around him exploded as he said that. You, how insolent! Shouted the elder of the Black Phoenix clan. How shameless of those people to come and kill them. However, even though he was strong, he was alone, and he couldn't fight against cultivators of the top of the Shangdi layer. They had many Saint Emperors in the clan, but they were much weaker than these 5 people because their Dao hadn't reached the maximum level. Saint Emperors whose Dao had reached its maximum level were stronger. There were fewer Saint Emperors with a Dao at the maximum level than saints in the world. But now, a few had appeared together here, in the territory of the Black Phoenix Animal District. Insolent? So what? Said Lan Gu. The elder said coldly, "You are from the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. You want to go to the supreme ancient pit of hell. Why did you come here? You are a bunch of evil bastards. We despise you," spat Lan Gu coldly. They all released their Dao power. The air began to thrum with power. After a short time, the elder was the last one remaining. The other members of the Black Phoenix clan were all dead. He couldn't believe his eyes. Very quickly, the old man was surrounded by the 5 cultivators, and was trembling. He finally understood what it meant to be terrified. Those 5 people's Dao wills were horrifying. They were living killing machines. Finally, a mighty aura began to fill the air. It contained Saint's power. At the same time, some weaker threads of Qi appeared, still belonging to the Shangdi layer. "Our saint is here, and you're not stopping!" shouted the elder crazily. "Die!" snarled Lan Gu. The 5 people's Dao power moved towards him. He shrieked and died. He hadn't even been able to hold on until the saint arrived. 3 terrifying phoenixes arrived and glared at Lan Gu and the others hotly. "You all want to die," said the strongest phoenix. His eyes were sharp as blades. In the grave of Black Phoenix Valley, Alma was still there, fighting against Phoenix shadows as if the outside world had nothing to do with him anymore. Alma was still bleeding, many scales had been ripped off his skin. The wounds burned. "Dad, hold on, you will win. I'm here to protect you," shouted Alma, glancing around. The Black Phoenix shadows moved away. Qi emerged from the cave. It had to be his father's Qi. A few days had passed, he had probably won. If it wasn't his father's Qi, then it was. "Little boy, thank you for your hard work," said a familiar voice. Alma couldn't help feeling relieved. Tears appeared in his eyes, his father had won. Thunder began to roll. Alma fell down from the sky and crashed to the ground, but his eyes were still open. He looked determined. He slowly closed his eyes and shrank down into a tiny dragon. Feng broke free from the cave which had collapsed and flashed up next to Alma. He crouched down and put his hand on Alma's body, releasing life strength and helping Alma recover. Alma's eyes twinkled, he opened them, smiling as he shouted, "Dad! Little boy, you need a rest." Feng smiled. Alma's body disappeared. Feng raised his head and released God's strength, his eyes went black. He released demon strength to surround the dead Black Phoenixes. After that, he rose up in the air. He stretched his hand and absorbed the dead Black Phoenixes. Very quickly, there were no dead Black Phoenixes left. He then continued rising up into the air. Many Black Phoenix shades moved towards him, but he destroyed them all. Feng had already absorbed the oldest Black Phoenix. Even though there was a virtually endless number of Black Phoenixes in the valley, when he had to leave, nobody could stop him. If they tried, they died thoroughly. Very quickly, Feng appeared outside of the valley and saw the crowd. "Lan Gu, Hua Qianyu, and the others?" Feng looked stupefied. "Bro!" shouted Xiaoya. Feng smiled down at her. Lan Gu and the others were fighting against some terrifying Black Phoenixes. Xiaoya was there too, they had protected her, and had come back to save him. Such people were rare. Xiaoya, said Lin Feng, moving towards her fast as lightning. Some black phoenixes wanted to stop him, but he killed them instantly. They couldn't withstand a single attack. They all died and fell from the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2331, Cage of Darkness. Chapter 2331, Cage of Darkness. Editor, Red. When Langu saw Lin Feng, his eyes glittered. Daimon from the World Clan had been imprisoned in the grave of Black Phoenix Valley and had managed to come out alive, safe and sound. That was impressive. Brother, said Xiaoya, smiling broadly. She was so happy and relieved to see Lin Feng safe and sound. She had been so worried that something could happen to Lin Feng. Luckily, he was very strong and had ended up fine. A black phoenix exploded. Lin Feng appeared next to it. He looked at the battle, 5 people against 3. Langu and the others had some terrifying weapons, and there was a half-saint in the Black Phoenix clan, while the 2 others were also extremely strong. They were probably high officials in the Black Phoenix clan. Lin Feng had heard that the Black Phoenix clan had been weakening for a long time. They didn't even have a real saint. No wonder they were on the periphery of the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. The Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell was one of the 7 forbidden territories, was very dangerous, and the chi here wasn't good at all. The Holy Sage ruler clans didn't want to settle in such places, and people who came here were usually extremely strong and wanted to go to the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. Lin Feng kept Xiaoya next to him. Langu hadn't been able to fight properly because he had to take care of her. With their powerful weapons, they could deal with the enemy more easily. The Black Phoenix clan's strongest cultivator was the half-saint. Hua Qianyu from the Celestial Sound Shrine and the Fat Man were fighting against him. Hua Qianyu had a celestial demon zither, a deadly weapon. The other members of the Black Phoenix clan who tried to get involved were killed instantly, unable to compete with those sound waves. The Fat Man also had a terrifying weapon, a bowl. When he stroked his bowl, terrifying sound waves made the air explode around him, and his opponent's souls kept breaking apart. It was a weapon which attacked his enemies' souls. Medium-level saints' weapons. Lin Feng glanced at Hua Qianyu and the Fat Man's weapons. They contained saints' power, although it wasn't as terrifying and oppressive as Qin Shan's power. In the lower world, the continent of the 9 clouds, saints' weapons were considered peerless treasures. Such weapons could destroy or protect an ancient holy clan. Even clans like the Devamara Thunder clan considered such weapons peerless. But in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds and the supreme animal world, such weapons weren't considered peerless. They were also divided into different categories. Langu and the others were from shrines and powerful clans, and they used medium-level weapons. Maybe they had other trump cards. Nobody knew whether they had high-level saints' weapons or not. Those people were core members in shrines and clans, descendants of terrifying cultivators like Zhongjiu Tian. Having high-level saints' weapons was something absolutely possible for such people. This time, they had come for the mysterious Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. Of course, whether they had weapons or not wasn't the most important thing. Lin Feng was very touched by the fact they were helping him. The half-saint is very strong. Hua Qianyu and the Fat Man are using medium-level saints' weapons and they allow them to compete with him, but they don't have the advantage. The best thing would be to get rid of the 2 others first, thought Lin Feng. Shi Lian Shan and the friendly-looking woman were fighting against 2 gigantic black phoenixes. Lin Feng realized the woman's chi seemed familiar. She must be from the Life Shrine, thought Lin Feng. She filled the air, and Xiaoya disappeared. He was Daimon from the World Clan, he could use world strength if he wished. Nobody was surprised to see that the World Clan had incredibly strong cultivators. There were many legends about them in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds. Lin Feng sent Xiaoya back into his small world so he didn't need to worry about her anymore. His figure flickered and he threw himself at one of the Saint Emperors, the Black Phoenix against whom Qi Lianshan was fighting. "I'm coming," said Lin Feng. Qi Lianshan moved back. Lin Feng looked at the Black Phoenix icily. "Go in," said Lin Feng icily. The enemy had the impression space and time were changing. He appeared in a world of darkness. He glanced around, but didn't understand what was going on. He only saw Lin Feng's eyes. "Illusion?" said the Black Phoenix, as the air began to thrum. He kept telling himself that he was in an illusion, but realized that it was useless. The world around him seemed real. But how was that possible? One glance could make him appear in another world? This was the saint's technique Lin Feng had learned in the grave of Black Phoenix Valley. After absorbing the saint's powerful soul, he had understood new spells. Even though they couldn't be considered real saint's techniques, at least they were very useful and he could take people to other worlds. Actually, it started as an illusion, but then looked extremely real. Once the targets were inside, they had the impression they were in another world. That was the biggest difference with ordinary illusion techniques. This time, his foes weren't aware they were in illusions. "You're in my world, you're doomed," said a voice icily. The Black Phoenix was terrified, as cursing and death strength appeared around him. The air vibrated, a black armor appeared around the Black Phoenix as he tried to resist. "It's useless. You're doomed. You're going to die," said a demonic voice carrying cursing strength. Outside of that dark world, Qi Lianshan was watching Daimon. His heart was pounding. What he saw was Daimon staring at the enemy. What a terrifying vision technique! Daimon could attack enemies by glancing at them, and it didn't seem difficult at all for him. If that Saint Emperor hadn't been incredibly strong, he would have died instantly. "What a powerful strength," said Qi Lianshan. Daimon had told him to move aside and leave that battle to him, and as expected, Daimon didn't disappoint him. "I'll come and help you," said Qi Lianshan. He entered the illusion and appeared between the fighters. With Daimon, they defeated the Phoenix quite quickly. He hadn't been able to do anything. Daimon left the illusion with Qi Lianshan. "When I was inside, I had the impression I was in another world. Is that a special power of the World Clan?" Lin Feng shook his head and replied, "It's a special spell I studied on my own. I'll call it Cage of Darkness." "A spell you studied on your own?" Qi Lianshan's eyes twinkled. "How strong?" "With your spells and my attacks, we'll be a perfect team in the supreme ancient pit of hell. We should definitely join hands." "Alright," Lin Feng smiled. He looked over at Lan Gu and the beautiful woman. They had also finished their battle. Only the half-saint was left. Qi Lianshan smiled and glanced at Lin Feng. His figure flickered, and the six of them surrounded the half-saint. The Black Phoenix frowned. 2 Saint Emperors and Saints' weapons were enough to fight against him, but now they were all surrounding him. He felt tremendous pressure. "Ha, we're going to break a saint today. Even though it's only a half one, it's still awesome," laughed Qi Lianshan. He raised his hand and a medium-level saint's weapon appeared. Without those weapons, such an enemy could resist them. Surrounding him was useless without weapons because his attacks were too powerful. The 5 cultivators attacked with their weapons. The half-saint had the impression he was going to die. He had never thought his clan would be destroyed by humans. He felt like he was the butt of some cosmic joke. He glanced at them. They were all very strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2332, Going to the Pit of Hell. Chapter 2332, Going to the Pit of Hell. Editor, read. Lin Feng also took out a weapon, his 10,000 evolutions cauldron. The ancient cauldron used to belong to the great deployment master, and was also quite powerful. It became more powerful as Lin Feng became stronger. Back when the Great Deployment Master was still a saint, the 10,000 Evolutions Cauldron was probably a saint's weapon, or it would have been useless to him. The 10,000 Evolutions Cauldron was extremely hard. Lin Feng had used it when the Saint of the Fire Shrine had chased him, and he had seen how resistant it was. It was almost indestructible. The gigantic black phoenix glanced at them, trying to find a way to escape. He knew that those 6 people could kill him with their medium-level saint's weapons. He couldn't fight them off. Finally, he looked at Lin Feng. He didn't think that Lin Feng was the weakest one, but the chi of his 10,000 Evolutions Cauldron was the weakest. Dazzling black lights emerged from his eyes, and he threw himself at Lin Feng. "Cage of Darkness," said Lin Feng. Energy emerged from his eyes and turned into a cage which surrounded the phoenix. The black phoenix stopped moving and appeared in the vision cage. For the others outside, the black phoenix was still there, and the half-saint could sense it too. Many black phoenixes appeared and stared back at Lin Feng. His eyes hurt. The others attacked. When the cage broke apart, Qi Lianshan threw his saint's weapon. It rang out, and people could hear it millions of li away. The gigantic black phoenix coughed up blood. Sound waves vibrated out. The fat man made his gigantic bowl resonate in tune, and attacked the black phoenix's soul. Hua Qianyu and the others used their weapons at the same time. In the blink of an eye, the black phoenix was on the verge of death. Jet black lights appeared all around the phoenix as he spat blood. His body turned into a black beam of light, and he shot towards Lin Feng. This time, Lin Feng sensed those energies were even more powerful. The black phoenix wanted to devour him. It was as if billions of evil black phoenixes were trying to feast on his body. Fusion. Lin Feng fused together with the 10,000 Evolutions Cauldron and activated its deployment spell. Death intent surged forth. Lin Feng's death Dao had reached the maximum level, so when he transformed into the cauldron, the death intent he released was terrifying. The funeral bells could be heard far away. The black phoenixes were quickly being corroded by the death strength, and started collapsing and falling from the sky. Lan Gu and the others were astonished. That cauldron was terrifying. It could kill people almost instantly. At the same time, a terrifying absorbing strength filled the air, and the ancient cauldron sucked in the black phoenixes. The gigantic beasts quickly disappeared. Lan Gu and the others continued advancing to where the half-saint was standing and attacked him with their saint's weapons at the same time. Blood splashed. How can he still be fighting in such circumstances? Qi Lianshan was stupefied. He attacked the phoenix again. The half-saint gazed into the distance and waved his hands. Instantly, a powerful strength surrounded Qi Lianshan. Many black phoenixes appeared and dove at him. He had the feeling he was going to explode. Luckily, his defense was good. "Celestial Earth Armor!" shouted Qi Lianshan angrily. A mighty earth armor appeared around him. The attack smashed his armor apart, and the half-saint threw himself at Lianshan. The funeral bells continued resonating. The 10,000 Evolutions Cauldron appeared in front of Qi Lianshan. More attacks smashed into the ancient cauldron and drove it away. Die! Hua Qianyu appeared above the black phoenix. Millions of sound waves surrounded him from above. Lan Gu shouted out, and lightning plummeted down upon the phoenix, too, even as he attacked himself. Finally, there was a rumbling eruption. The gigantic body exploded within the lightning storm, like a bolt of thunder going off. "Tough bastard!" proclaimed Lan Gu. He was impressed. The fighting abilities of a half-saint were incredible. Saint Emperors seemed so weak in comparison. And this half-saint was from a clan which had almost disappeared. Even though they had joined hands, the battle had been fearsome. Luckily, they also had their medium-level saint's weapons. Lin Feng's soul left the cauldron. Finally, they had killed their enemy. "Thank you very much," Qi Lianshan said to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled and said, You came to help me. I'm the one who should be thanking you. That clan was a bunch of evildoers. Real phoenixes despise them. They should be thoroughly destroyed, declared Lan Gu, glancing around. The few surviving black phoenixes were shaking. The strongest cultivator of their clan was dead. These 6 people were murderous. They had nearly wiped out their clan. What to do with them? Asked Hua Qianyu, looking at the crowd on the ground. Let them live their pathetic and pitiful lives. Nobody cares about them in the supreme animal world. We came here for Mushanzi, let's gather with the others, said Lan Gu. The others nodded. They had come for the supreme ancient pit of hell. They weren't interested in the Black Phoenix clan. Let's go, everybody departed quickly. 6 people, 4 men and 2 women. Lin Feng went to the gentle-looking woman and asked, I'm Daimon from the World Clan. Your chi contains life intent, you're from the Life Shrine? The woman smiled, I know you're Daimon from the World Clan, you're famous. I didn't think you were so strong, though. My name is Yi Ji-yun, I'm a disciple from the Life Shrine. As expected, I guessed right. Lin Feng smiled. You're the only one who doesn't know us, Daimon. Apart from you, we all know one another, said the fat man with a laugh. He was so fat that when he smiled, his eyes disappeared in skin. Ha, maybe, answered Lin Feng, smiling wryly. We don't blame you. The World Clan disappeared for such a long time. You haven't had time to get familiar with the place since the World Clan returned. The one in blue clothes is called Lan Gu, he's from the Thunder Shrine. The big one is Qi Lianshan, he's from the Earth Shrine. Hua Qianyu is from the Celestial Sound Shrine. Now you know Yi Ji-yun from the Life Shrine. And me, I'm from the Soul Shrine. Soul Shrine? Lin Feng was startled. He knew that there was a Soul Shrine, but he had not expected the fat guy was from the Soul Shrine. Of course, he had seen his weapon, it attacked souls. Now we know one another. Going to the supreme ancient pit of hell won't be something easy. It will be dangerous. We should help one another. Yes, indeed, Yi Ji-yun nodded. We all count on you, the fat guy said to Yi Ji-yun. Yi Ji-yun was from the Life Shrine and she controlled life strength, it was very useful in case of danger. The group of people talked and flew at the same time. After some time, they arrived where Mushanzi and the others had gathered. You're really slow. We've been waiting for you for ages, said Mushanzi smiling. Some things slowed us down. Is everybody here? Asked Lan Gu, glancing around. Everybody is here. After the news that we were going to the supreme ancient pit of hell spread, some other people asked if they could join us. We're now 65, said Mushanzi. There is a terrifying forbidden strength in the supreme ancient pit of hell. How do we get in? All together, or in small groups, They could see the chi in the distance, many of them were impressed by it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2333, Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. Chapter 2333, Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. Editor, read. They were at the edge of the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. If they moved forwards, they'd arrive inside it. Since it's a mysterious forbidden territory, we should disperse. If we're too many people at once and face danger, we could all die at the same time, said someone. Everybody nodded. Indeed, even though they were very strong, they knew they weren't strong enough to ignore all dangers in the supreme ancient pit of hell. Even saints could be in danger in the forbidden territories. I think so, too. The problem is how many groups should we form? Asked Mushanzi. We're 65 people, we should form 5 big groups and then smaller groups of 6. Smaller groups shouldn't stay too far from the others to help one another in case of danger, said Yi Ji-yun. I agree. That way, even if a small group is in danger, we can help out. That way, we'll also discover more mysteries about the place, agreed Lan Gu. Mushanzi called out, everybody agrees? All right. Everybody nodded. All right, you can form the groups yourselves, said Mushanzi. Instantly, people who knew one another and were friends formed groups. Of course, the most important thing was strength. If people considered that someone wasn't strong enough, they didn't want to be with them. Lan Gu and the others had no problem forming a group. They were already 6 people. They had already fought together against the Black Phoenixes, so they were already used to joining hands. Very quickly, all the groups were made. There was a group of 5 people. Lan Gu, your group and mine should help one another, said someone to Lan Gu. All right, Lan Gu nodded. After that, Mushanzi smiled and said, everybody, good luck. Let's go. They got ready to go to the supreme ancient pit of hell. Let's go as well, said Lan Gu, leading the way. Their figures flickered. The periphery of the supreme ancient pit of hell was boundless. They all headed in different directions. After a short time, Lan Gu, Lin Feng, and the others arrived in front of the supreme ancient pit of hell. A cold wind brushed against their skin, containing ancient energy. There were some pale blood lights within it. Let's go in, said Lan Gu. The 6 of them entered the supreme ancient pit of hell. According to legends, the supreme ancient pit of hell was a very mysterious place. No matter from where you entered the territory, it was impossible to reach the other end by walking straight. Nobody knew how big the supreme ancient pit of hell really was. So many cliff caves, we could go inside, said the fat guy, narrowing his eyes and gazing into the distance. There was a gigantic cliff cave in front of them, a blood pond in front of it. It was an incredible and daunting sight. The chi is becoming stronger and stronger, noticed Lan Gu. Not far from them was another group of 6 people. Yes, it's an evil chi, as if there was a demon inside, agreed Qi Lianshan. He had incredibly acute perception. Let's move slowly. We have to be careful, whispered Yi Ji-yun. Her beautiful eyes glittered as the group continued moving. They could see blood everywhere on the cliffs. They didn't enter any cliff caves, though. How cold. At that moment, they sensed no life, only chill. What kind of chi is that? Asked Yi Ji-yun, at that moment. They could all sense that some chi was approaching them. Behind. They turned around and saw demon lights in a blood pond. The pond was boiling. What's that? Yi Ji-yun and the others frowned. That blood contained a terrifying demon chi, and it was getting closer and closer. Let's go, said Lan Gu. He shouted furiously, escape. They all flew away. The other group reacted at the same time. The chi was too terrifying. What would happen if it surrounded them? The other group also flew away. What's that? Said the fat man, looking back at the blood-red demon lake. It was extremely fast and following them. At their cultivation level, they didn't manage to lose it. There could be anything in the supreme ancient pit of hell. Let's not think about it too much, said Yi Ji-yun, pulling a long face. She released lifelights, but the blood-red demon lake absorbed them. How fast? It's catching up with someone, said the fat guy, pointing at someone who wasn't fast enough. The blood-red lake even sped up. Accelerate, said Lan Gu. Lan Gu and the others accelerated. In the time needed to burn a joss stick, they crossed a gigantic distance. All they were sure of was that they had already left the supreme ancient pit of hell's periphery. They were now in the depths of the supreme ancient pit of hell. How fast? That guy won't be able to escape, said someone. They were astonished. Using their godly awareness, they realized that another strong cultivator had been caught by the evil energy. His eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted defiantly, but it was useless. The demon lake caught up with him and he turned into demon lights. His physical body was burned away, they could see his flesh melt and his bones appear. It was dreadful to see. "He's dead." Lan Gu and the others were trembling. That guy was dead. "Move." Terrifying deployment lights appeared under Lin Feng's feet. Empty space cosmic energies surrounded his body, and he moved at an incredible speed. The demon lake behind them was about 10 li back. If they stopped for even a second, the lake would catch up with them and kill them. In front of them was a desolate mountain. It looked like a horizontal dike. Qi Lianshan shouted furiously. He wasn't as fast as the others, and the lake was catching up with him. Lin Feng turned his head around and moved towards Qi Lianshan, grabbing his arm. The lake was getting closer and closer. Lin Feng took him away. "Thank you very much," said Qi Lianshan. But it wasn't the right time to stop and express his gratitude. Because Lin Feng had lost a few seconds to come back and grab him, one step too slow and the lake would kill them. Deployment lights flashed. Lin Feng accelerated again. The Qi behind them reached out, trying to slow them down. "Hurry!" shouted Lan Gu furiously. They kept calm and continued moving towards the dike. It was a gigantic river of blood. Lin Feng and the others swept forwards without hesitation. The blood-red demon lake was about to reach them, but at the moment they reached the dike, the demon lake stopped and drained away into the blood river. When Lin Feng and the others reached the dike, they stopped and turned around. Their hearts were pounding. The river was extremely long, it seemed endless. It had many bends as it flowed through the valleys. But Lin Feng and the others didn't feel relaxed at all. They had to be extremely vigilant. The river flowed in the direction of a mountain range. There was a figure there, his robe was soaked with blood, his back turned to them. He looked like a cultivator from the old days, motionless as a statue. It was the first being they had seen in the supreme ancient pit of hell. That person's qi wasn't very strong, but they felt pressure from it. "Master!" shouted Lan Gu. However, nobody replied. The person remained motionless. Lan Gu and the others sensed a cold wind brush against their skin, and their sweat went icy. They sweated even more. After a short time, the figure suddenly moved. The figure slowly turned around and looked at them. They felt they were about to drown in demon intent. Those eyes made their souls shake. Half of his face was putrefied flesh, the other half was distinct. "Another one, is he a local?" wondered Lan Gu aloud. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2334, Terrifying Demons. Chapter 2334, Terrifying Demons. Editor, read. Lin Feng and the others didn't move. They didn't dare. They just stared at the demon. "Who am I?" said a voice. Lan Gu and the others blinked. He didn't know who he was? Lan Gu and the others didn't reply. The demon glanced at them, he looked dreadful. The demon flickered and landed in front of Lan Gu. Lan Gu was shocked, he wanted to run away, but the demon stared at him, and he was unable to move. He had the impression the demon could destroy him instantly. The others were terrified and felt chilled, they were all trembling. "Who am I?" asked the demon, staring at Lan Gu. "Master, you're Sakra, an ancient demon king," said Lan Gu. His eyes glittered. "Ancient demon king, Sakra?" whispered the demon. He then turned around and repeated Sakra continually. "Sakra, I'm not Sakra, I'm not." Suddenly, he sounded angry. He then flashed away and disappeared from the group's field of vision. Lan Gu was soaked in cold sweat and breathing quickly. He had thought he was going to die. What a dangerous being. "The supreme ancient pit of hell is terrifying," muttered Lan Gu. They finally understood how horrifying the supreme ancient pit of hell was. That demon lake is endless. Yi Zhiyun turned around and noticed that the demon lake kept flowing into the blood river. Demon Qi kept spreading out. She felt really bad. She released lifelights, which were instantly corroded by the demon strength. But Hua Qianyu didn't have life strength. She stretched out her hands and looked at them, noticing something kept changing in her body. She was astonished that Qi is corroding our bodies. Yi Zhiyun frowned, her lifelights disappeared. The demon strength was corroding her hands too. That guy's life was corroded, and then he turned into a demon? Wondered Yi Zhiyun. The corroding strength was growing stronger. Let's leave quickly, said Hua Qianyu. The group hurried away. There was only one way to go. They kept moving forwards, into the depths of the supreme ancient pit of hell. An invisible and intangible strength surrounded them. They had gotten ready, they knew what to expect, but actually it went beyond what they had imagined. They were really unnerved at this point. The demon lake and the demon were terrifying. If the demon had attacked, what would have happened? There's an ancient tree, said Yi Zhiyun, pointing at a tree in the mountain range. Her eyes twinkled. There was no life in the supreme ancient pit of hell, yet surprisingly, there was a tree. Finally, a sign of life. Indeed, it's a tree. Let's go, said Lan Gu and the others, veering towards it. After a short time, they arrived in the sky above the tree. Is it really a tree? It contains absolutely no life Qi, said Yi Zhiyun. She looked disappointed. There were trees of all colors, they had leaves and looked real. There were even some trees which were blood red, looking at them felt uncomfortable. Those trees are like the trees mentioned in some ancient books, said Lin Feng. Yi Zhiyun looked at one of the trees and got closer to. When she was 10 meters away from the tree, the air hummed and she was hurled away. What a terrifying Qi, said Yi Zhiyun, standing back up. Everybody looked at her, nervous now. They're Satatpada demon trees. According to legends and ancient scriptures, studying demon strength at the foot of a Satatpada demon tree allows a cultivator to develop more acute senses, and it also helps them deepen their comprehension. When the old days were gone, according to legends, the Satatpada demon trees disappeared. I never thought we'd see some in the supreme ancient pit of hell. How amazing that their Qi hasn't dispersed, said Yi Zhiyun solemnly. The others were astonished. Those trees were Satatpada demon trees? If we had the 3 Lives Great Emperor's mirror of the past, it'd be great, we would be able to see the past. It is said that he gave the mirror of the past to the woman who hates him the most, his daughter. Nobody knows where it is now, said Yi Zhiyun. Lin Feng was astonished. The mirror of the past? The 3 Lives Great Emperor's daughter? Empress Shi? Lin Feng had an ancient mirror, but wasn't it a mirror of the future? Was it a mirror of the past? Lin Feng took out a bronze mirror and put it in front of a Satatpada demon tree. Dazzling lights erupted and started interweaving. Suddenly, it was like time was been going backwards. Lan Gu and the others frowned and stared at Lin Feng for a moment before looking at the tree. There was a figure at the foot of the tree. He was looking at the tree and looked pensive. After a long time, he sat down cross-legged and started meditating. The tree became distorted and illusionary, it didn't look like an ancient tree anymore. It's him, said Shi Lianshan at that moment. He was astonished. That figure was someone he had seen battle in someone's memories. Who is he? Asked Lan Gu. 50,000 years ago, he was an incredible demon cultivator, Mo Ding. When he became a saint, he became even more terrifying and he defeated another very famous saint. The memory of their duel is transmitted from generation to generation. I've seen their fight. He's Mo Ding? The others were astonished. Even though they had never seen what he looked like, they had heard of him, a terrifying saint of the old times. He was in the supreme ancient pit of hell. At that moment, Mo Ding suddenly opened his eyes. Even if the scene was something that had happened 50,000 years before, the group had the impression they were there. They all took steps backwards. Mo Ding groaned icily and flashed away. He rose up into the air, as someone else came and landed in front of the tree. The new man had his back turned to Lin Feng and the others. It was definitely not Mo Ding. Lights flashed and he disappeared. People's hearts were pounding furiously. What about Mo Ding? Where was he? Who's that? Lin Feng suddenly turned around. He was astonished, his facial muscles stiffened. Halfway up in the air, a figure was floating there. Half of his face looked human, the other half looked terrifying. He's Mo Ding, muttered Lin Feng and the others when they saw him. They were all trembling. A terrifying strength filled the air. Very quickly, Lin Feng and the others realized that a few demons had appeared in the mountain range and they hadn't noticed them before. They were just standing there in the air above the mountain range. Those demons are terrifying cultivators from the old days? Murmured Lan Gu and the others. Mo Ding and the other demons slowly drifted towards them. Get ready to run away, said Lan Gu telepathically. Lin Feng and the others took steps backwards. Mo Ding waved his hands, and a gigantic hand moved towards Lan Gu. No! Shouted Lin Feng when he saw that. Mo Ding waved his hands, and Lan Gu started turning into a demon. His blood chi flew away. He released lightning, but it was useless. He looked like a tiny little insect in comparison with the enemy. No! Shouted Lan Gu defiantly. Mo Ding threw Lan Gu extremely far away into the distance. Lin Feng and the others were trembling. They said nothing. They had just seen Lan Gu get killed like that. They felt powerless, like weaklings. One of the 7 forbidden territories, supreme ancient pit of hell. Suddenly, they understood why it was called the supreme ancient pit of hell, why it was a forbidden territory. Nobody could invade and conquer this territory, not even the shrines. Mo Ding looked at them. They stepped backwards, wanting to escape, but could they? At that moment, an ancient demon song spread in the air. The demons gazed into the distance, where they saw a figure on the top of a mountain. That person had his back turned to them as he played some music. Mo Ding disappeared. Lin Feng and the others were startled. They glanced around, and realized that the demons had all disappeared in the blink of an eye. They were scared of that music, or more precisely, of the musician. Who could scare those demons away? Another demon? Lin Feng and the others gazed into the distance. Next to the musician, another figure appeared. He was seated there, looking calm and composed in a black robe. Lan Gu had seen him before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2335, Demon Kings in Cliff Caves? Chapter 2335, Demon Kings in Cliff Caves? Editor, read. Lan Gu. Lin Feng and the others didn't move, but they looked at the mountain where Mo Ding had thrown Lan Gu. They were so sad for him. A moment before, he was with them, and now he was gone. Mo Ding had killed him in the blink of an eye. In the outside world, apart from saints, Lan Gu was considered a terrifying cultivator. He was a genius of the Thunder Shrine. But in the supreme ancient pit of hell, his life was so fragile. Lin Feng and the others felt powerless and weak. Master! At that moment, Hua Qianyu looked at the musician and shouted. The others were astonished. She surprisingly took the initiative to call out to him. Master! The music suddenly stopped and the musician slowly turned around. When he looked at Hua Qianyu, Lin Feng and the others were stunned. That person wasn't a demon, he was a human. It was an old man, who looked perplexed. However, when Hua Qianyu looked at him, she shuddered. How was this possible? What was he doing in the supreme ancient pit of hell? High Priest. I'm Hua Qianyu from the Celestial Sound Shrine, said Hua Qianyu. Gigantic sound waves rolled out. The High Priest of her Celestial Sound Shrine was there. Lin Feng and the others were astonished. That old man was from the Celestial Sound Shrine? High Priest? Whispered the old man. He looked at Hua Qianyu and asked, Who am I? He's amnesic. Lin Feng and the others were astonished. People in here all seemed to become amnesic and forgot who they were. High Priest. You're the High Priest of the Celestial Sound Shrine, said Hua Qianyu. She was speechless. She didn't know the High Priest's name. She had only seen him in memories. It was the first time she had seen him in reality. Is that so? Said the old man. He was muttering to himself, Where is the Celestial Sound Shrine? A strong wind started blowing, and the old man disappeared. The figure in black clothes next to him rose up in the air and said, Master, wait for me. He's calling him Master, is that normal? Wondered Lin Feng and the others. Their eyes were glittering. Very quickly, the two disappeared from the desolate mountain range. We must leave this place, said Yi Ji-yun. They all nodded. The demons had appeared without anybody noticing them a moment before. They couldn't stay here. I want to go back, said Hua Qianyu suddenly. Everybody's faces stiffened. They had come to the supreme ancient pit of hell without knowing what was awaiting them. It was really horrible. It seemed like the only possible outcome for them was death. The High Priest of the shrine had disappeared for so many years. He was stuck in the supreme ancient pit of hell, and now he had become amnesic. Hua Qianyu didn't feel brave anymore. She didn't want to stay there, she wanted to leave. However, could she go back now? Going back now is too dangerous, said Yi Ji-yun softly. No, I want to go back, said Hua Qianyu. Seeing the High Priest of the Celestial Sound Shrine had terrified her. She knew that the High Priest of the Celestial Sound Shrine was a terrifyingly strong cultivator. If he had become amnesic, she had no hope. Will you come back with me? Asked Hua Qianyu. Yi Ji-yun shook her head. She looked at Lin Feng and the others. They said, We're here already. Even if we go back, we might die. Nobody knows. I agree, said the fat man. Hua Qianyu didn't say anything. She turned around and left quickly. She wanted to leave as rapidly as possible. Suddenly, a gigantic hand appeared at the foot of the mountain. Hua Qianyu's face changed drastically. She turned around. She wanted to escape, but the gigantic hand grabbed her. No! Shouted Hua Qianyu furiously. However, the hand suddenly disappeared and Hua Qianyu along with it. Lin Feng and the others were astonished and speechless. Their lives were truly in peril there. Let's go, said Yi Ji-yun. Lin Feng and the others tried to keep calm and continued moving forwards. They had no choice. Lin Feng and the others crossed a valley filled with a cadaverous qi from the deaths of many people. There were some dazzling weapons as well. Their qi was formidable. Another group? Lin Feng and the others bumped into another group. The group with whom they had agreed to stay near at the very beginning had disappeared a while before already. The group they were facing at that moment was only composed of 3 people. There are saints' weapons and corpses, but those corpses haven't decomposed, they aren't even deteriorated. Those people were incredibly strong, said someone, looking at the corpses. He seemed enthusiastic. Don't go down though, it could be extremely dangerous, someone warned him. We're in the supreme ancient pit of hell, danger is everywhere. We're very weak, they died in front of us, and we couldn't do much, said that person. Even if it's dangerous, we have to try. We have to become stronger, that's the only way for us to survive. He flashed into the valley and landed in front of a saint's weapon, a bloody demon blade. He waved his hand and pulled at the weapon. Peerless bloodlight suddenly shot towards him and cut his body into two. He didn't have any time to react. Even his soul was destroyed. Lin Feng and the others had seen that he was vigilant, but it hadn't been enough. The blood-red demon blade shook and hummed before calming down. They wouldn't forget that sight for a long time. "Let's go," said Lin Feng. They didn't know where they were, they just knew that they were in the depths of the supreme ancient pit of hell, and now leaving was impossible. The two cultivators of the other group followed Lin Feng and the others, but didn't talk to them, staying in the distance behind them. Lin Feng and the others understood what those people were thinking. If Lin Feng and the others faced danger while moving forwards, those two people would have time to leave. "We can't afford losing any more people," said Lin Feng, stopping and looking at Yi Zhiyun, Shi Lianshan, and the fat guy. Two people had died in a short time. They couldn't afford to lose anyone else. Yi Zhiyun hoped nobody would die again. They initially didn't want Lan Gu and Hua Qianyu to die either, but they weren't strong enough, so they hadn't been able to save them. Lin Feng slowly turned around and gazed at the two people behind them. He said icily, "Are you guys moving forwards?" The two of them stared back at Lin Feng coldly. "If you don't, then die." He released Death Dao to surround those people. They frowned. Daimon from the World Clan controlled Death Dao? "Indeed, if you want to use us to progress safely, die," said Shi Lianshan icily. He jumped forwards and oppressed them. "If you don't, then die," said the fat guy. He wasn't smiling anymore, either. The two others didn't stand a chance against the four of them. "How cruel," spat one of them icily. They landed in front of Lin Feng and the others, and started running away, heading into the mountains. Nothing had happened for some time. Then, a gigantic coffin-shaped building appeared in the sky. It looked like a coffin which would have been used for a demon king. It looked like a palace too, it looked a pit of hell. Lin Feng and the others stopped and watched it. Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. Was the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell named after that thing? What was inside? Was there really a demon king inside? What to do? Whispered Yi Zhiyun. They had arrived in front of a gigantic floating coffin. Her soul was being oppressed. "We're not the only ones here," said Lin Feng, gazing into the distance. There were some people in the distance on the other side. It was like a demon had attracted them there. "Let's go inside?" asked Shi Lianshan. Lin Feng was grim and said, "I think that if we don't go inside, we'll never be able to get out, anyway." "What you mean is that getting inside is our only hope if we want to get out of the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell?" Yi Zhiyun asked Lin Feng. "There are only two paths, the one in front of us, or the one we just went through. If you want to go back, I'll come with you and try," Lin Feng said to his group. Yi Zhiyun's face froze. "Going back the same way? We have only one option, then," Yi Zhiyun smiled. She looked at the nest of devils and said, "Maybe we're going to die soon." Their hearts felt heavy. They might be going to die. Nobody could tell. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2336, Great Demon Halberd of Desolation. Chapter 2336, Great Demon Halberd of Desolation. Editor, read. They looked at the floating pit of hell. Lin Feng whispered, "Since we decided to continue, we have to advance courageously with an indomitable spirit." He slowly moved forwards. Very quickly, they arrived in front of the entrance of the blood-red pit of hell and entered. When Lin Feng arrived inside, he realized it was another world, and there were ruins everywhere, complemented by corpses and skeletons. It smelled like death. An evil wind brushed against their skin. Yi Zhiyun shivered and said icily, "How cold." That chill pierced through their bones. The name of that place, the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, was becoming more concrete as they moved on. It's the core territory of one of the 7 forbidden territories. Is this the beginning of the real pit of hell? Whispered Qi Lian Shan. A weapon appeared in his hand, and diffused lights which contained Saint's strength. A Saint's weapon. Lin Feng was astonished. Qi Lian Shan had a real Saint's weapon. The fat guy and Yi Jiyan also took out weapons, all of them Saint's weapons. Lin Feng took out his 10,000 evolutions cauldron. He had to be careful here. At that moment, in the distance, dazzling golden lights flashed and illuminated the blood-red sky. A terrifying qi filled the air. Lin Feng said, "There's a battle." Their figures flickered and they quickly saw 2 strong cultivators fighting against a corpse. That corpse only had the upper part of his body, his eye sockets were empty, and he released absolutely no qi. He looked completely dead, but he could fight against strong cultivators who had Saint's weapons. What a terrifying physical strength. Even if he's dead, he's terrifyingly strong. A Saint's body is a Saint's body. Low-level Saints' bodies are even more durable than low-level Saints' weapons, said Qi Lian Shan. But that Saint was dead, why was he fighting? And how? It's a zombie, I'll go, said Yi Ji-yun, jumping forwards. She released terrifying lifelights which attacked the corpse. The corpse slowly collapsed softly and looked like a normal dead body. The 2 strong cultivators said, "Your lifelights can counter cadaverous qi." "Thank you. The atmosphere is so lugubrious inside," said the other one. It was Situ Ba. He seemed extremely annoyed and said, "We should stay together and help one another." Yi Jiyan looked at Lin Feng and the others and said, "We're in the heart of the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, the more the merrier." Lin Feng nodded, "All right, good, let's stay together." Qi Lian Shan and the fat guy didn't mind. "How long have you been in here?" Yi Ji-yun asked Situ Ba and the other one. "Not long. We noticed a treasure, and the corpse attacked us," said the other one. His body was surrounded by golden lights, a sign that he was from the empty space shrine. He was holding a magic weapon which became shrank down at that moment. "A treasure?" Yi Ji-yun was startled. "Where?" "We'll take you there." "There's an incredible treasure, but it must be dangerous there," said that person. Lin Feng and the others after followed him. They quickly arrived in front of an altar, a broadsword stuck into it. At the foot of the broadsword was a corpse, in perfect condition. Another Saint's body. "That broadsword is in his body, it means it killed him here." "How incredible," said Situ Ba. "I wonder whether we can control it or not." Qi Lian Shan went to take a step forwards, but Lin Feng stopped him. He glanced at him and said, "You remember the valley, dot? You think it's that terrifying?" said Qi Lian Shan. "Can't you see that Situ Ba and the other one don't intend to go and try to take the broadsword?" replied Lin Feng telepathically. Qi Lian Shan was surprised, but replied, "Situ Ba wants to use us and see whether it's dangerous or not?" "Possibly." "We should leave," said Lin Feng telepathically. The fat guy and Yi Ji-yun left with them. Situ Ba and the other one were startled. They looked after the 4 and frowned. The 4 weren't stupid. If they hadn't seen the valley outside, they would have tried to take the broadsword, but now they were cautious. Dash. Lin Feng and the others continued on. Very quickly, they bumped into a demon, different from the demons outside. One of his eyes was missing, but the other one was alert. He glanced at Lin Feng and the others, making them shiver. Lin Feng and the others sensed a cold wind. The demon appeared in front of them. They didn't move. The demon raised his fist and aimed at Qi Lian Shan. "Back!" shouted Lin Feng explosively. A terrifying ruler's sword moved towards the demon's remaining eye, but the demon raised his hand and stopped it. He waved his hand and threw the ruler's sword far away in the distance. There was a distant crash. The demon looked at Lin Feng, who moved back with the others. "You saved me again," said Qilian Shan. He was soaked with cold sweat. "Saved you? We'll see if we manage to leave alive," said Lin Feng. The demon moved after him. Lin Feng flitted backwards, but the demon swooped towards him. He raised his hands, blood reincarnation strength appeared and attracted Lin Feng. "Great empty space technique," said Lin Feng. He penetrated into empty space strength. A blood fog appeared around him, but couldn't reach him. The demon continued moving towards him, his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Feng felt ice cold. The demon's eye looked sharp and expressionless. "Piss off now!" shouted Qilian Shan. He attacked the enemy with his saint's weapon. The atmosphere around the demon crackled with unseen power. The demon simply punched out in his direction. "I just need some people's memories. Who is willing to give me memories?" asked the demon suddenly. Qilian Shan and the others were astonished. He just wanted people's memories. "If I give you memories, will I become a vegetable?" asked Qilian Shan. "If you're so kind, I won't corrode your memories, I will just have a look," said the demon emotionlessly. Qilian Shan took a deep breath and said, "All right, I trust you, have a look at my memories." He walked up to the demon, composed and ready. The demon stretched out his hand and put it on Qilian Shan's head. Terrifying lights surrounded Qilian Shan's head for a long moment before he took back his hand and looked at the sky. "So many years have passed again," whispered the demon. Then he turned around and left. Lin Feng and the others took a deep breath with relief. How dangerous! He wasn't a pure demon. How audacious! Remarked someone at that moment. Lin Feng and the others spun around. "Master!" shouted Yi Ji Yun. It was the high priest of the Celestial Sound Shrine. "I'm Yi Ji Yun from the Life Shrine. Master, how can we leave?" "Leave?" asked the high priest of the Celestial Sound Shrine. He was surprised, raised his head and said, "I don't even know how long I've been in here, but I've never found a way to leave." "How did you lose your memories, Master?" asked Yi Ji Yun. "If I knew, I wouldn't be amnesic," replied the high priest. "Maybe demons corroded my memories, like that one." "Where are we?" asked Yi Ji Yun. "Here?" The high priest gazed into the distance and answered, "I've never been farther than here. I've heard that this was the Demon King coffin chamber. The demons here are all strong cultivators from the ancient times. How dreadful," thought Lin Feng and the others. Their hearts were pounding violently. The Demon King's coffin chamber? A terrifying light streaked across the sky, and thunder rumbled. Lin Feng raised his head and saw a beam of light dash to the skies. Suddenly, the blood moon in the sky exploded. "Great demon halberd of desolation! Who broke the seal?" asked the high priest, frowning. He flitted away and disappeared. Lin Feng and the others saw him in the distance. The great demon halberd of desolation? A seal? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2237, Sky Palace. Chapter 2237, Sky Palace. Editor, read. The blood moon in the sky exploded. Lin Feng stared at the sky, shaking. A terrifying chi filled the air. It was a terrifying saint's weapon. There were sublevels within saints and saints' weapons. There were half-saints, not very familiar with that cultivation level, but they were saints already. Then, there were low-level saints, high-level saints, and peerless saints. Weapons were divided into low-level saints' weapons, medium-level saints' weapons, high-level saints' weapons, and peerless saints' weapons. Saint levels and Saint's weapon levels were similar, but a low-level Saint's body was much more powerful than a low-level Saint's weapon, which meant that when a low-level Saint was attacked by a low-level Saint's weapon, they didn't need to worry. High-level Saints' bodies were much more powerful than medium-level Saints' weapons. And peerless Saints could be injured only by peerless Saints' weapons. In addition, there was a gigantic difference between all those levels. The great demon Halberd of Desolation had destroyed the moon in the sky, which meant it was a terrifying Saint's weapon. Let's go and see. Lin Feng and the others moved towards the terrifying Qi. After crossing a curtain of ice-cold Qi, Lin Feng and the others saw the great demon Halberd of Desolation. There was an ancient battle stage before them, and the great demon Halberd of Desolation was stuck into it. There was a dead demon king. He had been cut by the axe of the halberd. It was daunting to see. The great demon Halberd of Desolation was radiating a terrifying demon Qi which seemed like it was going to destroy the very air they breathed. The high priest of the Celestial Sound Shrine stood on the battle stage and said, "Who killed that cultivator with you, great demon Halberd of Desolation? Who even managed to seal you, great demon Halberd of Desolation, for such a long time? You contain grief and betrayal Qi. Is it because the one who was killed using you is your real master? Grief and betrayal?" Lin Feng and the others were stupefied. They felt the Qi of the great demon Halberd of Desolation carefully. As expected, it really did contain some grief Qi. Lin Feng looked at the high priest. He was right. The one who had been killed by the great demon Halberd of Desolation was its master, but that meant the one who had killed him was even more terrifying. The high priest of the Celestial Sound Shrine took a step forwards and terrifying soundwave strength filled the air. Lin Feng and the others sensed the invisible and intangible power. A force carried Lin Feng and the others away. The high priest didn't want to kill them accidentally with his Qi. Boom! A terrifying blood-red light moved towards the high priest of the Celestial Sound Shrine. The atmosphere around him turned into a hell filled with blood and darkness. The high priest took another step forwards. The atmosphere was trembling. The buildings around them exploded. The great demon Halberd of Desolation seemed reluctant. "He's dead already. You should find another master," said the high priest patiently. The weapon began to vibrate. It wrenched free of the corpse and rose up into the air. In the distance, someone was watching. However, when the great demon Halberd of Desolation passed next to him, he turned into blood fog and disappeared. The great demon Halberd of Desolation didn't even touch him. "Fearsome," said Lin Feng and the others. They watched the great demon Halberd of Desolation disappear in the distance. Had the halberd been sealed there for a very long time? "Master, what is the cultivation level of the great demon Halberd of Desolation, and the one who was killed?" Yi Ji-yun asked the high priest. The high priest turned around and looked at Yi Ji-yun. "High-level saint, high-level saint's weapon." Yi Ji-yun was astonished. So the one who had been killed was a high-level saint, and the great demon Halberd of Desolation was a high-level saint's weapon. So, the one who had killed him was a peerless saint? Was he still alive? If he was still alive, was he still in this forbidden territory? In the sky, the moon which had been destroyed reappeared. It contained a terrifying amount of blood-red demon Qi, and would illuminate that area forever. After a short time, the whole pit of hell was filled with a corroding demon intent. The blood-red moon contains demon intent and a terrifying corroding strength. When that moon disappears, the door of the pit of hell opens again. "You came in, that was pretty reckless," said the high priest, looking up at the sky. "What?" The fat guy was astonished. Yi Ji-yun frowned. She could already sense the corroding demon Qi. "If you're not a saint, you can't resist those corroding energies," said the high priest. He disappeared. In his eyes, Lin Feng and the others were definitely going to die. But there was a woman who knew him in the group, and he didn't want her to die, so he warned them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have cared. That demon lake chi could corrode our bodies, said Yi Ji-yun, pulling a long face. Her life strength surrounded the others. They understood how the demons outside had become demons now. The blood moon was still in the sky. Very quickly, Yi Ji-yun's lifelights were being corroded. Are we really going to turn into demons? Said Qi Lianshan, pulling a long face. A thick earth armor appeared around his body. After that, armor appeared around the others as well, but it was useless. The armor was quickly corroded by the demon intent. The blood moon in the sky was getting bigger and bigger. The fat guy was the least resistant. Wounds appeared all over his body and demon intent penetrated into his body through them. He was slowly turning into a demon. No, shouted the fat guy furiously. He didn't want to die. He had come to explore the mystery of the supreme ancient pit of hell, not to die. Together! Shouted Lin Feng. They made a circle and all of them released life strength. At the same time, evolution life patterns appeared on the ground. It was the first time Lin Feng had used life patterns. He transformed his god chi of the earth and sky into life chi as well, and a great deployment spell surrounded the group. Immortal energy cannot be destroyed. Yi Ji-yun was astonished. She was from the life shrine and she still couldn't release such an incredible life strength. The demon intent in the sky was terrifying. It could easily corrode her life chi. And now it corroded Lin Feng's life deployment spell, but the life strength was so powerful that it recovered quickly. Qi Lianshan kept turning into a demon, and then recovering and reverting to human again. The two antagonistic strengths kept competing. Even though the demon intent was more powerful than the life strength, the reason why it resisted so well was because the life chi contained immortal strength. The fat guy was trembling. He knew that without the immortal life strength, he would die instantly. Hold on and you'll be fine, said Lin Feng grimly. His body was also being corroded by the intent, but thanks to the immortal strength in his body, he recovered faster than the others. The corrosion on his body wasn't even visible. Boom, boom, boom. Strength streaked across the sky and thunder rumbled. Lin Feng and the others raised their heads and saw a terrifying saint's weapon dash to the skies towards the blood moon. Great demon halberd of desolation. Lin Feng raised his head and saw the great demon halberd of desolation cut towards the blood moon in an explosion of power. The blood moon cracked. The great demon halberd of desolation released a terrifying amount of strength and tried to destroy the moon. The great demon halberd of desolation doesn't like that moon? Why does it keep attacking it? The halberd was a saint's weapon. It was alive. The moon had reappeared and it attacked it again. It also began to hum angrily. Thunder rolled as demonic power surged. Lin Feng and Yi Ji-yun were astonished. A saint's weapon was attacking a moon? Demon chi kept pulsing around them. The blood-red moon kept releasing more and more energies, and a blurry outline appeared within. It was a castle. A peerless cultivator was seated on the palace. He looked like a terrifying demon, holding a blood-red blade, its tip stuck in the ground. Was the moon the demon king's grave? Or his coffin chamber? At that moment, Lin Feng and the others, all the demons and strong cultivators who were in that world could see that scene in the sky. They were all shaking. The Sky Palace, what's the date tonight? When Lin Feng saw that, he was astonished. He remembered that sentence, the Sky Palace, what was the date? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2338, Kingsgrave Palace. Chapter 2338, Kingsgrave Palace. Editor, read. The great demon halberd of desolation was still furious, the air thrummed with fury. It wanted to destroy the moon, but it failed. Maybe that peerless demon killed its owner? Murmured Lin Feng and the others. It kept attacking. Even though the great demon halberd of desolation didn't manage to destroy the moon, it at least managed to make the palace appear. The high priest of the celestial sound shrine wasn't far from Lin Feng and the others, looking up at the sky too. His eyes were glittering. Who had made him become amnesic? Who had messed with this world? Who had made it become a forbidden territory? How come all the strong cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds and the supreme animal world didn't dare come here? Was it because of the person on that palace? The high priest of the celestial sound shrine rose up in the air, a guqin appeared in his hand and he started playing it. A deadly melody rose up, a silver river made of soundwave energy flowed across the sky. It crashed onto the palace, but nothing happened. There are words, said Yi Ji-yun, staring at the blood-red moon. Ancient writing had appeared. I don't understand those ancient characters, said Yi Ji-yun. Qi Lianshan and the fat guy frowned. They didn't know those characters either. What's the matter? Yi Ji-yun asked Lin Feng. He was trembling. It was the second time he had seen this in his life. The Demon Emperor. Lin Feng was shaking. 1,000 years ago, what had happened then? The Demon Emperor was supposed to have come to life 1,000 years before, and the supreme ancient pit of hell had existed for a very, very long time. 1,000 years before, there were already many legends about a demon. It had to be the Demon King of the supreme ancient pit of hell. You understand those characters? The fat guy asked Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. He knew those words, of course, he had seen ancient words in the Jade Emperor's palace, and they were completely different from characters they used at the moment, because they were ancient words. What is written? Asked Qi Lianshan. He was curious. You could make the earth and the sky collapse, you made rivers of blood flow in the continent of the Nine Clouds, I've been waiting for you for so long. Suddenly, the moon started trembling and illuminated Lin Feng's body. Yi Ji-yun, Qi Lianshan and the fat guy were frozen with shock. You could make the earth and the sky collapse, you made rivers of blood flow in the continent of the Nine Clouds, I've been waiting for you for so long. Was that voice talking to Daimon from the World Clan? Why did he understand those characters? Why was the moon shaking? The terrifying demon lake strength gradually dispersed, the blood-red moon recalled it. A beam of light appeared and enveloped Lin Feng's body before lifting him away. Lin Feng slowly rose into the air. Lin Feng rose higher and higher into sky, getting closer and closer to the moon. He entered the sky palace as the astonished Yi Ji-yun and others stared after him. He disappeared inside the palace. The demon lake is gone, we will survive, said Yi Ji-yun, taking a deep breath. Thanks to Daimon, they were going to survive. How come Daimon went to the palace? Did the Demon King call him? Xiong Haya and Xiong Jiutian appeared. Xiong Haya's lower body was missing, it had been corroded away. However, when the demon lake disappeared, some strength appeared around them and they recovered. I'm saved, it was the will of heaven, exclaimed Xiong Haya, raising his head and looking at the moon. He had nearly died. Luckily, Xiong Jiutian had given him some precious treasures, which had protected him temporarily. But even then, his body had started being eaten away. He had almost died. Let's find the exit, said Xiong Jiutian. They had to leave. Yes, let's leave this horrible place, nodded Xiong Haya. At that moment, they just wanted to leave, they were terrified. Nobody wanted to stay in the supreme ancient pit of hell anymore. Even saints risked their lives in here. Xiong Haya swore he would never come back to this place. They managed to leave thanks to the will of heaven, ignoring all the demons who had lost their pasts and were just staring at the sky. The two just wanted to escape. Lin Feng saw an ancient throne inside blood-red main hall of the palace. There were Demon King statues all around, and a Demon King was seated on the throne. He was the only living being there, holding a demon blade with both hands. It was stuck in the ground before him. Who are you? Asked Lin Feng. He tried to keep calm as he said, You're not the Demon Emperor, Where is the demon emperor? Nobody replied. That person seemed like he had stayed there in that position forever. The silence was oppressive. Lin Feng glanced around and said, "Demon Emperor, you summoned me here. Why don't you show up? Why are you waiting for me?" Lin Feng didn't understand. There were many things which seemed to refer to the Demon Emperor. And now he was in that palace. Was it really the Demon King's coffin chamber? "I am the Demon Emperor," said a dimly discernible voice. Lin Feng had the impression he was hallucinating. The king on the throne seemed like he was coming back to life, raising his head. "No, it's an illusion." Lin Feng bit his lips. "It's not an illusion. I've been waiting for you for so long," the voice sighed. It seemed like that voice was traveling through space and time to reverberate in Lin Feng's head. "Why did you wait for me?" asked Lin Feng. "I've been waiting for you to be able to use my demon blade, for you to summon me, for you to crush the earth and sky, and for you to make rivers of blood flow in the continent of the 9 clouds. You are asleep, how could I wake you up and call you?" said Lin Feng. He didn't understand. Was the Demon King sleeping? "Only you can call me because I am you and you are me," said the voice. "Come, take the blade and wake me up. Then, you'll defy the earth and sky, my blood will be your path. You will create a gigantic palace of blood," said the voice. Lin Feng was trembling. "I am you and you are me?" The Demon Emperor meant that Lin Feng was the Demon Emperor? He was the Demon Emperor? "You're still hesitating? With my strength, I could destroy you instantly. I don't need to lie to you. Wake me up and receive my peerless strength, that palace will be yours. Do you understand?" "I've seen the Demon Emperor's picture." "You're not him," said Lin Feng. "You must be the Demon King of the pit of hell. How could you be someone who lived 1,000 years ago? Do you think the Demon Emperor really exists? It was just your image, or you are his image. If you wake me up, you'll receive my strength and you'll understand everything. Come and try. I don't need to fool you to kill you." Lin Feng was astonished. The ancient words, the Demon Emperor, the images, Who was who? And the voice was right, he could kill him easily, he didn't need to lie. Lin Feng slowly walked forwards. He wanted to know the truth. He arrived in front of the throne. He stretched out his hand and put it on the demon blade. A terrifying strength filled the air. At that moment, he started trembling. He had the impression he was turning into the Demon King. "You are me. I am you. Wake me up. You'll become a real god," said the voice to Lin Feng. Would he be able to become one with the Demon King if he woke him up? Would he become a peerless cultivator if he did that? It was tempting. He was trembling more and more violently. "Am I really the Demon Emperor?" thought Lin Feng. He had been brought into the palace. Why did he need to wake him up like that? Why didn't he wake up himself if he had such powers? "I don't believe you," said Lin Feng. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2339, Back to the Imperial Court of the Continent of the 9 Clouds. Chapter 2339, Back to the Imperial Court of the Continent of the 9 Clouds. Editor, read. Lin Feng pulled his hand away. He didn't believe him. He had gone through so many hardships to become so strong. How could such an incredible power be within reach so easily? Lin Feng didn't need such external strength, he wanted to keep everything under his own control. He didn't believe he was an ancient demon king, he was just himself, Lin Feng. A terrifying demon strength penetrated into his body, but he stopped touching the blade and took steps backwards, staring at the figure on the throne as that cultivator was staring at him. He looked like a god, but he was motionless. He didn't try body capture using force. Lin Feng was perplexed. At that moment, the Demon King could do anything to him, but he didn't. "Since you don't want to wake me up, does it mean you think you want to see how strong you can be?" said the voice. It had only one thread of intent left. He was sound asleep. "I don't believe you," said Lin Feng. He became calm again. He was Lin Feng and had a forbidden body. "Someday, if I reach the clouds, I will go against the will of heaven. Why would I need to wake you up and borrow your strength?" Lin Feng asked calmly. "Will you regret?" "I will have nothing to regret," said Lin Feng indifferently. "You have a palace within reach. That is a tempting offer. Anyway, good, you have time to think anyway. If you change your mind, come back and wake me up," said the voice. Demon strength reappeared around the moon and the air thrummed angrily. Boom! The great demon halberd of desolation landed next to Lin Feng. A terrifying chi filled the air. What a terrifying strength! One thought in the great demon halberd of desolation acknowledges allegiance to him, thought Lin Feng. He was astonished. He looked at the great demon halberd of desolation, it looked unhappy. However, its mental state seemed like it was being oppressed. Lin Feng was still trembling. The great demon halberd of desolation appeared in front of the Demon King. Was it going to submit? The great demon halberd of desolation is a great weapon. "Since you don't want to wake me up, take it. Maybe you'll come back someday," said the voice. Lin Feng was stunned. Considering the words he had read and all the clues he had found, the Demon Emperor had to be somewhere around, but surprisingly there was only this Demon King. What was his relation to the Demon Emperor? Why did he say that Lin Feng was the Demon Emperor? He had brought Lin Feng there, asked Lin Feng to wake him up. Lin Feng refused, and yet he didn't do anything to him. On the contrary, he even offered him the great demon halberd of desolation, a terrifying saint's weapon. "It will listen to you. Don't forget that you are me. You just can't control its full strength yet, but I will help you and oppress its strength. It will be less arrogant. You will be able to control it, and it will acknowledge allegiance to you." Lin Feng grabbed the great demon halberd of desolation, and terrifying strength started corroding his body. In front of the Demon King, the great demon halberd of desolation couldn't do anything, but against Lin Feng. "Rise!" Lin Feng raised his hands, a terrifying chi made the whole palace shake violently. Demon intent rang out viciously. He was still holding the great demon halberd of desolation, and looked like a demon god. "Can I leave?" asked Lin Feng. "Of course. But you will probably come back. I will be here waiting for you to wake me up. I will transmit you my strength, and you will become the god of the supreme ancient pit of hell," said the demon slowly. "Then, you will control a peerless strength and enter this imperial castle and it will be yours. You will be a peerless demon god." "Alright, I will come back if I think it's the right choice," said Lin Feng indifferently. He was thinking he would never come back to this horrible place. It wasn't a castle, but a coffin chamber. "Go. Nobody will prevent you from leaving," said the demon. Lin Feng put the great demon halberd of desolation away and left the castle. What an incredible experience! The Sky Palace, what's the date tonight? Who was the Demon Emperor? Who was the Demon King of that place? Lin Feng went down the flight of stairs and went back to the pit of hell. He looked at the moon in the sky, it was dark again. The terrifying demon intent continued enveloping the area. The demons of the supreme ancient pit of hell forgot everything that had just happened. Lin Feng landed next to Yi Ji-yun and the others. They looked back at Lin Feng, curious but silent. "Let's leave the supreme ancient pit of hell," said Lin Feng. They had to leave, otherwise the demon could regret, and they would have no chance to leave anymore. Even saints could die in here, but... Alright, Yi Ji-yun and the others nodded. Could they leave, though? They had thought a bit too much of themselves when coming to the supreme ancient pit of hell. They had thought they'd have lots of opportunities, but actually, once inside, all they faced was danger. Some of them had been killed instantly. Dash. After Lin Feng and the others left, the Demon King was still in the palace, motionless. He was waiting for someone to wake him up. Demon intent filled the air. Under the palace, a Demon King appeared where Lin Feng was standing a moment before. He was wearing a black robe, and he looked up at the unseen Demon King calmly. He refused such an incredible opportunity, whispered the cultivator, before turning into black smoke and disappearing again. 5 days later, Lin Feng and the others escaped the supreme ancient pit of hell. Luckily, this time, nothing happened to them. "We're out and alive," said the fat guy, grinning with joy. He raised his head and looked at the sun. It was such a beautiful day. After spending days in the pit of hell, it felt so good to see the sun again. "We're out." Yi Jiyun smiled. They were alive, so awesome. "Daimon, thank you," Qi Lianshan said to Daimon. He was deeply grateful. "Without you, we'd be dead." "Indeed, Daimon, thank you so much," agreed Yi Jiyun. They didn't look proud and arrogant at all anymore. However, Lin Feng just smiled wryly inside. Unfortunately, Lan Gu and Hua Qianyu died. It wasn't worth it. They had died for nothing. "I'm done with these damn forbidden territories," said Qi Lianshan angrily. Dying there was worthless. Dying after an incredible and explosive battle was worth it, but dying in that horrible world was useless, and it was all up to luck. "Don't tell anyone what happened in the supreme ancient pit of hell," said Lin Feng. Everybody nodded. They knew that Daimon had found something. He had gone into the Palace of the Moon, but they were going to keep that secret. "There are things people don't need to know," said Yi Jiyun smiling. "Alright, we're alive, and I think it's the first time so many people come out of a forbidden territory alive. Let's go back and see what people say." "Yes, let's go back to the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds," said Qi Lianshan. The group of 4 left, and didn't look back. People from the supreme animal world didn't pay too much attention to the humans who had gone to the supreme ancient pit of hell, but the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds paid a lot of attention to them, especially since Cheong Jiu Tian and Cheong Haya had gone there too and had come back. Many people in the imperial court of the continent of the 9 clouds admired them. They wanted to know the secrets of the supreme ancient pit of hell. People talked about Cheong Jiu Tian and Cheong Haya everywhere and all the time those days. They had come out from a forbidden territory alive. The others were probably dead inside, including Mu Shanzi. Some people who had explored the mystery of the supreme ancient pit of hell told some powerful groups what the supreme ancient pit of hell looked like, but those groups didn't share those pieces of information. Yi Jiyun, Lin Feng, and the others separated. Lin Feng went back to the World Clan. What had happened in the forbidden territory felt like a dream. He would never forget it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2340, Canonization Area. Chapter 2340, Canonization Area. Editor, read. In the Fortune Shrine, Lin Feng's clone was seated with the diviner. The diviner frowned and looked at Lin Feng, stunned. "You're saying that there's an ancient palace in the supreme ancient pit of hell inside the Crimson Moon, and that a demon king is inside?" The diviner was amazed. He didn't know what was in the supreme ancient pit of hell either. Therefore, when Lin Feng told him about his experience, he was astonished. "Yes, in the castle, there's a demon king with a demon blade, asleep. But he could still communicate with me, and he asked me to wake him up. He said he'd transmit his strength to me," Lin Feng said to the diviner. In this world, nobody else knew as many of Lin Feng's secrets as the diviner, so Lin Feng didn't need to hide anything from him. "But I didn't trust him, so I chose to leave, and he let me go peacefully," finished Lin Feng. "What you mean is that the ancient demon king is sleeping and can still control the supreme ancient pit of hell?" He let you leave alive and didn't do anything to you? Indeed. Otherwise, I would be dead. It's such an incredible mystery. People are all talking about Xiong Tian and Xiong Haya who have come out alive, and they don't even know that those two were able to come out alive thanks to you. They don't even know about that demon king you're telling me about, said the diviner, shaking his head. If I have the opportunity, I will talk to the leader of the shrine and see if he knows something. The high priest of the celestial sound shrine has been imprisoned in the supreme ancient pit of hell for such a long time. How terrifying. All the demons inside are terrifyingly strong. Also, you've probably heard of that demon 1,000 years ago? Said Lin Feng. He was wondering who the demon emperor was. The demon king said that Lin Feng was the demon emperor. The demon emperor of 1,000 years ago? The diviner was surprised. You must be talking about Saint Emperor Shi the demon. He didn't leave many traces in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Not many people know about him, but those who do know how terrifying he was. The Fortune Shrine knows more about him than the other shrines because 1,000 years ago, the Fortune Shrine's destiny will rotated because of him. This time around, it was because of you. Saint Emperor Shi the demon. Lin Feng frowned. 1,000 years ago, the destiny wheel of the Fortune Shrine rotated, and now it had spun because of Lin Feng. Was it reincarnation? Was the demon king right? Was Lin Feng the demon emperor? What kind of person was Saint Emperor Shi the demon? Asked Lin Feng. Mysterious, extremely strong, and he became strong very quickly. He also disappeared mysteriously. The shrines were looking for him, but he had completely disappeared. Some people say he's probably traveling the world, some people say he must have been killed by the shrines, said the diviner slowly. I think they're all wrong. Maybe the demon emperor is in the supreme ancient pit of hell, said Lin Feng. The diviner frowned. Saint Emperor Shi the demon in the supreme ancient pit of hell. Indeed, I saw some scriptures in there which were written by him personally. He seems to have many connections to the demon king. The diviner frowned. Are you sure about the scriptures? I'm sure. I've seen them before. Nobody can have the exact same writing in this world, said Lin Feng. He was certain. So, I really need to talk to the leader of the shrine, said the diviner sharply. Saint Emperor Shi the demon had an extraordinary destiny. He was mysterious and terrifying. If he was in the supreme ancient pit of hell, it wasn't surprising that there was no news about him in the outside world. Lin Feng, you need to get prepared. Your fighting abilities have reached the top of the Shang-Di layer, right? Said the diviner to Lin Feng. Yes, said Lin Feng nodding. Not bad, you need to try and become a saint now, said the diviner. Even though Lin Feng had no cultivation level, he could also try to become a saint, or at least, have a similar level. Lin Feng was surprised at this, and stared at the diviner. In the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, there's a sealed area called the canonization area. That place opens once every 1,000 years. In there, some people have the opportunity to be canonized. It happens only every 1,000 years. Every 1,000 years, people at the top of the Shang-Di layer go there and try their luck. The canonization area doesn't disappoint people. At least 3 people must become saints, or even more. It depends on their luck and abilities. Now, it will soon open and many people from the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds will go there to try their luck, the diviner smiled. Lin Feng was amazed. The canonization area sounded like an incredible place. Who builds such an awesome place as the canonization area? Said Lin Feng. People in the old days. I've heard that there are mysteries inside. There are some details only known to insiders. It's one of the most mysterious places of the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds, replied the diviner. Lin Feng nodded. Few people knew what there was inside. Unfortunately, this time, when you went to the supreme ancient pit of hell, many saint emperors died. They could have become saints. Of course, the opening of the canonization area will draw people's attention even more than your adventure in the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell. People refused to go to the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, including some old terrifying cultivators, but the canonization area draws people's attention, the diviner smiled. Lin Feng understood. Some saint emperors practiced cultivation for many years, but didn't manage to transcend worldliness and attain holiness. They couldn't miss this opportunity. They were even ready to risk their lives. At that time, will I participate as Daimon from the World Clan, or as Lin Feng? Lin Feng grinned. The diviner smiled back. As you wish, as long as you separate those two people carefully. Don't let anyone know that Lin Feng is Daimon. I understand, said Lin Feng, nodding. The disciples of the Fortune Shrine rarely go out, but this time, some of them will go and try to become saints. Don't fight against them there, the diviner directed. Lin Feng nodded. All the shrines were gathering their saint emperors and asking them to get prepared for the canonization area's event. It was extremely rare. It was also an opportunity to see the strongest cultivators of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Even the supreme animal world would participate. How are things going for the Void Phoenix clan? Asked Lin Feng. Nothing has happened. Qing Feng was imprisoned, but your Zhu Lao Xian went there, so they can't do much to her. However, since Chon Haya came out of the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, the Void Phoenix clan is even more enthusiastic and really hopes they'll be able to make a marriage alliance with the Fire Shrine. Alright, Lin Feng nodded. He had to get more information. There are many hidden saint emperors in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. They're waiting for the event. I wonder who will become a saint, the diviner mused. Lin Feng could feel that the canonization area was going to be an extraordinary event. Saints were rare, but saint emperors were also strong in the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Mu Shanzi had invited some of them to come to the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell, but he didn't know all the saint emperors of the region. Becoming a saint wasn't easy. There were some old people who had been stuck at the Shangdi layer for a long time, and nobody needed to be invited to go to the canonization area. Even the supreme animal world could come. Lin Feng's real body was calmly practicing cultivation in the World Clan. Few people knew that he had come out of the Supreme Ancient Pit of Hell alive and gone back to the World Clan. He also wanted to try and become a saint at the canonization area. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2341, Saint Luck. Chapter 2341, Saint Luck. Editor, read. The canonization area was in the central part of the imperial court of the continent of the Nine Clouds. Usually, it was a desert, because there was no chi left there, and a poor place to practice cultivation. It was difficult to imagine that in this place was the canonization area. A great many strong cultivators appeared there. Those strong cultivators looked composed, but on the inside, they weren't, especially those who had lived for a very long time. For people who didn't need a very long time to reach the top of the Shangdi layer, or some geniuses from shrines, becoming a saint wasn't as difficult as for other people. However, for old people, it was quite difficult. They needed some help, luck, and opportunities. The canonization area was a great opportunity, but in the northwest, an old man who was wearing a gray robe frowned angrily. Another 1,000 years have passed. Last time, I brushed past the opportunity to become a saint. This time, I have to succeed. In the west, another white-haired old man seemed calm, but on the inside, he thought, another 1,000 years have passed, how could I miss this opportunity again? The incredible chi which fills the air every 1,000 years shall be mine this time. Apart from them, many other old men arrived and thought the same. They had missed the opportunity to become saints 1,000 years before, so they had cultivated really hard for another 1,000 years and still hadn't managed to become saints. They had to seize the opportunity now. When Lin Feng arrived, he looked around in astonishment. So many strong cultivators. Are all the Saint Emperors of the continent of the Nine Clouds going to come? He was riding on Alma's back. Indeed, for Saint Emperors, the opportunity to become a saint was incredible. One more step and they'd transcend worldliness and attain holiness. Father, have you asked about the details? Asked Alma. He was curious. I've heard that there was Saint Luck. I don't really know what it is though, said Lin Feng. It was difficult to imagine that such a desolate place could give birth to an essence called Saint Luck and could help cultivators become saints. There was no spiritual chi there. Do things turn into their opposite when they reach the extreme? Whispered Lin Feng. Daimon. Called out a voice at that moment. Lin Feng turned around and saw Qi Lianshan. Qi Lianshan smiled and said, Daimon, you also came to try and become a saint? Indeed, said Lin Feng. Qi Lianshan arrived next to him and said, so many old people are here. They've gone through a lot in life. You're so strong, and yet you feel under pressure? Asked Lin Feng. Of course, Qi Lianshan nodded. The more saint luck you absorb, the more chances you have to become a saint. Every 1,000 years, when someone obtains saint luck, the others want to kill them to steal it from them. I see. The Saint Emperors go insane in such circumstances, said Lin Feng. Becoming a saint was a Saint Emperor's most important goal. The cultivators of the shrines are extremely strong. They have saints' weapons. When Saint Luck appears, the situation becomes very dangerous. Look over there, you know who that old man in black clothes is? Asked Qi Lianshan to Lin Feng. I don't, admitted Lin Feng. The old man turned around, he looked dangerous. That's Saint Emperor Freeze, he controls freezing Dao and his Dao has reached the maximum level. Not only can he freeze your body, but he can also freeze your thoughts and your soul. He can kill you 100 times in the twinkling of an eye. Apart from freezing Dao, he also understands a terrifying type of strength, empty space strength. You see? Qi Lianshan looked nervous. Lin Feng looked at the old man in dark clothes and nodded. He's a dangerous cultivator indeed. He can use empty space strength and freeze you in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the twinkling of an eye is enough. 1,000 years ago, he was already at the very top of the Shangdi layer. He couldn't become a saint, and was unlucky. Now, another 1,000 years have passed, he can only be stronger, said Qi Lianshan. Lin Feng nodded. I can tell you one thing, the old people here are all terrifyingly strong. Even though there aren't many of them, they're all terrifying. They have 1,000 years of experience. With all the members of the shrines, it's going to be a tough competition. Over there, the members of the fire shrine have come. Xiong Jiutian is quite famous these days, said Qi Lianshan. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Xiong Jiutian and Xiong Haya. They were with a group of strong cultivators from the fire shrine. Even Huashan was there. Even though he was weaker than many people who were present, he was still quite strong. He also wanted to try his luck. Xiong Jiutian was the dangerous one, though. Strong cultivators from other shrines keep arriving. I'm going back to the members of the Earth Shrine. Daimon, be careful, said Qi Lianshan. All the members of the shrines would join hands to grab as much as Saint Luck as they could. I understand, Lin Feng waved. That area seemed boundless. There were people everywhere. Daimon, said someone coldly at that moment. It was Xiong Haya. He said coldly, you came out alive. You're quite lucky. Lin Feng looked at Xiong Haya, and replied calmly, you sound like you came out relying on strength. Xiong Haya was surprised, and smiled. Of course, anyone who comes out of the supreme ancient pit of hell alive is lucky. But now we're going to rely on strength to steal Saint Luck. Be very careful though, you're probably not going to get any, but you could also die here. Thank you very much for your advice, Lin Feng replied coolly. At that moment, an invisible and intangible strength filled the air. This area contained absolutely no strength for 1,000 years, and then, once every 1,000 years, it was filled with energies again. There's an exit there, thought Lin Feng. The canonization area was sealed after that, people couldn't come in anymore, they could only leave. After obtaining Saint Luck, cultivators could escape through the exit. However, the less luck energy a cultivator managed to obtain, the less chance he had to become a saint using that method. Strong cultivators wanted to get as much luck energy as they could. Father, look over there. The map of the canonization area. Alma raised his head and saw a pattern. It was a map of the canonization area. Indeed, it's the map of the canonization area. It appears in the sky. That's amazing, but it's also going to make things much more complicated. The canonization area actually has 8 exits, so people who obtain Saint Luck can escape through those 8 exits, said Lin Feng. Many people were staring at the map in the sky. Those who had already been there 1,000 years before immediately started moving towards the center of the canonization area. They knew that their chances of getting Saint Luck were the highest there. Father, I still don't understand what Saint Luck is. What does it look like? Asked Alma. Get ready and we'll find out soon, said Lin Feng, staring at the map. There were several dazzling dots on the map, as if a mysterious strength were there. A dragon chanted, and a dazzling golden dragon appeared on the map. Alma's eyes twinkled. That dragon means Saint Luck? I think so. Let's go! Shouted Lin Feng. Alma rose up in the air at full speed. Many other people rose up in the air too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2342, Fighting over the Saint Luck. Chapter 2342, Fighting over the Saint Luck. Editor, read. Dazzling golden lights appeared where the Saint Luck was, and people could find the coordinates on the map. When Lin Feng and all the other cultivators saw the golden dragon on the map, they all started flying in that direction. Father, I have the impression that golden dragon is alive and terrifying. Is it really Saint Luck? Asked Alma uneasily. It's Saint Luck, indeed, said Lin Feng. He was surprised too. The golden dragon glittered and was extremely fast. A gigantic wall appeared in the air, and the dragon landed on the wall before passing through it. The golden dragon roared, trying to escape, but the crowd sensed a terrifying freezing intent. It surrounded the dragon and he started freezing. The other strong cultivators had the impression their souls were going to freeze. Saint Emperor Freeze. Lin Feng looked at the old man in dark clothes at the very front. Lin Feng was impressed. Saint Emperor Freeze was terrifyingly strong. Father, should we attack? Asked Alma. He was eager to try. No rush. It's going to be a fierce competition. We should be patient, otherwise, everybody will be after us, said Lin Feng. He didn't participate in the battle. Many people thought the same as him, and didn't attack. Xiong Jiotian and Xiong Haya were staying on the side, too, their eyes glittering. A great deal of Saint Luck was going to appear in the canonization area, and nobody wanted to be chased by everyone else. But some people were very self-confident, such as Saint Emperor Freeze. He appeared in front of the dragon and stretched out his hand. The dragon roared angrily and became even more dazzling and then turned into lights. Saint Emperor Freeze took him. For the time being, that Saint Luck was his. Many strong cultivators threw themselves at him, but Saint Emperor Freeze shot into the distance and said coldly, "Freeze." The atmosphere around him froze. Nobody dared get too close to him, otherwise their souls could freeze, and they could die. Lights flashed, and Saint Emperor Freeze disappeared. He had an extremely powerful teleportation technique. Chase him, said a few strong cultivators coldly. Nobody wanted to let him escape with Saint Luck. How strong? Lin Feng was astonished. Saint Emperor Freeze's freezing Tao had reached the maximum level, and with his teleportation technique, he could get so much done in such a short time. Saint Emperor Freeze was probably one of the strongest Saint Emperors present here. A dragon roared, dazzling lights appeared again, and formed an ice dragon. The crowd was stunned. Another gigantic dragon, a different one. Was it Saint Luck too? Go! Strong cultivators started moving towards the dragon, but at that moment, they heard a dragon roar extremely loudly. Behind the golden dragon and the ice dragon, a red dragon appeared, and then a fire dragon, and then an earth dragon, a dark dragon, a life dragon. 7 dragons had appeared. They were all Saint Luck. The crowd shot off in all directions towards all the dragons. Those 7 dragons were Saint Luck? Or were they actually one cosmic body that represented Saint Luck? Father, I want the dark dragon, let's go see, said Alma, and flew towards the gigantic dark dragon. He passed in front of many strong cultivators. His speed was astonishing. He turned into a beam of light and crossed the canonization area in the blink of an eye. I see it, many people are fighting over it, said Alma. Lin Feng released dazzling empty space lights. People used strength to fight, they didn't use weapons. If anyone dared use Saint's weapons, then everybody else would, and it would become a disaster. Alma roared out and charged in. The dark dragon was also very fast, but many people surrounded him. It glanced at them, very lifelike. Father, that guy is a great oriental greenfinch rock from the Rock Clan. He's incredibly strong, said Alma to Lin Feng. The one who was the closest to the dark dragon had a gold holy helmet and sharp feathers. Zhamanyao also wants to steal the dark dragon's Saint Luck, damn. He's so fast, swore Alma. The great rock's wings were gigantic and blotted out the sky. He was very impressive. Alma jumped into the crowd. He didn't want to let the dark dragon's Saint Luck go, but at that moment, some terrifying sharp claws moved towards it. The atmosphere was lacerated around everyone. The great oriental greenfinch rock's wings turned into sharp swords and swept everything away in his path. How fast! Lin Feng was astonished. He sensed a strong wind brush against his face. He couldn't even follow the great rock with his eye. The great oriental greenfinch rock's speed is astonishing, but expected too. The other strong cultivators pulled long faces as the great oriental greenfinch rock ran away with the Saint Luck. They had encircled him, but he had managed to get through, and now chasing him would be difficult. There's still Saint Luck left. The crowd looked at the sky and realized that there was no Saint Luck left on the map. Many strong cultivators wanted to get the Saint Luck from those who had taken it already. Someone has escaped already. He couldn't handle the pressure, so he escaped. They could see that on the map. Someone had escaped with Saint Luck. Father, I can sense that Saint Luck is incredible, but stealing some will be extremely difficult, said Alma. Lin Feng nodded. Saint Luck just increases the chances of becoming a saint. It's not because you have Saint Luck that you will definitely become a saint. If you have Saint Luck but can't become a saint, it's useless. However, if you have the Saint Luck of the 7 dragons, then the chances of becoming a saint are extremely high, said Alma, taking Lin Feng to the center of the canonization area. The Saint Luck is weakening, said Lin Feng when he saw the lights disperse slowly. The strong cultivators were slowly consuming the Saint Luck. Daimon, said someone at that moment. It was Yi Ji-yun. You're here too, Lin Feng smiled. Yes, I wanted to try my luck too, smiled Yi Ji-yun. So, do you think you'll manage to get some Saint Luck? Not necessarily. There are too many strong cultivators, replied Lin Feng easily. Indeed. That one is extremely strong. I saw him fight, he's scary, said Yi Ji-yun pointing at someone. Lin Feng saw a cultivator in black clothes, his chi strong. There are always talented individuals in hiding, agreed Lin Feng. At that moment, the person turned around. His eyes were bloodshot and proud. He looked like a demon from the pit of hell. It's him! Lin Feng was astonished. He recognized the man. How come he looks so evil now? Lin Feng was startled. According to legends, after King Chu, another genius had emerged in the Chu clan, but he had gone insane. Was Chu Chunxiu going to become insane too now? Because that cultivator was Chu Chunxiu. There's something wrong. That's the chi of the supreme ancient pit of hell. He came out of the supreme ancient pit of hell, so could it be that he absorbed some evil creatures there, thought Lin Feng. Everything was possible when it came to Chu Chunxiu. He was insane. In the supreme ancient pit of hell, there had been many terrifying creatures, demons, and corpses. It was filled with death. Chu Chunxiu smiled at Lin Feng coldly. Lin Feng frowned. Did Chu Chunxiu recognize him? Father, Saint Luck, 3 golden birds, shouted Alma suddenly. Not far from them, 3 birds moved in different directions. A bird disappeared. Lin Feng was stupefied. A bird suddenly disappeared as quickly as it showed up. There's something wrong. He went into some empty space strength. He's there. Lin Feng saw the bird reappear. The figure of the bird on the other side kept flickering. The last bird kept whistling, fissures appearing in the atmosphere around. It was moving very quickly. That's a terrifying empty space energy. Those birds all control empty space energy. With those 3 sources of Saint Luck, any strong cultivator could become a saint, thought Lin Feng. Many cultivators who controlled empty space strength understood that and started chasing quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2243, Devouring the Saint Luck. Chapter 2243, Devouring the Saint Luck. Editor, read. Everybody was convinced that the Saint Luck of those 3 birds was incredible. With it, the chances of becoming saints was really high. Father, which bird should we chase? Alma asked Lin Feng. The one with the fissures, said Lin Feng. Of the 2 other birds, one had teleportation abilities and the other one controlled void strength. Chasing them was too difficult. Even the other strong cultivators knew it'd be difficult to catch them. All the birds were being chased by strong cultivators all around Lin Feng. Their chi was fierce, especially those who were from shrines. They joined hands to chase the birds, so they posed a threat to everyone else. Stop, said someone coldly. Lights flickered and encircled that gigantic bird. However, the gigantic bird whistled and continued moving forwards, releasing a terrifying explosive empty space strength. The strong cultivators who were chasing didn't give up, they even put more pressure on it in a frenzy. Its speed is incredible, said Alma. He was already using his maximum speed, moving as fast as lightning, but the bird was so fast, they were only drawing closer slowly. The members of the fire shrine want to chase this bird, too, thought Lin Feng, glancing around. Xiong Jiutian looked cold and detached. Everybody wanted Saint Luck. They all had to use their full strength to chase the bird. He's not so strong, said a strong cultivator in the group of people from the fire shrine. Yes, we didn't try to get the Saint Luck from the 9 dragons. Since we decided to chase this one, we have to do all we can to get it. And the most difficult is yet to come, said Xiong Jiutian. The fire shrine had to get this one. The gigantic bird controls atmosphere-destroying strength too. It's probably related to the Saint Luck he has. If we capture him, we'll also gain an incredible spell, said Xianghaya. The group of people of the fire were on a gigantic fire sword which streaked across the sky at high speed, trailing fire. Daimon, said the fat guy to Lin Feng at that moment. Lin Feng smiled and said, Fatty, people from the Soul Shrine want to get that bird, too? I'm not that interested. If you want him, I can help you, said the fat guy. He felt like he owed Lin Feng, as without Lin Feng, he wouldn't have left the supreme ancient pit of hell alive. Alright, help me block the others then, said Lin Feng smiling. No problem. I'm quite strong, laughed the fat guy, his flesh covered his eyes each time he smiled or laughed. Mine, said a strong cultivator, stretching out his hands towards the bird. However, when he grabbed the bird, the latter became illusionary and gained altitude. The strong cultivator's face stiffened in surprise. Boom! A strong wind swept away a number of cultivators. How is that possible? The one who had just tried to grab the bird looked at his hands, stunned. Those who were chasing the birds were also shocked. Could that bird really break the atmosphere and disappear inside to teleport himself? How to catch him then? Wondered Lin Feng. He was annoyed. Had he chosen the wrong bird? The gigantic bird landed on the peak of a mountain and stopped. It glanced over at the crowd in a sharp way. It looked almost amused and taunting. The strong cultivators who were chasing it also stopped and watched it. Their eyes were glittering. I'll try, said a strong cultivator, moving forwards. Nobody prevented him from trying. His empty space strength was very strong. He stretched out his hands to catch the bird, but just like a moment before, he caught nothing but air. The strong cultivator was astonished, his face froze. Crush him, said Xiong Haya coldly. Fire appeared all around him and he threw himself at the bird. Chains made of fire appeared all around the bird. The bird looked at him disdainfully, as if the fire was too weak for him. Getting saint luck and becoming a saint is not easy at all, mused Lin Feng. Alma said, Father, that bird controls atmosphere-breaking strength. To it, everything is emptiness, attacking him is useless, only saints could attack it. But you have a mysterious strength, so you can try and see if your attacks work on him. Indeed, only a terrifying empty space attack could work on the bird, but Lin Feng's strength was different from other people. He controlled God's strength, God Tao. If Alma hadn't reminded Lin Feng about it, he wouldn't have thought about it. After the first man, other people tried, but it was useless. Lin Feng released and condensed God's strength, and flashed forwards. When Xiong Haya saw that, he grunted coldly, but the bird suddenly couldn't get free from Lin Feng's attack, and started struggling. Alma! Shouted Lin Feng. Father! Shouted Alma. Open your mouth, said Lin Feng. Alma roared. Lin Feng's God strength pushed the bird into Alma's mouth. A terrifying saint luck strength started flowing through Alma's body. His dark scales became dazzling. The others were astonished. Alma had absorbed the saint luck? Go! Whispered Lin Feng. He hadn't thought it would work. Alma roared and spiraled up into the air. A fireball shot at Lin Feng. Alma rose higher, as some fire chains appeared around him and Lin Feng. Become small, I'll take care of it, shouted Lin Feng. Alma became tiny and went into Lin Feng's arms. He had to protect the Saint Luck. Be careful, father, said Alma. Lin Feng dodged the attack and released empty space, then moved as fast as lightning. Daimon, stop, shouted Xiong Haya coldly. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine surrounded him. Fatty, shouted Lin Feng. The fat guy nodded, and shouted furiously. The crowd shook because his voice was too loud. They had the impression their souls were going to explode, and the world collapse around them. Even though Lin Feng was prepared, his soul shook too. That fat guy's attacks were powerful and affected him, too. Enough, said Lin Feng. He still wanted to attack Xiong Haya, but the fat guy's attack had hit everyone, so he had missed the opportunity to attack. But as the crowd was trembling, Lin Feng struggled and started leaving at his top speed. Bastard! That black dragon's cultivation level is not strong enough, you made him absorb Saint Luck, it's a waste, shouted some people furiously. But it was useless. Lin Feng had already had Alma absorb the Saint Luck. Many people stopped and looked at the two other birds. Maybe they would have an opportunity there. But the members of the fire shrine didn't want to give up and continued chasing Lin Feng, infuriating him. Daimon! Shouted Qi Lian Shan. He looked at the fat guy and asked, "What's going on?" "Help me!" shouted Lin Feng. Qi Lian Shan nodded and flashed forwards, releasing a terrifying strength. The others all had the impression they were stuck in moving sands. "Good," said Qi Lian Shan happily. Lin Feng was happy some people were helping him. "Qi Lian Shan, fatty, don't cause trouble," said Xiong Jiutian to those two people coldly. "We definitely will cause trouble," said Qi Lian Shan. The fat guy shrugged and said, "I feel like causing trouble, too." Qi Lian Shan, fight against Xiong Jiutian, fatty, block the two others, I'll take care of Xiong Haya, said Lin Feng. The two people nodded. Xiong Haya smiled coldly. Daimon was too insolent. "Father, should I help?" asked Alma. He wanted to fight too. "No need." "How are you feeling?" asked Lin Feng. "I want to get the Saint Luck of the two other birds. This Saint Luck contains incredible empty space strength, it looks like celestial Tao. It's extremely powerful." "You shouldn't have given it to me," said Alma. "No problem. Even if you can't become a saint now, you'll have the opportunity in the future." "I'm not like you, I don't need Saint Luck," replied Lin Feng. Alma hissed and continued assimilating the Saint Luck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2344, Killing. Chapter 2344, Killing. Editor, read. Qi Lian Shan and Xiong Jiutian were fighting. Xiong Jiutian's fire was terrifying, but Qi Lian Shan was strong too, and kept attacking him and forcing him backwards. "Xiong Jiutian, we'll have a big battle today," shouted Qi Lian Shan cheerfully, oppressing Xiong Jiutian. Both of them were very strong, saint emperors of the very top of the Shangdi layer. The fat guy laughed at the two other cultivators of the fire shrine. He was very dangerous, and they knew it. Lin Feng and Xiong Haya were fighting. Energies surged towards Lin Feng. Xiong Haya smiled coldly and said, "Last time, you escaped. Today, I won't make the same mistake and let you run away." "Dream on," replied Lin Feng, smiling coldly. He was wondering what would happen if he killed a member of the fire shrine, but would the fire shrine dare go and start a war against the world clan, even though they were a shrine? The fire shrine kept oppressing Qingfeng. Xiong Haya wanted a marriage alliance with the Void Phoenix clan using Qingfeng. If Xiong Haya died, that marriage alliance would be nullified. Lin Feng smiled coldly, his eyes filled with murder. A terrifying fireball appeared and surrounded Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt he was in an ocean of flames. He frowned at Xiong Haya. Xiong Haya wanted to kill him, too. "Since it's that way, I won't be polite," swore Lin Feng. His eyes suddenly became pitch black and a cage of darkness appeared around Xiong Haya. Xiong Haya was shocked. He was now in a dark illusion, no life in there, just death and cold. The earth and sky roared around him. God's strength invaded that world, and it became a realm of death. Xiong Haya felt ice cold, he was shuddering. He released even more flames, and behind him, a fearsome spiritual fire appeared. Lights flared, Xiong Haya threw himself at Lin Feng. 9 spiritual fireballs appeared and shot in all directions. However, a gigantic pitch-black fist appeared and moved towards his head, forcing him to retreat rapidly. "You can't leave my death world," said a voice. Xiong Haya saw Lin Feng appear in front of him. At that moment, Lin Feng looked like a death god, an ancient demon, aggressive and frightening. Xiong Haya sensed that Lin Feng's chi had changed and was astonished, Was this world a skill of the World Clan? Lights flashed and a fire hand appeared, fire chi filled the air. Xiong Haiya moved too, the gigantic fire hand shooting towards Lin Feng. It contained a little bit of saint's strength. Lin Feng was surrounded by that gigantic hand, like a cage. Xiong Haiya was using a saint's weapon. Lin Feng released demon strength, which swept through the air. Lin Feng took out the great demon halberd of desolation, and a terrifying demon strength rose up and washed everything away. His great demon halberd of desolation streaked across the sky and destroyed the gigantic fire hand as Lin Feng continued moving forwards. Feeble, said Lin Feng to Xiong Haiya emotionlessly. Xiong Haiya was staring at the great demon halberd of desolation, and his heart started pounding. How was that possible? It was the saint's weapon they had seen in the supreme ancient pit of hell. How had Lin Feng obtained it? Initially, I wanted to have a fair battle with you, but you don't deserve fair treatment, said Lin Feng icily. He disappeared, empty strength lights flashed, and he reappeared in front of Xiong Haiya. His great demon halberd of desolation pressed forward with an indomitable will and broke everything in the way. No! Xiong Haiya sensed the terrifying power of the great demon halberd of desolation. He couldn't compete with it. He raised his hands in front of him, and something shattered loudly. The great demon halberd of desolation had destroyed his hands. Die! Shouted Lin Feng coldly. The great demon halberd of desolation pressed towards Xiong Haiya's throat. Destroy! Snarled Lin Feng as Xiong Haiya's body was being corroded by the demon strength and turned into demon chi. He wasn't a saint, his body could easily be destroyed using a saint's weapon. Lin Feng put the great demon halberd of desolation away and the cage disappeared. He reappeared outside and shouted, Shi Lianshan, fatty, here. Shi Lianshan and the fat guy looked at Lin Feng. When they saw that Xiong Haiya wasn't there anymore, they were astonished. Had Lin Feng really killed Xiong Haiya? Xiong Jiutian and the other members of the fire shrine were stunned. Xiong Jiutian had been killed. However, Lin Feng didn't care. He looked at Shi Lianshan and the fat guy, and together they left at full speed. Daimon, you're too brave, chortled the fat guy to Lin Feng. Even though it was the canonization area and dying was a risk all the cultivators agreed to take, there were still some people whom other people didn't want to kill, such as those members of the fire shrine whose family name was Xiong. But Daimon was insane. He had killed Xiong Haiya. Xiong Jiutian and the others didn't chase after Lin Feng. It was useless. They hadn't thought that Xiong Haiya would be killed. Daimon had dared to kill him. It doesn't really matter, does it? Shi Lianshan, fatty, since we found each other here as well, let's join hands, alright? I want the two other birds. After that, if some birds who have saint luck you need appear, I'll help you too. What do you think? Said Lin Feng indifferently, as if nothing important had happened. He didn't care about Xiong Haiya. Xiong Haiya had died because the members of the fire shrine had chased him. They probably understood that. Damn, you're brutal. I'll follow you, laughed Shi Lianshan. The fat guy smiled and said, alright, let's join hands. Some people are fighting against one bird and the other one is still flying away. Where do we go? Let's go to the one who's fighting already, said Lin Feng, accelerating. They all turned into beams of light, quickly arriving on the battlefield. Blood kept flying. A strong cultivator was killed by a group of people, and the Saint Luck reappeared. When a cultivator who had stolen Saint Luck was killed, as long as he hadn't assimilated and modified it, the Saint Luck reappeared. For someone like Alma, assimilating Saint Luck was extremely difficult, a long process. He needed to study it while assimilating it, or it was useless. Everybody understood that. Therefore, when Lin Feng and the others arrived, everybody looked at them coldly. There was Saint Luck in Alma's body, visibly glittering. It's incandescent, there's even a saint's weapon here. The fat guy sensed a terrifying chi. Leave this one to us, please. If Saint Luck reappears again, we won't try and take it, said a strong cultivator from the empty space shrine. They really wanted this bird Saint Luck, it contained empty space strength. You want us to leave it to you, but what if others don't leave it to you? In the end, you might not be able to keep it, and then don't tell me you won't try to get the others, said the other strong cultivators around coldly. As you said, if nobody steals it from us, we won't take the others, but if we don't get it, we'll continue trying to get Saint Luck. So what will you do? Retorted the shrine cultivators, releasing empty space strength. I can't possibly give up, said a strong cultivator coldly. He was also wearing an empty space robe. A light curtain appeared around him. Fatty, stop them, but be careful, don't let your attack affect me, said Lin Feng telepathically. The fat guy nodded and slowly drew closer to the group. An ancient mirror which looked like a shield appeared in his hand. He threw it out and shouted furiously. The sound wave caused by his voice bounced off the mirror and instantly, everybody was stunned, their souls trembling. At that moment, a light covered the bird, a gigantic set of jaws appeared and devoured the bird. Oh no! The crowd saw a dazzling sword shoot towards Lin Feng, and he disappeared in empty space strength and reappeared in the distance. Someone released ancient imprints to surround him, but Lin Feng's great demon halberd of desolation streaked across the sky and the ancient imprints shattered. The strong cultivator who had released them was astonished, he couldn't believe it his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2345, Guarding the Gateway. Chapter 2345, Guarding the Gateway. Editor, read. Father, it's awesome! Exclaimed Alma after absorbing the bird. The fat guy didn't disappoint Lin Feng, and his saint's weapon was terrifyingly powerful. It had stunned everyone for a few seconds. After that, Lin Feng and Alma flew away. How do you feel? Asked Lin Feng to Alma. It contains an incredible empty space strength, it's in my brain now. If I were a cultivator of the very top of the Shangdi layer, I would really become a saint now. Unfortunately, I can only study it slowly, admitted Alma. He was very happy. I need to study it calmly. You deal with the rest, be careful. Alright, go and study. Leave the rest to me. If I get the last bird Saint Luck, I'll call you, said Lin Feng. The air was thrumming as a group of strong cultivators was chasing him. They were extremely fast. Lin Feng didn't turn around, he just glanced at the map in the sky now and then. He moved towards the last bird. Strong cultivators had finally managed to catch up with it and someone had already captured it. Alma needs the 3 birds, the Saint Luck will be complete only if he gets the 3 of them, thought Lin Feng moving as fast as lightning. He glanced at the battle. People had already taken Saint's weapons out, and were dying one after another. Everybody was vigilant, and the one who had already captured the Saint Luck was covered with blood. He could die any time. The only reason why he hadn't died yet was that people were trying to think of a strategy for themselves. If they stole it now, then everybody else would encircle them. At that moment, everything seemed to stop, and a figure appeared in front of the one who had taken the Saint Luck. A terrifying spear thrust towards his head and an illusionary hand closed on him. The hand grabbed him, and the figure left with the cultivator. We're too slow. The crowd's faces froze. They were too slow. They felt extremely slow. After that person disappeared, a terrifying wave washed through them, many people withdrew. What a powerful Saint's weapon. It contains Saint's deceleration strength. It was like time had stopped. Lin Feng didn't stop. Some people were chasing him. Alma had obtained 2 birds already, how could he stop? Someone has Saint Luck there! Shouted someone. Lin Feng flew after him. Lin Feng realized that that person wasn't extremely fast, but he had 2 incredible Saint's weapons. One of them was a disc which contained deceleration Saint's energy and slowed his enemies down. The other one was a terrifyingly sharp spear. He had used that spear to kill many people a moment ago. With those two weapons, he was truly redoubtable. There! Lin Feng glanced at his great demon halberd of desolation. It was a high-level saint's weapon. He could probably kill the man easily with it. Lin Feng accelerated, he couldn't fly any faster. People around heard sonic booms. He slowly got rid of the people behind him. Only people who controlled speed-related energies continued chasing the cultivator. The one who had obtained the Saint Luck turned his head and looked back at Lin Feng, smiling coldly. Lin Feng had Saint Luck, a terrifying saint's weapon, and dared chase him. He really wanted to die. The cultivator activated his disc again, turning suddenly, and the disc diffused lights which filled the air. The deceleration lights were so powerful that space and time became chaotic. Lin Feng sensed an invisible and intangible strength surround his body. His muscles stiffened up as he slowed down against his will. The spear moved towards his head, undeterred. That cultivator wanted to kill Lin Feng as quickly as possible. Lin Feng was soaked with cold sweat. This man was terrifying. Lin Feng released an awesome strength. He had God strength, how could he sit and wait for death? Go in, said Lin Feng coldly. The cage of darkness appeared, but the spear destroyed the cage of darkness and continued shooting towards Lin Feng. Great empty space technique. Lin Feng jumped into empty space and released strength, then his great demon halberd of desolation streaked across the sky. The spear pierced through the empty space strength and appeared in front of Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng's great demon halberd of desolation was moving towards his enemy's throat and beheaded him. How dangerous! Lin Feng left the empty space and the terrifying spear moved behind him already. If he hadn't used the great empty space technique, he would have died. Another terrifying chi filled the air. Lin Feng continued flying forwards at full speed. Then, he called Alma again for him to eat the man. Father, I have the 3 birds Saint Luck, but now the situation is difficult for you, they're all chasing you. Yes, I have to escape, said Lin Feng. If a group of people with Saint's weapons surrounded him, he would definitely die. Otherwise, he had just obtained 2 terrifying Saint's weapons. But this time, Lin Feng had obtained 3 birds Saint Luck and the strong cultivators behind wouldn't leave the matter at that. They were all chasing him as quickly as they could. Lin Feng grunted coldly. He was holding his great demon halberd of desolation firmly and his chi was ominous. The great demon halberd of desolation was a high-level saint's weapon, but Lin Feng didn't really understand its particular strength. Maybe he was still too weak. He couldn't use it to overrun all fortifications. But even this way, it was sufficiently terrifying. They want to die. Lin Feng landed at the top of a mountain and suddenly stopped. The 2 fastest cultivators behind him controlled empty space strength and continued flying towards him. Imprison, said Lin Feng coldly. The 2 cultivators suddenly saw darkness fill the air around them. They used their saint's weapons to destroy the cage, but the great demon halberd of desolation was sweeping towards them. His face turned deathly pale. He released as much empty space strength as he could. Boom! The great demon halberd of desolation contained a terrifying saint's power. The demon chi instantly corroded that cultivator's body, and he vanished. The other one was so scared that he fled as fast as he could. Lin Feng raised his saint's weapon and moved back. He went back to the top of the mountain, looking apathetic. The strong cultivators who were chasing him all stopped. Lin Feng had the great demon halberd of desolation. He looked like a demon king. He said to the crowd coldly, I have the 3 birds, and if anyone attacks me, I can guarantee that I will kill them. We came out of the supreme ancient pit of hell, rogues of all kinds running wildly. So be careful. You also came out of the supreme ancient pit of hell? His halberd contains a terrifying demon saint strength. Could it be that it's from the supreme ancient pit of hell? Lin Feng sneezed. Terrifying golden lights appeared around him. Someone charged him, trying to crush him. Lin Feng started bleeding, his skin was cracking. Against such a terrifying attack, only someone who had a saint's body could resist. "You want to die," said Lin Feng coldly. He suddenly disappeared, condensed empty space and wind cosmic energies in the great demon halberd of desolation, and it hacked towards his attacker and instantly killed him. The people behind didn't get involved. Those who wanted to attack realized it was too late. Lin Feng was already back at the top of the mountain, standing there like a demon king. "With that halberd, he can kill us in one strike." They were astonished. He didn't lie to them. If anyone dared attack, he'd kill them instantly. Very quickly, some more Saint Luck is going to appear. "Are you going to stay here and waste your time?" asked Lin Feng detachedly. The crowd's eyes glittered. Lin Feng was too fast, and his great demon halberd of desolation was terrifying. But if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2346, Leaving with the Saint Luck. Chapter 2346, Leaving with the Saint Luck. Editor, read. Lin Feng was standing there, holding his great demon halberd of desolation. Even though his enemies were cautious, they didn't give up. Some of them charged him. Lin Feng was angry. These people were dangerous. If they had a single opportunity, they'd kill him. At that moment, Lin Feng sensed danger and shot up in the air, but sharp blades still crashed onto his body and blood gushed out extremely painfully. Empty space saint's weapon. Lin Feng grimaced. He had been attacked by a saint's weapon which contained empty space strength, but was invisible and intangible. He raised his head and saw a strong cultivator who was holding an extremely sharp crankset, spinning it at high speed. The crankset disappeared. Lin Feng sensed a sharp energy surround him again. His great demon halberd of desolation turned into a gigantic demon dragon and lunged towards the man. He retreated quickly. There was an explosion. Lin Feng groaned with pain, his muscles twitching. He had the impression his brain was going to explode. A peerless and sharp chi shot towards Lin Feng. One person had attacked, so the others chipped in as well. "Piss off!" shouted Lin Feng. He didn't turn around to look at the man behind him, but knew his chi was terrifying. His dripping great demon halberd of desolation came back. There was a rumble behind him, and Lin Feng's mind trembled, his iron will keeping him conscious. Die! The attacks blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They really wanted to kill him. Deadly empty space strength surrounded him. He was surrounded by millions of threads of empty space cosmic energies. Lin Feng suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the crowd, instantly removing someone's head. "Daimon!" shouted someone. The fat guy appeared behind the crowd. He helped him and bombarded some people in the crowd. They hadn't expected that someone would help Lin Feng here. Lin Feng's great demon halberd of desolation swept away cultivators all around him. Heads exploded one after another. The great demon halberd of desolation was a devastating weapon. They couldn't withstand a single attack. Go! Qi Lianshan also arrived and descended from the sky. They continued destroying people and fighting their way forwards. Thunder rocked and boomed, shaking the earth and sky. When their enemies recovered enough to look at Lin Feng and the others, they were already far away. Lin Feng and the others went to a place with fewer people. If the fat guy and Qi Lianshan hadn't helped Lin Feng, it would have been dangerous for him. Even with the great demon halberd of desolation, he wouldn't have been able to deal with so many people who had saints' weapons as well. Thank you. Lin Feng smiled. Why would you thank us? You saved us last time, replied Qi Lianshan happily. You're really brave. 3 birds and you gave them all to the dragon. His cultivation level is not high enough. Even with the 3 birds, he won't become a saint, unfortunately. As long as he understands them, then when the right time comes, he'll become a saint. When conditions are ripe, success is naturally achieved. There's nothing unfortunate, said Lin Feng indifferently. The two others just nodded. He should assimilate the Saint Luck quickly, otherwise people are going to chase us unceasingly. I'll take him to the exit. When he leaves, nobody will be able to steal his Saint Luck anymore, said Lin Feng. Shi Lianshan and the fat guy followed Lin Feng to an exit. That was a good solution. After a short time, Lin Feng and the others arrived at the exit. There were no strong cultivators guarding it. When the other people saw that Lin Feng and those two had joined hands, they didn't dare attack them anymore. Little boy, you leave first. I'll get to you when I leave. Father, be careful, said Alma, roaring as he became gigantic again and left. Lin Feng didn't leave, he stayed at the gate waiting for Alma to get far enough away. Finally, things calmed down again. I wonder when Saint Luck is going to appear again, whispered the fat guy, frowning. Lin Feng looked at the sky and said, I wonder what this place is. How come Saint Luck appears here every 1,000 years, but who knows? Maybe a terrifying cultivator created this place, but we can't see those people, Shi Lianshan mused. At that moment, dazzling lights appeared on the map in the sky. The three friends were astonished. What an incredible chi, let's go. There could be Saint Luck. Indeed. The three friends' figures flickered. After a short time, they arrived, along with ever more strong cultivators. A momentous chi was rising there. Is it the way Saint Luck is formed? What exactly is Saint Luck, wondered Lin Feng. From what Alma had told him, Saint Luck allowed him to understand things. It was a kind of celestial Tao. Lin Feng understood that such understanding was related to the process people went through to become saints. After understanding one's own Tao perfectly, a cultivator could fuse it together with the celestial Tao, the Tao of the earth and sky. The cultivator's body became a part of the land, it became sacred. Everything seemed to be about fusing together with the earth and sky. Lin Feng was on a strange path, the earth and sky had abandoned him. He hadn't been able to break through to the Huang Qi layer, then becoming a great emperor had been completely impossible, he had his own cultivation. For people to become saints, they had to understand celestial Tao, the earth and sky, the world. Therefore, to saints, people who hadn't reached that cultivation level were like tiny little insects. Even saint emperors at the very top of the Shang-Di layer couldn't compete with saints. Saints had transcended worldliness and attained holiness. A dazzling fire unicorn appeared. Fire-type Saint Luck. Many people charged ahead, but many other people were waiting. The crowd saw a terrifying chi surging out. Many different figures which contained Saint Luck appeared, and they were all different, unlike a moment before. 7 Saint Luck entities. The crowd was dumbstruck. And that gigantic ancient imprint must be an Earth-type Saint Luck, said Shi Lianshan, staring at an ancient imprint flying in the sky. He flashed towards it. Lin Feng followed, he had promised he'd help them. Everybody, stop, said someone coldly at that moment. The crowd was startled and saw a group of people. Lin Feng and the others stopped and looked at them. They're all shrine members. They all joined hands. Many people were astonished. Shi Lianshan called out a strong cultivator of the Earth Shrine. Shi Lianshan was shocked. He said to Lin Feng, the shrines are joining hands, don't get involved this time. I'm off. Shi Lianshan followed after the members of the Earth Shrine. The fat guy nodded at Lin Feng and headed over to the group of cultivators from the Soul Shrine. The shrine stopped everyone, including the birds, after the 7 creatures appeared distinctly and clearly. At that moment, a few other strong cultivators gathered. Saint Emperor Freeze, Saint Emperor Xiefeng, they're together, do they want to stop the shrines? Thought the other cultivators. The shrines joined hands and wanted to share the Saint Luck between them. The strong beasts of the supreme animal world are with them. When the crowd saw a unicorn, a white lion, and other terrifying beasts together, they understood. Apart from the shrines, other people are also making alliances. If they don't form groups, they won't be able to get any saint luck, and the shrines will get all of it. They said to one another. Lin Feng looked at the members of the Fortune Shrine. They were wearing white robes, they had an elegant and smart carriage. That Saint Luck unicorn is ours, said a strong cultivator of the Fire Shrine, pointing at the fire unicorn. It's mine, retorted a unicorn coldly. How could he give it to the Fire Shrine? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2347, Canonization Mountain. Chapter 2347, Canonization Mountain. Editor, read. All the strong cultivators were standing there, and a great battle was on the verge of breaking out. At that moment, some special strength filled the air. The atmosphere was distorted. Instantly, 2 Saint Luck entities were absorbed. Go! All the strong cultivators of the Empty Space Shrine released empty space strength in a dazzling display. Their figures streaked across the sky and they disappeared. Oh no, they took 2 Saint Luck entities away, swore the crowd. Even the other members of the shrines were stupefied. The strong cultivators of the Empty Space Shrine were extremely strong. With empty space energy and their saints' weapons, they could do things quickly. They had just taken 2 Saint Luck entities and were already at the exits. Nobody could catch up with them. Damn shrines! And they joined hands, said someone coldly. The atmosphere started freezing. A cultivator threw himself at a Saint Luck creature. Condense! Ancient imprints appeared all around and turned into gigantic words. That person could only watch it come in horror. Die! Many dazzling lights struck him and he vanished, killed in the blink of an eye. He hadn't had even a second to react. Even if he had time, how could he have resisted a saint's weapon? It was Saint Emperor Feng. He was killed in the blink of an eye even though he was a Saint Emperor at the top of the Shengdi layer. That's the power of saints' weapons, especially when people join hands. When Saint Emperor Freeze saw that, he pulled a long face. Nobody would dare steal Saint Luck creatures in such circumstances. What a tragic death. Seal the area, and when we agree on who the Saint Luck entities belong to, we can reopen it, said a strong cultivator from a shrine. Everybody was stunned. Seal the atmosphere? People who weren't from shrines were furious. Lin Feng glanced over at someone who was going to a place nobody had noticed. The reason Lin Feng paid attention to that person was because it was Chu Chunxiu. But what is the secret of this place? How is Saint Luck created? Lin Feng repeated to himself. Chu Chunxiu slid over to the place from which Saint Luck seemed to come. I don't want that Saint Luck. You enjoy yourselves, said Saint Emperor Freeze coldly. He followed Chu Chunxiu as well. Many people noticed this. Could the place where the Saint Luck was created harbor other mysteries? Lin Feng's heart was pounding. There was a vortex where the Saint Luck was created. Lin Feng could sense a thick qi there. Chu Chunxiu flew ahead and penetrated into the vortex. The crowd was astonished. How brave! Nobody dared do that, but he plunged right in. 1,000 years have passed again. If I don't become a saint this time, when will I? Thought Saint Emperor Freeze. Then he flew ahead and dove into the vortex also, not caring about the consequences. Lin Feng was just standing under the vortex and he sensed some celestial Tao. He raised his head, looking perplexed. What kind of strength was celestial Tao? He had his own world. Could his own world generate celestial Tao too? God Tao was his Tao, but he had the impression something was missing. Lin Feng flashed ahead. He entered the vortex and quickly realized he was somewhere else. It was another world. There was an endless amount of strength in there. Where are we? Whispered Lin Feng. It was a strange world. He couldn't see clearly. Celestial Tao is dimly discernible, whispered Saint Emperor Freeze. He had been a Saint Emperor for such a long time, he really wanted to become a saint. Suddenly, more figures appeared behind them. Lin Feng was startled. Many cultivators were walking in there alone, and they weren't from the shrines. They knew they couldn't steal the saint luck from the shrines, so they had followed Saint Emperor Freeze. What a strange place, murmured everybody. A terrifying strength appeared and made everybody shake. Clouds appeared and a strong wind started blowing. A mountain became visible. The crowd looked at the mountain. It seemed extremely close and extremely far away at the same time. A figure flew up. He wanted to get closer to the mountain, but it looked enigmatic and unfathomable. It was extremely high and it seemed impossible to get close. This place is called the canonization area, so that mountain could be the canonization mountain, said someone. Everybody looked at the mountain as if it were a holy mountain, a holy creature. It seemed so close and yet so far. The crowd saw a demon fork appear in Chu Chunxiu's hand, and he suddenly threw it at the mountain. The demon fork crashed into the mountain. People's hearts pounded. Was he insane? And why could his fork reach the mountain, and they couldn't? Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying celestial Tao oppressed the atmosphere. People couldn't compete with it. That kind of strength. Lin Feng frowned and looked at Chu Chunxiu. Was Chu Chunxiu the same as he used to be? Or had he changed after the supreme ancient pit of hell? Celestial Tao deceives people, said Chu Chunxiu. He released demon qi and absorbed the vitality of the area. He slowly walked forwards, moving farther and farther from the crowd. When he stopped, the crowd realized he was at the foot of the mountain. How come he managed to get there? The crowd frowned. Lin Feng was astonished too. Nobody could get close to the mountain but Chu Chunxiu could. Did it mean that he was going to become a saint? And what did celestial Tao deceives people mean? Lin Feng's figure flickered. He moved towards the mountain too. However, he realized he couldn't get close. Lin Feng wondered whether it existed for real or not. Maybe it's just an illusion, a mirage. But why did Chu Chunxiu manage to reach it, thought Lin Feng. He continued walking forwards, but couldn't get close to it. The distance between him and the mountain remained the same. Some strong cultivators released empty space strength and tried, but they failed too. It's fake? Maybe it's a mixture of truth and falsehood, thought Lin Feng with a sudden smile. He regained his calm. He didn't try to walk towards the mountain anymore. However, his figure became blurry and he disappeared from their field of vision. After a millisecond, Lin Feng reappeared at the foot of the mountain. Lin Feng and Chu Chunxiu then suddenly appeared in another area. What's going on? The crowd was astonished, dumbstruck. Those two people had reached the mountain and then they had disappeared all of a sudden, but when Saint Emperor Freeze saw that, he started shaking with emotion. I see. Transcend worldliness and attain holiness. I was too stubborn all those years, and it had the opposite effect. Actually, it's just one step. Saint Emperor Freeze took a step forwards and disappeared. He arrived in front of the mountain, too. The crowd was astonished. Saint Emperor Freeze had understood something? At that moment, in the outside world, there was a great battle going on. Many people who were alone and didn't belong to shrines died. Even some members of the shrines died. The Fire Shrine obtained one Saint Luck entity. The Fortune Shrine and the Earth Shrine also obtained a Saint Luck entity and left the battlefield. They weren't greedy, and didn't try to obtain more. Some people who were hopeless did like Lin Feng and the others and entered the vortex. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2348, Understanding. Chapter 2348, Understanding. Editor, read. At the Canonization Mountain, Chu Chunxiu, Lin Feng, and Saint Emperor Freeze were calmly standing there and could sense a clear celestial Tao. Saint Emperor Freeze looked at Chu Chunshou and Lin Feng and smiled. "Thank you very much, gentlemen. Without you, I wouldn't have understood what celestial Tao is. It's an illusion, it's not something you chase, it's something that's a part of you. Your body is like the celestial Tao, the same rules which apply to nature also apply to your body. So many years have passed and finally, we're going to have an opportunity to become saints." Then, he sat down cross-legged facing the mountain. They didn't need Saint Luck there. They could study celestial Tao and see if they could transcend worldliness and attain holiness. "The same rules which apply to nature also apply to your body?" whispered Lin Feng. He was different from other people, his body didn't work like nature, he had his own world. He was a king there, but could there be celestial Tao in his own world? Celestial Tao deceives people, how could it also make your body work like nature? Whispered Chu Chunshou. He looked furious, more like a demon than ever. He didn't want to respect the rules of the world. Saint Emperor Freeze, Lin Feng, and Chu Chunshou were all thinking about celestial Tao. They all had different viewpoints, but who would become a saint? In the distance, many people looked at the mountain, wondering how they could get there. How had Saint Emperor Freeze, Lin Feng, and Chu Chunshou gone there? Had they understood anything in particular? And could they study something in particular over there? Saint Emperor Freeze is practicing cultivation. He's studying how to become a saint, said someone. How many people will become saints this time? All those people were saint emperors, one step away from becoming saints, but they needed to understand how. Becoming a saint wasn't something which could be done using strength. Lin Feng's eyes were closed, he had been there for 5 days already. He was sitting calmly in his own world. The last time, when strong cultivators had surrounded him in the Black Phoenix Valley, he had understood a lot. However, he hadn't modified his god strength enough. He could still improve it. Lin Feng was in the sky of his world, above the clouds. A strong wind started blowing. He felt like a god. Could he create his own celestial Tao? Cultivators studied celestial Tao to become saints. They all had different ways of studying and understanding things. The goal was then to transcend worldliness. Lin Feng was different from other people. Did he have to make his own celestial Tao? Tian Tao is dimly discernible, but it's real, a mixture of truth and falsehood, it's like an illusion at the same time. Lin Feng's figure flickered and he disappeared. He reappeared in a city in his own world. These years, Lin Feng's world had evolved on its own, so there were many cities. It almost looked like a real world. Lin Feng was in front of the canonization mountain and at the same time in his own world. Saint Emperor Freeze was trying to make his body become celestial Tao itself. Chu Chunshou thought that celestial Tao deceived people. Time passed, things changed, there were fewer and fewer people in the canonization area. Many people had already left the area of the mountain. The map and the world outside had already disappeared. Far from the canonization mountain, Zhongjiutian was in a fire city. Around him were many cultivators from the fire shrine, bathing in an ocean of flames. The fire shrine had obtained a Saint Luck entity, and they had given it to Zhongjiutian. Afterwards, they had made Zhongjiutian practice cultivation and decided to practice cultivation around him to benefit from his qi. That way, maybe everybody would be able to benefit from Saint Luck. The members of the Earth Shrine gave the Saint Luck to Qi Lianshan. Zhongjiutian and Qi Lianshan were both Saint Emperors of the very top of the Shangdi layer. They had better chances to become saints than the others. The Fortune Shrine also obtained Saint Luck and they were all trying to use it. That way, everybody increased their chances of becoming saints, at least some. Becoming a saint wasn't something which happened in one night. Therefore, years passed and the canonization area grew truly calm. Nobody became a saint. A terrifying qi filled the air in the cave where Zhongjiutian was. Very quickly, it enveloped the entire canonization area. People around Xiong Jiutian suddenly opened their eyes. They looked sharp. He broke through. They all looked at Xiong Jiutian, who was bathing in flames, Saint Chi. It was very intense. Xiong Jiutian was in the process of becoming a saint. "I'm about to become a saint," shouted a voice furiously in another place. Saint Chi rolled in waves there too. Someone else leveled up. 2 people became saints, thought the crowd, shaking. Every 1,000 years, there were at least 3 people who became saints thanks to the canonization area. So far, 2 people seem to have become or were becoming saints. It was incredible. Xiong Jiutian was bathing in flames. He opened his eyes and stood up, much taller now. Now, if he wanted, he could stretch out his hands and touch the sky. What a powerful strength! That's the spirit. Xiong Jiutian touched the sky. A hole appeared there. Using celestial Tao was incredible. He took back his hand and left behind a hole with fire in the sky. That was the power of a saint. The sky was burning. The members of the fire shrine felt released from pressure. Would the World Clan dare do anything to him now? Let's go! Xiong Jiutian slowly walked towards the exit of the canonization area. Xiong Jiutian, go back to the fire shrine, your teacher will be so happy. You're so young and you're already a saint. A strong cultivator smiled. Xiong Jiutian looked at him coldly, which made that person shudder with fear. He immediately lowered his head. Xiong Jiutian had become a saint and looked completely different. "I'll go to the World Clan before going back to the fire shrine," said Xiong Jiutian coldly. "World Clan?" That cultivator was surprised. "Yes, I'm going to kill people," said Xiong Jiutian with murder in his eyes. Very quickly, he left. A strong cultivator also left after him, Shi Lianshan. "You want to go to the World Clan? But now we are both saints, we're going to see who's stronger now," said Shi Lianshan. He also headed to the World Clan. He didn't know that Lin Feng wasn't there. At that moment, next to Lin Feng, Saint Emperor Freeze opened his eyes and smiled. He looked at Lin Feng and Shu Chunxiu, his eyes twinkling. Shu Chunxiu and Lin Feng had made him understand something, and thanks to them, he had finally become a saint. Now he had become a saint without saint luck. Lin Feng and Shu Chunxiu were still meditating. Shu Chunxiu kept absorbing the qi around him. A terrifying pitch-black vortex appeared around him. Celestial Tao deceived people, he wanted to go against the gods. He wanted to transcend worldliness and absorb the skies, that was his way, but Lin Feng was in his world, his god strength becoming more and more ominous, but it wasn't as aggressive anymore, it had become gentle and subtle. In front of Lin Feng was an ancient tree with green leaves. The leaves fell from the tree and landed on the ground, they turned orange, then it snowed, and the tree blossomed again. Lin Feng witnessed the 4 seasons. That's God's strength? Lin Feng controlled everything around him. His god Tao was his celestial Tao. He could create any kind of strength. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2349, Gathering in the World Clan. Chapter 2349, Gathering in the World Clan. Editor, read. Lin Feng raised his head, his eyes still closed, and condensed strength, his qi much more powerful. However, after that, Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked disappointed. "I still don't understand, why can't I understand?" whispered Lin Feng. He could control an incredible god strength, but he couldn't make his body work in resonance with celestial Tao. Only a little something was missing, but that little something was huge. If he understood that little something, he'd reach the second level of his god layer. But that little something seemed to be so far. Outside, Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the mountain. The celestial Tao was dimly discernible. Saint Emperor Frieza's body had become nature itself. Chu Chun Xiu had started a war against celestial Tao. That was their way, not Lin Feng's. He glanced at Chu Chun Xiu. Chu Chun Xiu seemed like he was going to destroy the canonization mountain. Lin Feng didn't do anything. Even though there were tensions between Chu Chun Xiu and him, he couldn't attack him by surprise in such circumstances. That would have been a blasphemy as a cultivator. Lin Feng turned around and slowly walked away. After a few seconds, the canonization mountain seemed so far away from him. As Lin Feng left, he looked natural and unrestrained, confident and at ease. He didn't need to force himself, and staying there was useless. He needed a good opportunity to become a saint, and good comprehension. After leaving, Lin Feng contacted Alma. A short time later, he heard a dragon chant and golden lights appeared in the distance. Not bad, you understand empty space strength really well now, little boy. Lin Feng smiled. Father. Alma greeted him, landing in front of Lin Feng. How did it go? Asked Lin Feng. Even though he wasn't strong enough back then, the saint luck had been very beneficial to him. Very good. It's a mysterious feeling through, I can't really describe it. I made great progress, though. Do you want to see? Asked Alma smiling. Lin Feng patted his head and smiled, no rush. I'm going back to the World Clan first. Lin Feng jumped onto Alma's back, golden lights flashed and Alma rose up into the air. Dash. Xiong Jiutian took some members of the fire shrine to the World Clan. They started setting the atmosphere on fire in the World Clan. An ocean of fire appeared, scorching hot. Buildings were burning down one after another. A group of strong cultivators from the World Clan showed up and watched the members of the fire shrine coldly. An old man asked, Fire shrine, what is this supposed to mean? Where's Daimon? Demanded Xiong Jiutian coldly, releasing his saint's strength. A terrifying and oppressive fire surrounded the old man, who pulled a long face. A saint. That person was completely different from the rest now. He had transcended worldliness, he could easily crush them if he wanted. Daimon hasn't come back, said the old man. Xiong Jiutian groaned coldly and said, Daimon killed some of the members of the fire shrine in the canonization area, and now you think he can continue hiding? More fireballs appeared in the sky and oppressed the strong cultivators of the World Clan. They all pulled a long face. How could they compete with a saint? Xiong Jiutian warned someone at that moment. Shi Lianshan had arrived. He owed Lin Feng and was worried that Xiong Jiutian would kill him, so he rushed over. You also became a saint. Fight against me, said Shi Lianshan. He looked so strong, as strong as a real mountain. The strong cultivators of the fire shrine felt great pressure. Some of them could barely breathe. Xiong Jiutian suddenly turned around and said to Shi Lianshan, since it's that way, we'll fight. Xiong Jiutian suddenly disappeared and a gigantic hand with fire strength descended from the sky. Humph. Shi Lianshan grunted coldly. He wasn't afraid. A terrifying earth punch smashed into the fire hand. The energies exploded and disappeared. Xiong Jiutian reappeared in front of Shi Lianshan. Die, said Xiong Jiutian, pointing a finger filled with saint's strength. Shi Lianshan released earth strength to surround his body. That finger was too fast and crashed onto his head, as sharp as a sword. Shi Lianshan moved backwards. Xiong Jiutian wasn't going to let him go, but he also felt the pressure. Shi Lianshan couldn't see Xiong Jiutian anymore. He still raised his fist, and earth strength surrounded the atmosphere around him. Thunder rumbled as Xiong Jiutian threw himself at him. What a powerful shell, thought Xiong Jiutian. He was annoyed. More and more energies surrounded him. At that moment, Qi Lianshan was amazed because he had used the best defense he could already. His fist became even harder and Saint's lights twinkled around it. The finger and the fist collided, both fighters were propelled backwards violently. They were both half-saints so far. Their cultivation wasn't very stable. Qi Lianshan, you want to cause trouble? Swore Xiong Jiutian. His arms were shaking. Ah, Xiong Jiutian, you're a saint too now. And now you want to avenge Qiong Haya, who was so useless. He was so weak. He chased Daimon to kill him, and Daimon killed him. You can't really say anything about it. Indeed, but now I'm strong enough, and I can come and destroy the World Clan if I want to, said Xiong Jiutian emotionlessly. The fire shrine isn't far from here. I've informed the shrine and soon many strong cultivators are going to come. Of course, they won't get involved. I will take care of Daimon personally. Qi Lianshan remained silent. Xiong Jiutian really wanted to kill Daimon. Even though Daimon was extremely strong, if he hadn't become a saint, he'd definitely die. People from the World Clan looked extremely worried. Saints were really terrifying. If Lin Feng came back and that Xiong Jiutian tried to kill him, they'd do their best to protect him. The members of the fire shrine didn't move, they were waiting. The fire shrine wasn't far from the northwest area. As expected, after a short time, a group of strong cultivators appeared in the distance. Their leader was a middle-aged man. He looked free from inhibitions and happy. He smiled and said, Jiutian, you've broken through to the Shang layer. You're a saint now, how wonderful. Xiong Jiutian turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. Teacher, how come you came here personally? My disciple became a saint, how could I not come? Replied the middle-aged man with a smile. Next to him was a young man who looked cold, but then smiled indifferently and said, Congratulations, fellow disciple. You've been a saint for hundreds of years, I just became one. You're much stronger than me, said Xiong Jiutian casually. Right, fellow disciple, what are you doing here? Xiong Jiutian looked furious and said, Haya was killed by a member of the World Clan, I had to come here. What is that supposed to mean? Said the young man, glancing at the members of the World Clan coldly. The World Clan disappeared for a long time, now you're back and you think you're rulers here? Eh? At that moment, some people gazed into the distance sharply. Daimon. Xiong Jiutian saw Lin Feng and Oma. They were going to die, definitely. Humph. Xiong Jiutian charged towards Lin Feng instantly. Qi Lianshan flashed forwards to stop him, but Xiong Jiutian's fellow disciple prevented him from moving. He said coldly, Earth Shrine, don't intervene here. Piss off! Shouted Qi Lianshan coldly. He released a terrifying strength and rose up into the air. Xiong Jiutian's teacher grunted coldly and disappeared. Xiong Jiutian shot towards Lin Feng quickly. Lin Feng frowned, he hadn't thought Xiong Jiutian would try to kill him so quickly. He had become a saint and was even faster than before. He pointed at Lin Feng with all his fingers. He wanted to destroy him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 2350, What a Turnaround. Chapter 2350, What a Turnaround. Editor, read. Lin Feng looked at Xiong Jiutian and pulled a long face. Xiong Jiutian had become a saint. His fingers contained a terrifying amount of saint strength. There was fire all around him. Xiong Jiutian's attacks reminded Lin Feng of the ancient holy techniques or sky-absorbing Dao strength. His attacks now contained saint's power. Alma's figure flickered and disappeared from there, but Xiong Jiutian just grunted coldly, he could still see them clearly. He released strength to surround them. Lin Feng and Alma sensed a terrifying fire penetrating into their bodies. Lin Feng released as much God strength as he could in his body, trying to escape, but Xiong Jiutian continued chasing him. He stretched out his fingers towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng had the impression he was surrounded by invisible and intangible chains. His face instantly turned deathly pale. Alma roared furiously, golden lights surrounding him. At the same time, he also released demon intent and brandished his claws. Flames struck his body and started burning away his life. Alma raised his head and roared even louder. He was a gigantic dragon, but those fingers could destroy him. Alma! Shouted Lin Feng, his expression changing drastically. He hadn't thought Alma would jump in the way. Father, leave! Shouted Alma. Lin Feng's heart twitched as he glared at Xiong Jiutian. Xiong Jiutian wanted to kill Alma. Lin Feng couldn't accept that. He immediately threw himself at him. Die, said Xiong Jiutian. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying saint's strength surround him and could only snarl. Xiong Jiutian was much stronger than before. Lin Feng took out his great demon halberd of desolation and shouted furiously. It streaked across the sky, a demon trail appeared in the sky and the great demon halberd of desolation moved towards Xiong Jiutian's fingers. Humph! Xiong Jiutian grunted icily and continued moving towards Lin Feng without slowing. Die! Lin Feng released as much strength as he could. However, at that moment, a gigantic fire curtain appeared in front of Xiong Jiutian. It looked like a gigantic fire pearl. It enveloped the great demon halberd of desolation. Cracks appeared in it instantly, but then Xiong Jiutian appeared in front of Lin Feng, condensing a terrifying strength in his fist and punched out in Lin Feng's direction. Lin Feng condensed strength in his left hand and struck back against the fire fist. Saint's strength struck his fist and penetrated into his body. A terrifying black fire surrounded him. He couldn't escape, and now he was burning. Father! Shouted Alma furiously. The strong cultivators of the World Clan turned deathly pale and moved towards Lin Feng at full speed. Lin Feng couldn't compete with a saint. Daimon! Shouted Qilian Shan. His face stiffened. Was Daimon going to die there? If Lin Feng didn't have an incredible god strength in his body, he would have died already. But he couldn't break free now. He looked at Xiong Jiutian, who looked like a fire god. Saints understand celestial Tao. How could you compete with me? Die, Daimon! Said Xiong Jiutian coldly. He sounded like he was fire incarnate. He was fire Tao. Xiong Jiutian and Saint Emperor Freeze are the same, their body turned into an element for them to become saints, thought Lin Feng. Xiong Jiutian had turned into celestial Tao at that moment. It was the first time Lin Feng had fought against a saint and really sensed his strength. In the past, he had seen saints, but he had never had a real fight. He became celestial Tao, he studied celestial Tao. At that moment, Lin Feng had many thoughts. Die! Said Xiong Jiutian. He released even more strength, but at that moment, Lin Feng released a particular kind of strength and smiled back at Xiong Jiutian. He thought, since it's that way, I'll use God's strength. With God's strength, I can control anything. I wanted to turn into a real god, but I was wrong, because I am a real god already. Yes, the god of my body. My body is a god, I represent my body. Why would I use God's strength? I am God's strength. God's strength is me. Celestial Tao is me. Here is my world, so I am this world. I am his God too. You're not dead yet? Said Xiong Jiutian when he saw Lin Feng smile. He was a bit surprised, not only had he not managed to kill Lin Feng yet, but Lin Feng was now smiling. I am afraid you won't see me die, replied Lin Feng indifferently. Xiong Jiutian was stupefied. Why? What was going on? Lin Feng had suddenly changed. Suddenly, he looked like a completely different person. Lin Feng's injuries healed instantly. He opened his hand and smashed Xiong Jiutian, smiling indifferently. Xiong Jiutian was astonished. How is that possible? Xiong Jiutian couldn't believe it his eyes. He had become a saint, he had to kill Daimon from the World Clan. You're disappointing, said Lin Feng indifferently. He put his fingers on Xiong Jiutian's head. Xiong Jiutian's face changed drastically and he retreated as quickly as possible. However, Lin Feng chased him and put his fingers back on Jiutian's head. Xiong Jiutian was dumbstruck. His eyes suddenly became empty, his life was being corroded, his soul slowly shattered and vanished. He fell softly to the ground. Everything had happened so suddenly. At first, Xiong Jiutian had almost killed Lin Feng, and then Lin Feng had suddenly changed and then killed him. Alma, the members of the Fire Shrine, the strong cultivators of the World Clan were all astonished. Nobody had thought there would be such a turnaround. Father! Alma roared happily. His father had broken through during the battle. Otherwise, there couldn't have been such a turnaround. Xiong Jiutian had become a saint, he would have destroyed Lin Feng easily. Lin Feng had actually easily endured Xiong Jiutian's first attacks, which meant that ordinary saints couldn't do anything to him, but my father is terrifyingly strong. He can now easily defeat people who have just become saints, thought Alma happily. He had never heard of such a thing in the supreme animal world, either. Jiutian! Xiong Jiutian's teacher shouted furiously. His face was extremely unsightly. His disciple had just become a saint, and now he was dead. Xiong Jiutian's body was on the ground, thoroughly dead. At that moment, Xiong Jiutian's teacher immediately released a terrifying strength which moved towards Lin Feng and bore down on him. However, in front of him was a saint, who just looked back at him calmly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.